The Pistons are on a bit of a slide as their 5-game West Coast trip nears its close. They lost 112-99 to the Clippers in Los Angeles last night for their second straight loss. Cade Cunningham had 27 points and 9 assists, but all other Pistons starters combined for just 35 points on 12 for 29 shooting. Detroit's downfall was allowing Clipper star Kawhi Leonard to go off for 55 points. Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff spoke about what went wrong after the game. The Pistons are back tomorrow to close their trip out west against the Lakers. The Red Wings at least had an exciting 3-2 overtime win against the Toronto Maple Leafs last night, with the game tied 2-2 in overtime. Wings defenseman Simon Edvinsson grabbed a loose puck near the blue line, swung around a defender, and moved past Leafs goaltender Dennis Hildeby with a backhand goal that sent Little Caesars Arena into a frenzy. The Wings have now won 4 of their last 5 and sit atop the Atlantic Division and Eastern Conference with 49 points. They're tied at the top of the East with Carolina, who they lost to on Saturday. Detroit's back in action on Wednesday against the Winnipeg Jets. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning and welcome back to many people getting back into the office today, getting back in their routine. Good morning. Jim Costa with Stoney. Heather Park back. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass on a Monday. Good morning, Stoney.
Good to see you. Had an enjoyable week working with Heather for a few days and John all week. So back again. You know, it's going to be very interesting discussing the Lions and all the other things going on.
How was it for people? I didn't listen. It was the holiday. How was it when people finally had that moment of it's over?
There were some really salient calls saying to fire Dan Campbell.
Oh, boy.
And everything is Jared Goff is the only reason that we're in this predicament. But I think most people, everybody saw it. The writing was on the wall, but it kind of sucks in a weird way, obviously, that if they would have won on Thursday,
yeah,
you know,
they'd be playing for
something on Sunday. But, you know, realistically, even if they weren't going to go anywhere.
Right, if you can't beat Brosmer.
Yeah, no, three net yards, and they lost.
And by the way, it was negative net yards until, like, the final drive.
Yes.
Now, how was John? Because it's not over till it's over. How did he deal with the harsh reality that the season's done?
He's, resigned to the fact that the Lions have to play a meaningless football game for them on Sunday.
He hates meaningless. Nothing's meaningless. Well, you can't make the playoffs. It's done.
Got to put that on tape. No, it's meaningless.
Yeah, look, if you're in a contract year and you want to go make some money, go play well. But for fans, we got nothing to play for here.
I mean, what do you want to do? You want to spoil the Bears seed? Ooh, that'll get back at Ben Johnson.
Oh, I think they're probably going to be the 2 seed either way. Well, I suppose they could drop to the 3.
Right, exactly.
Who cares?
There's nothing. And I'm selfishly kind of pissed it's a 4:30 game. I wish it was going to be a 1 o'clock game.
Get it out of the way.
I know, but there's some seeding involved, and, the Bears are a big market, and the Lions still draw well on television, so I'm sure that has something to do with it.
They put some big games on Saturday.
Yeah, they're huge games. I mean, what the NFC South will be decided.
Yep.
And there's the Seattle-San Francisco is Sunday night, correct? No. Seattle-San Francisco
is Saturday night.
So the NFC
the one
West
seed
might be determined, yes.
Yeah, likely the 1 seed. And then Sunday night is when you'll get Steelers and Ravens for winning you're in, losing you're out.
I know. Steelers losing at home to Cleveland.
Because of course.
Yeah.
Or
on the road they were.
Yes, yeah. But the idea here is could be so easy, but it's never that easy.
Oh, I know. Hey, look. Hey, come on. The league is rigged against the Lions because if they would have got the original offensive pass interference call against the Steelers and they would have won on against the Vikings, they'd be,
Stoney
10-6. Yeah, sure.
I obviously am on social media during the Lions game, and when they get that false start call wrong, immediately I watched people start spiraling about, and I go, can I just ask a dumb question? Why would the league rig that for Minnesota?
Right.
Detroit, they'd want to put Detroit in a position for Week 18, whether you're going to screw Detroit in your script or not, you want them to get to Week 18. Why would you boost Brosmer and the already eliminated Vikings? And the answer is, of course, it's not rigged.
No.
Stop having this victim mentality when you turn the ball over, what was it, 6 times?
Yes.
The refs got to stop fumbling the football is a big conclusion I had. Once the refs stop fumbling the ball, the Lions will be just fine.
Jared Goff's part of the conspiracy, Jim.
Oh, he's in on it, Stoney.
Yeah, that was...
They were lubing up the balls before the game, those refs, and that's why the Lions lost.
Yeah, no, the Lions are good for the NFL.
They're a ratings
right.
draw. You'd want
Yes.
them in the playoffs, or at the very least in Week 18.
Exactly.
But the Lions just weren't good enough. And we're going to spend a bunch of time on today's show talking about it. I mean, look, where did it go wrong? Why did it go wrong? 6:35, we plan on doing that. You know, the window conversation you watched last night with the Bears and the Niners. Those are 2 teams in the playoffs going toe-to-toe, blow for blow.
Oh, exciting game.
Maybe the 1 and the 2 seed when all is said and done. How far away are the Lions, and is the window closed? We're going to do all of that. But as you wake up today, you might wonder what year it is.
Yeah.
The Lions are in last place in their division. They're the worst team in the city of Detroit. And in first place, we have both the Pistons and the Red Wings. So, Stoney, I wish you a very happy
2007, 8,
5, 8, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
How are you? We went back in time 20 years.
It's great. Now the Pistons have lost 2 in a row, but it's fun. I mean, I'm into both of these teams, especially the Wings. The way the East is just so crumbled up, thanks to the stupid way you award points in this.
The loser point.
The loser point. So. Look, they could go in a 4-game losing streak, and all of a sudden they're not in the playoffs. I mean, that's the problem. And especially with all these games are so bunched up because of the Olympic break, it makes it wild to see what happens when you lose a couple of games in a row, or conversely, winning a couple of games in a row. Look, the Wings were out for a while, then they've gone on a pretty nice run. Except for the Carolina game, and Carolina's really good. And that was a road game.
Maybe more of a measuring stick, seeing like, hey, that's what the best looks like.
Yes.
But for Detroit now, 3 straight home OT wins.
Yeah.
Crowd's been treated to some fantastic finishes. Last night, a continuation of that.
Yeah, Evanson was terrific. Sider's been amazing. I listened to Spittin' Chicklets, that podcast, a lot, and they just, a lot of people are thinking Sider has a really good chance of winning the Norris Trophy. There are some people who are talking about Hart. Yeah, you posted something about Hart Trophy. Come on. Let's get the Norris first.
I don't think he's going to win either.
No.
I don't think he's going to win Norris because, unfortunately, the award has... And it's been shifted towards offensive defensemen.
Yeah, but look how many points he has.
You could argue Sider is the best defenseman in hockey.
Yeah.
Because he's bringing the offense. He's always been very good defensively. He's the total package. I think he's arguably the best defenseman in hockey. That doesn't mean he's going to win the award.
No, he's playing great.
And the Norris was more of a the Hart was more of a tongue-in-cheek because some of the analytics are now putting him up there with, like, Nate McKinnon in terms of impact on the team.
Yes, the amount of minutes he plays and how good he's been.
And now you're right. Now he's scoring goals. He had one in the game last night. He had the game winner the previous Sunday.
He's got a nice little celly too. He does.
Look.
And he's getting national for hockey acclaim too.
Yeah.
People are finally realizing how good he is. So
that pairing, by the way, Edvinson and Sider, as good a pairing as there is in hockey right now.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they both scored yesterday. They play big minutes, penalty kill, power play.
It's they still have some work to do on the roster, but
of course, like Stoney, they still have a negative goal differential.
I know.
Like, to your point about how jumbled up the East is right now, I'm not making any proclamations. I'm enjoying every step of this.
Yeah.
I was at the game against the Stars.
That was a terrific game to watch, and it seemed on TV the crowd was really into it.
Again, I've been to, I don't know, at this point, 8, 9 games. That was the best crowd of the year that I've been to. I haven't been to every home game. That was the best crowd of the year. They were into it. And then they were treated to a comeback, a goal late in the third, and then a Larkin game winner. And you could just tell, man, like, vibes are high. Fans are in a good mood. I don't want to get into whether they're going to make the playoffs or not, because I know there's a deadline and there's a month of March. Sorry, March.
Yes.
But
March
for now,
sadness, as we call it.
But this is good. So as the Lions are drifting further away, we have a basketball team and a hockey team that we can invest in. And from a basketball standpoint, I know last night was not their finest hour.
No, they came out looking awful. Cade Cunningham got in foul trouble. Did not score in the first half.
Woof.
He ended up with 27. So he had a pretty good set, but Kawhi Leonard had 55. And the Pistons, they win the first two games of the West Coast trip, Portland and Sacramento. Not great teams, but still, it's always tough to win on the West Coast. And then the Utah game they had, and they started off bad again. They were getting these bad starts defensively. And last night was one of the same thing. They play the Lakers tomorrow night, I believe, on national TV on NBC at like 11 o'clock or whatever.
It's a late night game.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So did the scriptwriter shift to the Pistons last night with Cade not scoring in the first half?
Yeah, exactly.
Cade lay down.
Yeah, he was. And the one thing with the Pistons, the only thing that's disappointing right now a little bit is their defense, which has been the heart and soul of this team, has kind of struggled from the beginning of games lately. And the other thing about the Pistons, I don't think they can win the Eastern Conference without an addition to the roster. I know who it is. They need another scorer. They need another shooter, whether it's Trey Murphy or somebody else, where Michael Porter Jr. has been mentioned. They need to do that. And I don't know what they're going to have to give up. But if they're serious about getting to the NBA Finals and, beating probably the Knicks or somebody else or Boston, because Tatum's going to come back probably at the end of March, they need somebody else who can score.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. Like, to win a 7-game series, you're going to get bogged down in the half court if you don't have enough shooting on the floor.
Right, and they're going to double Cade.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he'll make fine passes and things like that. And when Duncan Robinson is your only kind of reliable outside, three-point shooter.
But the trade-off is if you're playing him major minutes,
his
he's
defense.
he's going to get picked on. Especially
Correct.
Playoff teams will do it. It happened to him last year where they'll switch. They'll keep fighting to get switches until it's Duncan Robinson in a mismatch, and then they'll go to the hole or they'll punish him.
But the bottom line is both the teams are in first place.
Yes.
They're enjoyable. And we haven't had that in a while.
Yeah, and now between the two of them, I think the Pistons are the better team, positioned to have a better season.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
It's going to be weird with hockey. I mean, everybody's so into it, and then they're going to be off for a month, basically.
It's bizarre, man.
I mean, the Wings don't have a home game in February.
They don't. It's like maybe 1 or 2 road games, and then, that's it.
And so that's going to be a big, deciding factor how these teams come out of the Olympic break.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into the Olympic break, I believe the Wings' last home game is against the Avalanche.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to going to it because I think they're honoring like the 90s era as part of the centennial season.
Oh,
that's
cool.
part of the ticket plan. I don't get the Fedorov night, but I'll take the Avs matchup.
Yeah.
And the Avs are on fire right now. I think the Wings in Colorado, 10 wins in the month of December, 2 of the hottest teams in hockey. That's going to be your lasting impression until late February, early March. How do you stack up in a game like that?
Right. And you're going to see how many guys from the Wings are going to be in the Olympics, and hopefully they don't get hurt.
Right. That's going to be another thing. Like Larkin was on fire last year at the
Four Nations.
Yeah, Four Nations.
So you assume he's going to be on the team.
I don't
so.
think DeBrincat's made a push. I don't think.
And Kane's not going to make it. So,
but like Seider will play for Germany. We're going to have some Swedes
they're going to
on
have
the
an
team.
interesting team, Germany, with Draisaitl and Stutzel, and
It's top heavy.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to have like three of the.
And I assume
20 best
Raymond's.
players.
I assume Raymond's going to play for Sweden.
I would think so. Edvinsson, I would assume, is on Team Sweden. I don't think they've been announced, these rosters. No, they haven't.
I think the U.S. roster is going to be announced New Year's Eve.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, as the Lions drift into the background, it feels like it's 20 years ago. Who are you more focused on right now, the Wings or the Pistons? We will dive deeper into the Lions at 6:35. Why did it go wrong? Who do you blame? 97.1. Just no answer for Kawhi Leonard, who had 55 points. Clippers beat the Pistons 112-99. Mark Champion on the call there.
Why didn't he have load management last night?
I know, right? When you play him, right?
Exactly.
We asked you guys just a question. We're going to do a lot of Lions talk, but first place Pistons, first place Red Wings. Which team has your attention now as we shift gears? This text says, when Edvinson got hurt blocking a shot last night, I was going to lose it.
Oh, yeah. He looked really bad because he tried to come off, and then he made a play while he was hurt with his stick that was incredible, all things considered.
And in the same game, he's out on the ice 3-on-3 overtime, and he makes a move on the goalie.
Yep.
And bangs home game winner.
Correct.
And yeah, it's huge swing. If they were to lose him, the trickle-down effect, not only does the top pair on the team take a hit, you probably got to bump Sherratt up. And now Pelika's got no help on the second pair.
Correct.
And your third pair, like most teams, isn't very good.
No.
Yeah, it becomes a dire situation. Instead, he's the hero of the night, and the Wings win again in dramatic fashion, 3-2. And, of course, beating the Leafs.
It's always good to beat the Leafs.
Nice little cherry on top. Yep.
Absolutely.
By the way,
and
they're terrible this year.
I was going to say, it was going to be bad to lose to the Leafs because they won, I think, the night before, and they played a goalie yesterday who, because they have goalie injury problems, who actually played pretty well, except he made a major mistake on one of the goals when he came out.
This is from Alex in Grand Blanc. I'm all in on the Pistons right now. Full attention.
Good.
Yeah, look, they're going out west, and they're taking some lumps here. We know the West is tougher than the East, but Detroit's still sitting in first place right now in the Eastern Conference. Good showdown with the Lakers on, what's tonight? Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Red Wing players always get hurt in the Olympics. Hopefully they break that trend. Remember, the Wings were in the playoffs before Sochi. Then Datsuk, Zetterberg, and Kronwall all got hurt in the Olympics. It makes me nervous, but hey, things are looking promising for their playoff run. How about that? Not just getting in, Stoney says playoff run.
Playoff run, that would be nice. Every team in there, or not every team, but yeah, especially the teams that are the bottom part of the playoff run, they could beat. I mean, it's hockey. You could beat anything if your goaltending holds up. And, Gibson's been really good for the most part.
Guys, I want your thoughts on tanking the last game of the season. Talking Lions here. Says the positives outweigh the negatives for me. If you lose, you get the fourth place schedule. Your draft position at the moment is 15, but good chance you could be 13.
Correct.
Range is 12 to 18. Sit your premier players. Don't risk injury. The negative is you don't want to finish. You don't finish with a winning record, and you don't sweep the Bears. Says I'm going to have fun with this last week of the regular season. The tank is on.
Well, I actually have the Tankathon mock draft up in front of me, and they have them drafting interior offensive lineman from Penn State, Vega Oane, whatever, at 15th.
How do you say his name?
Iane?
I don't know.
Ione? I don't know. I haven't gone through the film yet. We have lots of time for that, They don't have to tank. They're going to lose anyway. The Bears will have something to play for.
Lock up the 2 seed, right?
Do you really think the Lions could beat the Bears in Chicago?
Can?
Well, yeah, of course, though.
But no, to your broader question, no, I don't think they will win this game.
I mean, forgetting even about the passing game and how good Loveland is looking.
I think the Bears will throw for more than 3 yards.
Yeah, they will, and they're going to run the ball. Look what they did against Philadelphia's defense by running the ball that Friday night after Thanksgiving.
And look at Detroit's run defense.
Yes, that's my point.
Yeah, 2 months here.
Yeah.
Specifically last month. Yeah, like Chicago's playing at home. They got something to play for. Detroit, they don't.
Right.
And I know that this stopped me. Well, in 2022, the Lions didn't have anything to play for, and they went out and beat the Packers on the road in the elements.
But the mentality going into that game was they would have something to play for, and they right before the game they found out that the Rams won,
but it was seen as symbolic of the Dan Campbell mentality that even if we don't have anything to play for, we still line up and give you our best shot, and we're not going away without a fight.
I think they'll give them their best shot. Now, guys who are, maybe hobbled that might not, play like Amara.
Yeah, if he's dealing with any kind of boo-boo, you just say, hey, man, let's see you next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you need to get something cleaned up in the offseason, give you a jump start on that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because, again, losing, the coaches aren't going to think this, and the players should never think this. But, yeah, locking in a last-place schedule when you have nothing to play for, moving up a couple spots in the draft, when you desperately are going to need to overhaul. Yeah.
If there are guys who are like physically okay to play but have been like inactive, like Wingo and people let play them.
Sure.
I get that, but they don't have. You don't have to worry about the Lions tanking. The Chicago Bears, as painful as it is a much better football team in 2025. They just are.
Stoney, do you have any idea what the spread is?
I would guess.
Because I looked it up pre-show.
8.5 is my guess. I have no idea.
Okay. I don't want to give it to you quite yet. Tom, any guesses? Spread, Lions and Bears this week, Soldier Field in Chicago. Stoney said 8.5 was his guess.
I'll go Bears 7.5.
Greg, you want to take a crack at this?
5.5?
Okay, you're all wrong. And you're all way high. Bears by 2.5.
Oh, my God.
So what does that tell you?
It tells you that the Vegas thinks the Lions are going to play hard and keep it close.
And maybe the Bears, there's not a world, well, there's a world where they know that they're locked in? No.
No, the Eagles are simultaneously
Okay.
playing.
All right.
So
Now,
they
if there
won't
was a
know.
huge blowout, they could call off the Dogs one way or another.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I
2.5
think Ben
caught my eye,
Johnson
too.
has an opportunity to rub something in the
Yeah,
wound
look,
here.
If you're the Bears, you gave up 50 in week 2. Yeah, you absolutely want to go out and put a big number up against Detroit.
Although once they get up, 2 scores maybe in, late in the third. Well, no, they'll wait to the fourth quarter. And
backdoor cover potential. But
Yeah.
at 2.5 is not backdoor cover. That's like, hey, they're right there until
Right.
the final whistle.
Yeah. I'm stunned it's only 2.5.
I was stunned as well. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk about Michigan hiring a new football coach in the 7 o'clock hour. Kyle Whittingham will grade the hire. How's the fit? He spoke at the podium in Orlando over the weekend. Got Overreact Gyms at 7:02. We'll also talk about the Lions. Why and why did it go wrong, and who do you blame? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Well, a Taylor man is facing multiple felony charges after a road rage confrontation escalated to gunfire. So according to police, the confrontation began with this man, David Zacharias, and his girlfriend did not allow another driver to merge into their lane, which is frustrating
Yeah.
when that happens. We've all probably been there at some point in time. But then when traffic came to a stop, that man got out of his vehicle, walked towards that other driver, who also got out of his vehicle with bear spray. Right? That man says he felt threatened, thought this guy was walking up to him. So he got out. When the man didn't return to his car, kept approaching this other driver, he sprayed the bear spray. Well, that escalated things even more. The other driver got back in his car and apparently appeared to hit the first driver's vehicle, and also his girlfriend, who was no longer wasn't in the car as well. She was outside of the vehicle.
Okay.
So that's when the original driver pulled out a gun, opened fire. Okay. His lawyer says he, was trying to protect himself, his girlfriend, and he also had children in the car too. Anyway, both of them ultimately ended up being arrested. The other driver was pulled over later, arrested. He's facing 3 misdemeanor charges, but this other guy was charged on several assault and weapons charges, was given a $100,000 bond, is going to be back in court in January. All because of a simple merger. Like, just let people in.
Or if someone doesn't, just live with it.
But
Exactly.
it sounds like it was more the person who didn't let the person in that had a problem than the person who wasn't let in.
But my point is, whether you're the more upset person or not,
I know.
don't let it lead to anything like this.
I know. A Detroit man is desperately searching for his 2 beloved dogs after somebody took his van with the pets inside last weekend. So the dogs, who are named Annie and Lucky, have been missing since last Sunday when the van was taken from outside of an auto parts store. The owner, Rod Stanley, says he went to the store, left the 2 dogs in the vehicle when he ran inside. That's when he realized, can't find my keys. Ran back out to check on the dogs. We're fine. Ran back in to say, hey, guys, I can't find my keys. Went back out. Van was gone.
Oh.
Along with his dogs. And now it sounds like, you know what? We don't care about the van.
Right.
Just want the dogs back. There's a animal rescue, the All About Animals rescue in Detroit, who knows the dogs, knows the owner, and says, you know what? We're going to step in to help find these. We're going to offer a $2,000 reward for the dogs. Again,
Right.
We don't care about the van. Just bring the dogs back safely. And that's kind of what the owner is pleading. That just says, if you have a heart, please bring my dogs back. So if anyone has ever spotted the dogs, there's photos of them out there. You can contact the All About Animals Rescue in Detroit. This is a cool story as well. Michigan State police troopers coordinated a 600-mile drive to deliver Christmas gifts to a little girl, a 2-year-old battling cancer at Mott Children's Hospital. So the little girl is from Ironwood, up in the UP, which is
Right.
about 10 hours away. She was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma in September, and that diagnosis landed her at Mott's Children's Hospital, like I said, about 10 hours away from home. And over Christmas, family couldn't be there with her. It's just too far. And to spread a little holiday cheer, Michigan State Police coordinated kind of like a relay
Right.
to get these gifts to the little girl.
Drop off.
Yeah.
pretty
As
cool.
well as some gas cards for the family so that they can make that journey to visit her. So pretty cool. Just please stepping up to do a kind gesture.
It's awesome news. It's
Yes.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Lions. Why did it go wrong? It's 97.1. And counting. Dan Miller on the call. Lions season ended on Christmas. Stoney, why did it go wrong?
For a variety of reasons, and many of them were forecast before the season. The coordinators, especially offensively, in my opinion, became a major issue early, and then the injuries and some of the other stuff really hurt the defense that Kelvin Shepard. I'm not ready to write him off yet. And it's not just the injuries, but I also believe when it went wrong for me was probably the Minnesota game after the bye. You were 4-1, if I'm not mistaken, right? And you had a bye, and then the Vikings come in and you lose to that team. And J.J. McCarthy was not playing very well. He had a decent game in that game, and you lost. And then the injuries just started piling up. And of all the injuries, everybody always talks about, the secondary and, Brian Branch and obviously up front. Laporta and Brock Wright almost simultaneously, but that's what really screwed up their running game because they were so good in, at least with Laporta and Brock Wright at times with pre-snap motions, they would block. That's what their bread and butter running plays were, and it just disappeared.
I think that's more subtle, but losing both tight ends, it has an impact.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not blaming the season on injuries. I never do that.
Because, again, I'm watching the Niners play last night on Sunday Night Football without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, and they're chasing a 1 seed in the final week of the season.
Yes.
So you can't – and, again, the Steeler game, they're missing the left side of their offensive line, and they run for over 200 yards against a healthy front seven for the Detroit Lions. No, I don't think it's injuries. I think it's that they fell in love with their own.
Some of them, yes. The Davenports of the world.
Think about it. At almost every juncture, with every problem they're facing, you could trace it back to connect the dots, fell in love with their own. So the offensive line, you lose Frank Ragnow, you lose Kevin Zeitler. The answer was, we trust our guys. We're going to fill internally on the offensive line. The defensive line, when people were getting loud in the fan base about needing to bolster the group, we're good. We like our guys. No big external additions. Bring back Levi Onwuzurike. Make sure we have Marcus Davenport on another deal.
Pascal, all these guys.
So falling in love with your own on both sides of the line of scrimmage. But it goes beyond that. You had 2 coordinator hires to make. You went in the family for both. Morton had been here previously.
Right.
Kelvin Shepard was on the staff. Now, you can say that you don't want to give up on Kelvin Shepard. I like the person, but let's call it what it is. His defense was terrible down the stretch with a healthy front seven. I know safeties are part of the run game, but you got linebacker level and D-line healthy, and that's the performance. Could we not point out the Eagles, who had to do the coordinator switch back-to-back years?
Correct.
And it paid off and they won the Super Bowl. I'm just telling you, they fell in love with their own from a talent standpoint, coaching standpoint, and Stoney, they've re-upped a lot of these guys.
I was going to say almost a financial standpoint.
2 years early in a lot of cases. They had fallen goo-goo gaga, infatuation. Everybody we have is so freaking good. Why would we seriously make external additions? Why would we look outside for new coaching ideas, new talent? What we have is so much better than all these loser franchises in the league that we can just roll out the ball, show up with our helmets, and beat everybody. And that was far from the case. They couldn't win back-to-back football games. If you want to say, when did this change? You identified the Vikings game. Mm-hmm. To me, it was weirdly enough a win. The Giants
game.
So they play the Eagles tight, but the Giants game was the first real ugly defensive performance, and that became the constant for the rest of the year. They no longer had the offense to hum and blow people out, and the defense forced them to play that type of football.
And they tried. You make a great point. Look, Holmes was even at the deadline again. Not getting, or at least trying to get Jason Phillips. Look, you're not the whole Crosby, Garrett, and all that stuff.
No.
I think is BS. Okay, but there were people out there that could have improved this team, and they opted not to do it. Falling in love with their own, including their draft choices, because they thought that Ratledge was going to be good enough. And he had some decent games, but he was a rookie.
Yeah.
To sit there and try to improve that offensive line. No, the offensive line. If you really want to go back to what's wrong with the offense, yes, my Laporta tight end take is more subtle. It's the Ragnow thing.
Yeah.
they never adjusted. They were not prepared for it, and that is the disgusting thing because he was so good, and they couldn't figure it out. And whether they wanted to believe him or not, whether you want to blame Ragnow himself, that was the key. This team was built. Everybody loves all the bells and whistles of J-Mo and Gibbs and Goff and St. Brown, and with good reason. But this team became this team because of the offensive line. And when the fulcrum, the most important part of your team, disintegrates, you're done.
Yep.
And we can talk quarterbacks all you want. In this league right now, if you don't have a good offensive line, you ain't doing squat.
No, and look, Jared Goff, I'm sure you guys got a ton of Goff stuff last week. He played terribly on Christmas Day.
Well, look, the two games that eliminated them, go back to the Washington game.
Commanders.
He has not played well.
Look, and I'm not going to defend the way he played on Christmas Day. I'm not going to defend the way he played in the playoffs last year. All I'm going to do is point out that right now he is second in the league in yards, touchdowns, third in quarterback rating, and it's very obvious he's sacked this year more than any year in his career. The big issue is they let him down.
Yes.
They can't run the ball like they used to. They can't finish short yardage, red zone. Running the ball in key situations is off the table for this football team. Like, that's their big issue right now.
They used to bully people.
I know.
They used to sit there, and why do you think the running game was so good? It was because the offensive line would push the other team, defensive line, a yard, 2 yards past the line of scrimmage.
And you could see it. I mean, clear as day. You got 3 yards of push.
Correct.
You're getting to the second level. These are big chunk runs.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. The question was, why did it go wrong? But when is also an interesting way of looking at it, too. When did it flip? And you think the Vikings' first meeting, clearly it ended officially with the Vikings' second meeting. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Costa. Good morning, Stoney. How you doing?
Good.
I mean, I'm not doing good. I mean, Lions ain't no playoff football. I mean, what we doing here?
I know.
This starts and ends with the offseason with Brad Holmes. And like you said, to your point, Costa, with falling in love with your players, signing them early. I mean, with Gibbs, this whole thing with Gibbs, do you sign him now? Do you wait, or do you wait until the running back market is skyrocketed, or do you franchise tag him? They got a lot of interesting decisions in this offseason. We thought this offseason was going to be a big one, but no, this next one is going to be the biggest one on where our window is, if there even is a window anymore. Because look at it like this: Darryl Oskey said on I think it was First Take that you graduated from phase one of your rebuild and your window of Super Bowl complacency. Now it's time to go to your phase two, to where you're building around the core, where you think who is going to be on your team going forward. It's time to build around those guys, and now you have interesting things with, Branch, Achilles. He's not going to be the same probably. Kirby, that bone-on-bone injury. Oof. What do you do with his contract? Because you already paid him.
Yeah.
And then you got the Anzalone. You re-sign him, or do you draft someone in the second or fourth round at the linebacker position, or do you go out and get someone? So Brad Holmes has a lot on his plate this offseason to add.
Well,
to the team.
and he's going to have less cap space than ever before. Mm-hmm. So
that's going to require him
to be more creative, more cutthroat, to have harsh conversations. Yeah. And I think some of this too now, they've boxed themselves in.
Yeah.
So the cap space shrinks. The easy part's over. It's easy when you pick in the top 10 and you can get Penei Sewell. It's a lot harder when you're picking in the bottom 10 and you get Terrion Arnold and Tyleik Williams. I'm just saying, and the cap space is now a crunch. You got to restructure some deals. And at the same time, you can't double down on your own.
No.
You can't make the same mistake twice. You are going to need impactful external coaches or players or both, and you're going to have less dollars to spend. So this where it gets harder.
It's really difficult.
We're going to do window talk at some point. The window's not closed.
No.
Look at the Niners. They were a 6-win team a year ago. They're playing for the 1 seed in Week 18.
And by the way, no Bosa, no Warner. Kittle didn't play. Trent Williams didn't play most of the game, right? And they still won. I don't hear about injuries.
248-539-9797. Overreact, Jim's coming up top of the hour. More of your thoughts on the Lions. Why did it go wrong? It's 97.1. Got the text flooding in. We'll read some of your thoughts. 248-539-9797. Why did it go so wrong? And the when question. When did it officially turn? Text says, hard decisions to make now. It was the Thanksgiving game for me.
Yeah, I mean.
It's when they lost control of the division.
Correct.
And it only got worse from there.
A lot worse. Against the Green Bay team. Well, obviously, Paul Parsons got hurt, but they certainly don't look so good right now.
No.
Although, it's going to be interesting what happens to Malik Willis. I mean, he's a free agent.
Yeah, I think there's a shot for him to be a starter in this league.
I know. Now, does Green Bay think he's better than Jordan Love?
I don't think they think that. They've already committed to Love.
I know.
This one says, Cookies, you mentioned the Giants game. I'll go a step further. Tracy took a pitch around to the right side, 40 yards before a line was even on that side of the field. That's when the carnival music started playing in my head, Scott and Waterford. Look, they won that game, but I came in that Monday and had a more critical tone, and people didn't want to hear it because they won the game. But Gibbs, he made up for a lot of flaws in that game.
Oh, yeah. And I remember on the postgame show, Jennifer and I sitting there going, because he started breaking some of Barry's, landmarks. Can Jahmyr Gibbs and Barry Sanders be spoken in the same sentence? And right now, the answer to that would be no.
Well, the harsh reality was the Giants' run defense was terrible, and they didn't get to face the Giants' run defense again the rest of the year.
Right.
So the lid gets put on your run game. Your defense officially started going the wrong way in that Giants win, and things took a turn, and they never got better. Guys, this is a bad football team, and frankly, it goes back to last year. Losing to Washington was a precursor to these issues. We should prepare for a very tough season in 26. Holmes should almost view this as a rebuild. Nothing should be off the table. Too many holes to fill, Kevin in Battle Creek.
I think it's more of a retool or a restoration, so to speak, to a certain extent. Because, look, they have a core. I mean, you have a all-pro offensive lineman. Now you can argue whether he should switch to the left side or not. You have a great receiver in St. Brown, one of the best in the league. Gibbs is still really good, obviously. You got Hutchinson, whether he's great or not is debatable, but he's
very good.
He's very good. So you have you have a good quarterback. Do you have an elite quarterback? No, but you have a really good quarterback.
Top 10? Yeah.
And I think you can still win with him, but they have to figure out a way to fix the offensive line. Well, like as bad as the defense is, what do you guys think is their first priority? If you can only fix one, what is it? For me, it's the offensive line.
The offensive line lets you win a shootout if your defense goes south. It lets you run the football and play to the strengths and the identity and unlocks the best version of Jared Goff. Yeah, it's the offense, specifically offensive line. But the other part of this is, they made some big commitments on defense.
I know.
Aiden, Aleem McNeil, and Kirby Joseph.
Derek Barnes didn't get a cheap contract either.
That's a great point too, Stoney. And did they jump the gun to pay these guys early? And are they going to pay the price when they can't make the necessary upgrades this year? They made it a lot harder on. Well, Brad Holmes made it a lot harder on himself.
Right. And, we always said, look, Kirby's really good. He turnover machine. He's really good at that. But if you were only going to extend one, it had to be, everybody thought it should be Branch.
But Joseph was first.
Yes.
And they think they can keep everybody. Well, that's a falling in love with your own mentality.
Correct.
And they're not all going to pan out.
No.
Like, do you wish they would have waited a little longer on Aleem and Kirby Joseph?
Yeah, probably at least 1 year, and then Aleem got hurt. I mean, we don't know that we don't know how much his injury affected his play because he was bad.
He was, and now a lot of this is next year he has to be the player you paid.
Yeah,
no ifs, ands, or buts. If he's not, like you're overpaying a dude on the middle of your defense,
right? Or has he become a, dare I say, a cap casualty trade?
Yeah, I haven't looked into the numbers to see if it's even like how much dead cap there is. That would be brutal.
I know. But they need help there. I don't see them bringing DJ Reader back.
Well, this is why Tyleek Williams in year 2 is going to have to be the guy you drafted. I mean, like, there's only so much he can do.
Right. Look, he was only going to be a run stuffer anyway. So, I mean, that's what happens. Look.
Yeah, but if you're just taking a stump, then why use the first round pick on him?
I get that. They drafted an offensive lineman.
248-539-9797. Guys, at the end of 2022, we were climbing the mountain of hope. Right now, feels like we fell off the mountain. The vibe is very different.
Oh, it is. And they're going to have to do something to get it back. And I think it would be, starting with the coordinators. Do you bring both of them back? Well, Campbell, obviously,
the new OC for sure.
Back. Yeah. I kind of was hoping Miami would they keep winning, my McDaniel might come back. I thought he'd be a great OC for the Lions
at this rate.
even though he's quirky.
Okay, but 2023, the Philadelphia Eagles hired 2 coordinators.
Right, Brian Johnson was one, and he didn't do squat. And I forget who the defensive coordinator was.
They had to swap both coordinators for the 2024 season.
Yeah, because Gannon. Yeah, well, right, because the guys because they're good coordinators. When they lost to the Super Bowl, was Gannon, who became the head coach of the Cardinals, and Steichen became the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
So similar to what the Lions experienced, where both coordinators left to be head coaches. They botched the hires.
Correct.
And then replaced both of them and won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if you're the Lions,
this is what you got to do.
You have to admit that you botched both hires. Mm-hmm. Look at the great defenses in this league. They're often led by failed head coaches.
Right.
Seriously, who do you think are the great defensive coordinators in football right now? I think Spagnuolo, right?
Yeah, he did nothing when he was the coach of the Rams.
Yeah. How about Vic Fangio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
He failed as a head coach. Mm-hmm. Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
Great DC now for the Broncos. He failed as a head coach. Jim Schwartz.
Robert Saleh.
Start looking around. Like, is that not what
Dennis Allen?
Sure. Like, you could do this.
Yes.
It's kind of the biggest truism there is the guy who's a defensive coach who fails as a head coach but knows his stuff can own one side of the ball. And look.
It can be offensive, too. I mean, look at Josh McDaniels.
Sure.
I mean, he's failed as a head coach, twice?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I throw another name, Brian Flores.
Yeah.
He's a hell of a DC.
You're right. He's a really good DC.
Who knows if he'll get a
I
head
don't
coach?
think he
Yeah,
should
I
have
know.
been fired in Miami, but that's a whole different deal.
But, like, are you going to say, hey, we fell in love with our own, and we're going to keep falling in love with our own? Kelvin Shepard's one of our own. He's come up through the system. He's one of our guys. He's the mentality we want in our defensive coach.
Yeah, he's young. He's so young that you might want to roll with him one more year.
But at the detriment of...
Well, obviously, just like, Dan Campbell's blueprint is on the offense, no matter who the coordinator is.
Right, which is why if you have someone who's a little seasoned that can run that side of the ball, you'd feel better about it.
Yeah, maybe Dan Campbell can still have an imprint on the defense. It's not just...
You're saying if Dan didn't have to run the offense, he could have helped Shepard more on defense.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, and they lost some position coaches, too, on defense. I mean, Terrell Williams was a really good defensive line coach. He goes to New England to be their defensive coordinator. Then he had a health issue. I hope that's solved. I don't know where that is, but and they replaced him with Casey Rogers, and maybe Casey Rogers isn't that great. I don't know. I'm not that in tune to sit there and decipher whether a defensive line coach is really good or not.
Guys, I think this year is a good example of why sometimes having an attitude of a win is a win doesn't cut it anymore. Chris in East Lansing. Guys, the Lions' problem, huge number of injuries, the way they condition and train versus other teams. It's killed them the last 2 years. Randy.
I don't, maybe I'm just naive. I don't buy that whole strength and conditioning coach is the problem. Sometimes guys get fluky injuries.
Again, safeties help you in the run game, but when your front seven's healthy and you get run on the way they did the last month of the season, those are healthy linebackers and defensive tackles.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a valid excuse. Not when Pittsburgh comes in with backup offensive linemen and runs all over you.
No.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, the Overreact Gyms. Bunch of NFL storylines, throwing a note about Michigan hiring a coach as well. It's 97.1.
The Red Wings had a very big 3-2 overtime win against the Toronto Maple Leafs last night to mark their 4th win in the last 5 games. The Wings are 3-0 against the Leafs this year, taking all 6 possible points in those meetings. Todd McClellan knows just how big that is against last year's Atlantic Division winner and second-best team in the Eastern Conference.
We believe that you have to win your season series, especially against teams in your own division, conference as well, but certainly division. And so real important, tight, they all count at the end. That's a team that we and everybody else in this conference will be fighting for positioning in April.
The Wings now lead the Atlantic with 49 points, which also keeps them in a tie with Carolina for the top spot in the Eastern Conference, which is still a logjam packed with 14 teams at 41 or more points currently. The Wings are now off until Wednesday when they take on the Winnipeg Jets in Canada. The Pistons unfortunately dropped their second straight game last night. They allowed Kawhi Leonard to go off for 55 points as they fell 112-99 to the Clippers. James Harden also chipped in 28 as the Clippers shot 47% from the floor and 41% from deep, and an uncharacteristically off night for Detroit's defense. Cade Cunningham put up 27 points while Jalen Duren had 18 and 14. Jaden Ivey also played a season-high 29 minutes. He had 11 points. Detroit closes its 8-day West Coast trip tomorrow against LeBron James and the Lakers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get after it. We're both trying to pull and tug at it. Oh, boy, when did I say that? Kyle Whittingham will make the college football playoff within 2 seasons at Michigan. Stability, toughness, but also a winner. 5 10-plus win seasons over the last 10 full years of college football, multiple Pac-12 titles. Can he finish 3rd or 4th in the Big Ten? I expect him to.
I do too. I don't think that's an overreaction. You know, you're going to sit there and say he's going to win the Big Ten championship. Maybe that would be an overreaction. But the way the playoff is, where the Big Ten's going to get 3 or 4 teams in, it might even be expanded by the
good point.
this 2-year window as well. So I don't think that's an overreaction. I think that would be something that Michigan fans should hope and expect.
I mean, it's not an overreaction, and his job might be on the line if he doesn't do it. I mean, you're talking about Bryce Underwood being in his junior season, right?
And
Yes.
they get the Ohio State game at home in his second season, yeah.
Exactly. And like you said, 3rd or 4th in the conference. And, you know, I think by that point, he should be hopefully competing with Ohio State.
Yes.
I mean, there's so much unknown with rosters that far down the line. It's not that hard to make the playoff.
Shouldn't be. Not at a place like Michigan.
No.
I'm with the Mafia. Derrick Henry is a top 5 running back ever. 31 years old, and he's not slowing down. 200 yards and 4 touchdowns on Saturday night. He has the 4th most touchdowns in NFL history. Of the players with at least 10,000 rushing yards, only Barry and Jim Brown have a higher yards per carry. King Henry, top 5. I know, Stoney.
It's a little overreaction in my mind. I mean, look, he's great. But to me, if you're picking 5, and I know though some of the stats don't add up, it is Jim Brown, it's Barry, it's Walter Payton, it's Eric Dickerson, and the Juice. O.J. Simpson, people forget how great he was.
This is an overreaction, and it's a barely for me right now because I think the Mount Rushmore is extremely easy. It's Barry, it's Emmett. Emmett gets so disrespected in this city, it's a joke. Emmitt Smith was a great running back. Barry was better, okay? But Emmett was great. I don't know how you don't put the all-time leading rusher in the top 4. You got Brown, and then I think Peyton. I think it's a clear-cut 4, and then you get to 5.
Who's 5?
And right now, I think there's 3 guys in the category. It's Derrick Henry, it's Adrian Peterson, and it's LaDainian Tomlinson. I will eliminate AP, but for now, I think LT stacks up pound for pound, overall versatility, receiving, even had a knack for throwing touchdowns. This is a barely, though, and the thing is, I think Henry will probably pass him.
Yeah, he will. But where are you on Dickerson? No?
No.
Okay.
Do me. The NFC will win the Super Bowl. Someone from the NFC will be crowned Super Bowl champ. Look, the Eagles just beat the Bills. You look at the odds to win the Super Bowl. The Rams, Eagles, and Seahawks are your top 3, and that doesn't even count the Niners, who may get the 1 seed, or a Bears team that just has so many bounces go their way. I feel way better about teams 1 through 5, 6 in the NFC than I do about the wide-open AFC.
I do not think that's an overreaction. I think the NFC will win the Super Bowl as well. I mean, who in the AFC do you sit there and say, man, that's a Super Bowl team? Is it Denver?
Look, Denver's
their
front
defense is
or
really good.
Houston's front could win a couple playoff games,
Yeah.
but I think the NFC's got the better teams.
The only argument to that is this league is just so even that anybody can win.
I think it's an overreaction. I've been on this Texans wagon for 6 weeks now. I think they have a special defense versus anybody else in the league. They're allowing only 16.5 points per game. That's a 1.5 better than any other team. That's under 17 points. That's under 3 scores a game. And I just think with their front, decent secondary, Stroud can game manage it, that they have a real nice recipe to give teams. And the fact that I would actually I'm still including Buffalo if they can somehow get this run defense just a little right, because their pass defense is pretty good.
Grit. The Niners will be the 1 seed in the NFC. Look, they're 1 win away from doing it. People might not realize this. They've won 6 straight. 5 of them are discos. Seattle next week, they are favored. I expect them to be the 1 seed.
They're at home. I agree. That is not an overreaction. San Francisco, Purdy's playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction. This is the easiest one on the sheet.
Yes.
I mean, I think they win this home game, and it's going to be interesting to see with them because they would host the Super Bowl if they can run the table.
Exactly. They don't.
And look, I just don't think their defense can hold up when it gets to the playoffs. Defense wins in the playoffs.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers should fire Todd Bowles, and the Lions should hire him. First things first. Look, they've lost 7 of their last 8 games. In the month of December, they've lost to the Saints, Falcons, Dolphins, and Panthers. They are on a nosedive. He might not be a good head coach, but he's a hell of a defensive coordinator. Multiple stops. He's had top 10 defenses, including in Tampa, where he was the DC for a Super Bowl. The pipeline of failed head coach to elite defensive coordinator is well chronicled. All of the great DCs, many, if not all, were fired head coaches who were much better focusing on one side of the ball.
I mentioned that, I think, to Doug when I was in that week for Gator. I as much as I just said, Kelvin Shepard, I'd give him another year. If Todd Bowles is available, you grab him. I mean, he is a terrific defensive coordinator, and I think the Buccaneers should fire him.
Think about this. Fangio, Vance Joseph, Spags, Schwartz, Sala, Flores. What do they have in common? All brutal head coaches, all phenomenal defensive coordinators.
Okay, so I'm like almost right there, but I have to say this is an overreaction for now because they host the Panthers this week. If they win the game, they make the playoffs, and then if things go the way I see, which is San Francisco beating Seattle, Tampa hosts Seattle in a playoff game. They beat Seattle this year, and they get it at home. If they win that game, if he makes it to the divisional round, how's he get fired? But he'd be a hell of a defensive coordinator candidate, but for now, I think this is a slight overreaction.
The Lions failed Jared Goff more than he's failed them. And I know Christmas Day was ugly. Not going to defend Christmas Day. But big picture, Jared Goff is second in passing yards, second in passing touchdowns, third in quarterback rating behind only Stafford and Drake May, all while being sacked 36 times, a career high. He's the same guy that took the Lions to the NFC title game. They let their offensive line crumble in front of him. They let him down, not the other way around.
I don't think that's an overreaction. It almost seems similar to Matthew Stafford couldn't win. Was it the Lions or was it Matthew Stafford? Look, Jared Goff is not Matthew Stafford. Jared Goff is a good quarterback. Jared Goff was horrible against Washington in the playoffs last year. He was horrible the other day, but he's a very good quarterback. And yeah, people denigrate him because he can't move that much and you have to do everything to make him comfortable. So that's your job. He's your quarterback. Make him freaking comfortable.
This is not an overreaction. Brad Holmes failed Jared Goff.
Yes.
You know, he decided to start drafting things that didn't help Goff instead of things that would. Like instead of taking receivers and stuff like Tesla, get offensive linemen for 2 straight years. And I'll say this right now. I think it's pretty clear the Lions' window is 2 years because that's when you can get out from under Goff at a cheap price. And they should do everything they can the next 2 seasons to build around Goff, whether you like it or not, because they're stuck with him. And look, he shouldn't play this week. There is no reason for him to play in this game because you need to build around him the next 2 seasons.
Tom, you said he's got 2 more years. Not if they restructure his deal.
Yeah, then things get messy in a lot of other ways.
And part of supporting him may be you need the money to do that. Mm-hmm. So you may need to be extending and restructuring Jared Goff's contract, which is committing more to him. Look, people might not be comfortable doing that, but what's easier? Finding a top 5 QB or adding a tackle and a guard or a center and a guard? What's easier as you're on the edge of the playoffs and on the edge of contention? What's easier? Starting over at quarterback or actually holding up your end of the bargain and putting an offensive line together.
And you might have to find a tackle too, if depending on what Taylor Decker does.
Exactly. To me, it's completely about the next 2 seasons. You commit to trying to win with Goff instead of restructuring and then paying the price for that down the road.
It says Mew, the 7th playoff team was a mistake. Look, the wild cards are already decided. And look, I think this is the second year in a row we go to the final week of the season, and there's no drama of who's going to get in the wild card. You got a couple divisional games up for grabs. You could have just done those this last week. Yeah. Stoney, if they kept it at 6, you would have legit drama about, are the Packers going to get in? Are the Bills going to get in? They're the 7 seed right now. There's way more drama if we made it 1 through 6 instead of 1 through 7.
That's true, but I have no problem with it the way it is. I think that's an overreaction, and whether it's 2 years or whatever in a row like this, I like having it the way it is right now, because I think this way you definitely give a team an advantage with a bye.
Yeah, I think this is a huge overreaction. 5 of the 6 wildcard teams have 11 wins. 11-win teams should make the playoffs. And if the Packers win this week, every single team has at least 10 wins. We used to see 9 and 7 teams, and I know you got the extra game and stuff, but to me, and I also love the value of getting just the 1 seed. I hated that the 2 seed got the bye. I want to keep it this way, and where only 1 team gets a bye.
Those are your overreact gyms. It's 97.1. Winter means snow and icy roads. It means more serious injuries from car accidents. When you're in a car accident, call Lawrence Cagey, and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. Cagey is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident because Cagey has won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. Cagey will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES, K-A-J-Y. Visit kgcares.com. We're going to talk about Michigan's new football coach, but first, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so Metro Detroit is preparing for a significant winter storm expected to bring dangerous winds, rain, and snow. So just be prepared. Who knows exactly what it's going to bring, but the National Weather Service has issued a high wind warning for all of Metro Detroit until 9 p.m. tonight. Wind gusts of nearly 60 miles per hour are possible, which of course could then create some hazardous conditions and the potential for widespread power outages. I know in our area, we've had a lot of limbs down with the heavy ice on the trees. We've had a lot of broken limbs. Our neighbors have had some like major trees completely knocked down. And now, with the wind, just be careful. And on top of that, the temperatures are going to fall too. We could have some lake effect snow coming in, potentially 1 to 2 inches. So DTE and consumers do say they have crews ready to address any outages that may occur.
My wife's flying in from Florida.
Oh, boy.
So hopefully her flight will be on time.
And safe,
yes.
too. I have seen those articles that Metro Detroit Airport is bracing for all these cancellations. So hopefully she makes it back safely, for sure. Ryan Kennedy, that's the Lions fan who was involved in that altercation with DK Metcalf, held a press conference last week where he spoke about the incident and kind of reiterated the fact that he did not use a racial slur toward Metcalf. So he has said that Metcalf got upset because he used his full legal name.
So he made sure to use it again.
Yes, he
at
did
the
make
press
sure to
conference.
use it again. And
Is it possible to be on nobody's side in this?
Yes, because
You know what I mean?
why? Okay, he came out. Ryan Kennedy came out with a statement that was enough. You really have to have a press conference.
You wear your hat backwards and you're calling him DeKalin.
And-
You're still needling him.
And shame on the media for actually covering it.
sorry.
No,
Shame
no,
on
I
me,
mean,
I guess.
Shame on Heather.
That's true. I know.
But
It's in the news. It's everywhere.
I
is.
know.
And
But why would he serve a press conference? Now, I read somewhere with the Lions actually sided with Metcalf not on that incident, but they went back to
the previous incident?
yeah.
'Cause he had one with him when he was in Seattle and they
Yeah.
played here.
And
But he was
supposedly there
never
was some,
kicked out of Ford Field.
No.
So that, he was never
Here's the other
kicked
thing.
out, but
he does
still.
this like clear my name. No one knew what your name was or who you were
Right.
until you came out and volunteered this information.
Correct.
You get what I'm saying, Stoney? Like he was just fan in blue hair.
Yeah.
But now we know his name. We know what he looks like. He's drawing more attention to this by doing all of
And
this.
it's-
If you need your name cleared, you're the one that put your name into the open public space.
And DK got punished enough because it could have cost him the Steelers a playoff spot because he didn't play yesterday and he's not playing the next game.
Well, and he could cost himself a whole bunch of
ton of
guaranteed
money.
money,
No,
too.
well, the
I saw
Steelers
that.
said they're going to still pay him.
Okay.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what, it could have been 40...
45.
45
million.
million. Yeah. Police in Livonia are investigating after several women say they've been filmed by this content creator without their consent. So one woman claims that she was followed by this guy in a Target. She says that he kind of came up to her, hit on her, and then made her extremely uncomfortable. And he was wearing those Meta glasses and was filming the interaction. And then, unbeknownst to her, he was posting it on his social media. And others say the same thing. It's this guy, he goes by Tom Riz online, basically records women and children around several Metro Detroit stores with these glasses and then posts them online. Some women have filed police reports, but basically they say he isn't actually breaking the law. So there's not anything they can do, but these women are feeling violated. They feel angry. They're humiliated. They're shaken. He's even taken, he was in this like Livonia community Facebook group where he's been really rude, harassing women, and then posting their personal information, their addresses, their place of work.
That's horrific.
Online. And these women, but it sounds like he still hasn't technically broken any laws, so he's not facing any trouble. It could be if he starts to make money off of these women's likeness of their images, then there could be some issues.
That's his goal, right? If he's posting
there's like a cottage industry of this kind of stuff, because I get wrapped, something gets sucked into the reels, and you go to the next one, and whether it's the cart corrals or these guys sit there and just try to F with police because they want to stand on like public property. Well, I can, and they're told to move. And say, well, I know the rights. I don't have to move. And
they film it all and post it.
Yes.
And this guy has been, spoken to, and he thinks he's doing a lot of good. He calls himself a dating coach, and he encourages men to walk up to women in public. He says he believes his content helps men gain more confidence in approaching women.
Would you agree with that assessment, Heather?
As I throw my paper,
Yeah.
no.
Man, NIL is getting out of control.
Gosh, it's awful. Finally, Brigitte Bardot, the French 1960s sex symbol who became one of the greatest screen sirens of the 20th century, did later become an animal rights activist and far-right supporter, has passed away. She was 91 years old.
I know. Wow.
She was beautiful.
She was.
Man.
She was one of the hottest ones when I was growing up.
Beautiful
Her,
woman.
Sophia Loren.
Sure.
People, but we don't need to talk about the old people.
But
I know.
But like one of the women, you would have her poster on your wall. Maybe.
No, I never had.
Some did. I'm
sure. Yeah, they were pinup girls. I had Farrah Fawcett, the famous
Yes.
Farrah Fawcett one when I was in college.
I didn't have a lot of posters, but I did have some. Like it was like the Tiger Beat. You guys don't know those magazines.
No, I know them.
They had all the like Jonathan Taylor Thomas,
Bobby Sherman. I mean, go way before
Leonardo
your time.
DiCaprio,
David Cassidy, and those. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Anyway,
she's what, 91 on? Yes, 23, 24. Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, that's the news.
That's Heather with the news. Hey, a couple quick ticket texts on the press conference. The Ryan Kennedy guy. You guys are silly. He held a press conference because the dude was lying, saying he used racial slurs. Says, absolutely, he should defend his honor. And another one says, if you were accused of saying racial slurs and someone's mommy was a C word, you'd want your name cleared also.
Yeah, he put out a statement saying the same thing.
You hire lawyers, which is what he did. And then you let the lawyers take care of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not defending DK Metcalf and people spreading false rumors. Not cool.
Right.
But he wanted this to be a circus.
Exactly.
Ryan Kennedy wanted this to be a circus.
Yeah, that's my point.
First of all, I wouldn't have known his name was Ryan Kennedy if he didn't make sure to put out both a press release and a press conference. And calling him DeKalin, which is what he said he did and elicited the reaction, is him
right. That was his little smart ass
little poke and needle and give me more attention. Yes. And look, it'd be one thing if you just said, "Hey, this is patently false. I'm going to lawyer up and we're going to drop it." But he wanted this to be a spectacle.
Yeah, he wanted the publicity too.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, publicity. You got Michigan hiring a coach. You got a press conference. Kyle Whittingham formally announced as Michigan's next football coach. Tony, we want to get into that here, and we want to open up the phones to people so they can weigh in. But what did you make of this hire? It sounded like this was starting to become a thing on Friday when you guys were getting off the air.
Yeah, I think it's a really good hire. I don't know if they could have waited for DeBoer, or if DeBoer would have lost, if Alabama wouldn't have come back, would they have hired him? I don't know the answer. But from all the candidates that were there, I think it makes the most sense. Because, as Piff Poggi said, what's going on in that Schembechler Hall in that athletic department, but in particularly football, it's kind of a cesspool. It needed an enema, and it needed somebody who's a really good football coach who is also credible and can bring back the good name of Michigan football that they haven't had in a long time as far as off-the-field stuff. And he doesn't take any crap. He's a pretty really he fits his style of football fits what Michigan's been about. Run the football. He's going to do a spread offense, which is going to be very interesting. And I think it's a terrific hire. Whether sit there and go a home run, I don't know, but I think it was safe and it's smart.
Yeah, I would use the word safe, and depending on your prerogative, you may find that word to be a good thing or a bad thing.
Right.
I think safe was necessary. They needed somebody stable, and I don't think you just hire Mother Teresa.
No.
You also need someone who can win football games,
Right.
and he's done that. Look at the 10-win seasons he stacked at Utah, and I'm not talking about when they were in the Mountain West. I'm talking about 10-win seasons in the Pac-12.
Correct.
Multiple Pac-12 titles, 10-win season this year in the Big 12. Look, when you can win at Utah and elevate the program the way he did multiple times, you're a winner.
Yeah.
And the expectation at Michigan, I think, is 10 wins. 10 wins get you in a playoff. Look, you want to win Big Ten titles, but I would argue those mean less today than they ever did.
Correct.
You don't have to be the best team in the Big Ten to win a national title.
No, we
Ohio State did that
last year.
He's going to put them in a position with a tough physical brand of football to win 10 games every season and find out what happens in the playoff. Now, if you're concerned about the ceiling because he's 66, Signetti's 64.
Right,
Nobody's
exactly.
making that comment. So, look, if you don't think he's going to be here in 10 years, Michigan fans, you need to get the next 3 years right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we call him a bridge. I don't care. Whatever. They needed stability. And I think he brings that stability to this team. I mean, I wouldn't compare him to Dan Campbell because Dan Campbell's never a head coach before. But I think it's going to be that tough, gritty football that Michigan has done for years and they need right now. Now, is he going to run the ball 30 straight times or whatever it was like, Sharon did against Penn State? No. He supposedly met with Bryce Underwood for like 45 minutes yesterday, and, all indications are him and Andrew Marsh are going to stay, which is very important. They're two of their best offensive players. They got a big offensive line. A lot of the good young players that they recruited well are hopefully come into their own next year. He supposedly is bringing this guy Harding, who's a great offensive line coach. The OC, former Brigham Young quarterback Beck, who's now their OC at Utah, defensive coordinator from Brigham Young. And he'll keep some guys.
Yeah, he said he'll keep, I think, 2 or 3 without naming specifics. He wanted to keep from the current staff. Look, that's going to be one of the questions is you're not a Midwest guy.
Right.
Are you going to be able to anchor your team without being a Midwest guy? There's certainly Spartan fans who were saying, hey, I've heard this story before. We hired a guy from out west
who
didn't have any connection to the area, and it didn't work. The difference is Whittingham has won at a higher clip than Jonathan Smith did at Oregon State.
Correct. Or Mel Tucker did at Colorado.
Well, that's a good point, too.
Look, I think both programs, if you want to bring the Michigan State into it, the coaching for the two biggest teams in this state are, I believe, so much better than they were, 5 weeks ago. It's incredible.
There's an identity, a toughness, a tenacity.
I think Fitzgerald's going to be a good coach, and look, Sharon Moore was not a good game coach.
No, and we watched it over and over again. Timeout usage and end of half, end of game, all of it. Look, Michigan fans, is this firing you up? Like, I don't know where you were 2 weeks ago or even a month ago going, boy, we're not beating anybody any good. We're stuck with Sharon, and then Sharon embarrasses himself in the program. Are you buying back in? Are you fired up about this? Kyle Whittingham, or is it safe? And is safe even a bad thing? Don't you need a safe hire when your program is in turmoil?
Right. People are calling this thing a cesspool. You need this.
Let us know your thoughts. 248-539-9797. And Stoney, you made a comment about the offense he wants to run. I'm curious how you feel about it. Next, 97.1. Kyle Whittingham at the press conference announced as Michigan's next head football coach. Call it safe. If it's a dirty word to you, I think they needed stability.
Yeah.
They needed an adult. They're facing turmoil. And they hired a stable winner. This isn't just Mother Teresa coming in to scold people. He wins football games.
He said at the press conference, he did talk to the guy who hired him at Utah, Urban.
Yeah. Urban calls him the best coach in college football for what it's worth.
Yeah.
And you hired that guy?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, no guarantee, but
No, look,
I don't know if he's hire.
I don't know if he's ever going to win a Big Ten title, but he won a couple Pac-12 titles. He won
Yes.
10 plus games in the Big 12.
Yeah.
Look, you're going to have him in the thick of a playoff race, and if he brings a tenacity and a toughness and does it above board, he stabilizes the football team.
Right.
Now, Stoney, you said he wants to run spread while running the football.
Yeah. I think that's good. If you have a good offensive line, you can run out of any formation. And if you have a good quarterback, Underwood, look, didn't show he was good. He had some spurts the first half against Northwestern. But if he can be developed to be what people think and have opportunities, it's endless what you can do under those, because spread offenses, as we've seen in the past, can be really creative. Now you have to be able to run the ball out of it too, so people aren't just focusing on the pass. But I'd love to see them, four wide receivers or whatever, and run the ball. Hopefully they won't take the tight end out of the Michigan equation, because it's always been really good tight ends.
He said spread 11 personnel. So one back,
Yes.
one tight end, 3 receivers will be their base formation. And they're a running team. At Utah, they had more rushing yards than passing yards this year. So you're going to still get the emphasis on running the ball, but you're not going to feel like you're in the Stone Ages, because they are still going to put speed on the field. But the bedrock principle has always been,
Yes.
great football teams run the football.
Yeah.
And that's going to be what they do. And how many people were complaining about, hey, Bryce is a better athlete, you should let him run the ball more. They'll run their quarterbacks.
Yes.
They've done that with this OC that they had last year at Utah, but also previous offensive coordinators as well. The quarterback run is very real in this offense.
And their offensive coordinator, based upon, I remember when he was a player with Beck, he was a pretty good passer. So I'm sure that's going to be part of the itinerary too.
Yeah, they're not signing him up to be a service academy.
No.
And Bryce is still going to get to throw the football.
Yeah.
Like, it's just what it is. Cam Rising had 26 touchdowns passing when they won the Pac-12 title.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to try to unlock Bryce, run the football, but also do it out of modern looks. Do it with light boxes, because you can put 3 receivers on the field.
Right. I would like to see them maybe get another quarterback out of the portal, just for, insurance purposes.
You can take some hits if you're going to run the quarterback. That's fine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they have good running backs. I don't know, Haynes probably isn't coming back, obviously, but Marshall says he wants to continue to play there. They have a lot of good. They have the number one running back that they recruited, Hyder. That's important.
And he said his number one goal right now, Kyle Whittingham, is retention. So Michigan, I don't feel like had a very good season this year.
No.
They lost every big game they played. But the selling point from Michigan fans was, hey, we're a young football team.
Exactly.
So retention is keeping those young players, applying real coaching to them this offseason, and being able to take a leap from a 9-win football team to more.
Right. Look, there's a few guys that are already left, and I'm sure there's going to be some guys. I don't know what position he was. I think maybe an offensive lineman that Utah recruited as like a 5-star, their best recruit. He might come with Whittingham. Who knows? Because he loves the offensive line coach, allegedly. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Look, if I had to grade the hire, and I don't know if you believe in grades when there's,
I give it a B+, A-.
A- is what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Look, and the only thing that would have made it an A would have been if he was from the Midwest and had stacked all these
Correct.
wins.
But he's right, because he was talking about how Michigan is such a school that, the net to recruiting is everywhere.
Yeah.
And especially in today's world,
Truth,
where money doesn't make a difference on where you're from, the green's the same.
It's a valid point. And Michigan has always prided itself on recruiting nationally, but the focus, you want to make sure you own Ohio and Pennsylvania and the state of Michigan, the hotbeds. But in today's era, hey, you're really fast, but you grew up in Florida or California or Texas. And we still want you.
You brought up the best point. If people were, he's 66 years old. Like you said, Signetti's 64. You can do things with your, you don't have to, you're not dead at age 66 or 67.
How old did you turn today?
6'7".
And you're still doing it. Look,
I know.
by the way, happy birthday to Stoney.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Happy birthday, Stoney.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, look, age is a number. Like, if
Yeah.
you're willing to modernize, and his offenses, I feel like are modern enough, there's old school values that still play in the game of football.
Right.
And Michigan needed to return to some of that.
Yes. Look, they've always been able to run the ball, so they'll run the ball with maybe a little more flair this time.
Yeah. This text says, my only criticism, he's a little too old to be named Kyle. Nick in Clinton Township.
What are they going to do? Okay.
Says, guys, I see this that Michigan hasn't had the
Who's that from Bogey?
Nick in Clinton Township. Says, guys, this is Greg. Says, I see it. Michigan hasn't had a combination of a good coach and an adult since Lloyd. This is a great hire.
You know what? He's right. Okay. Because Rodriguez wasn't a great coach here, and some say he wasn't completely an adult. Brady Hoke was an adult,
Wasn't a good coach.
but he wasn't a good coach. Harbaugh was a really good coach,
But not always an adult.
You can question a lot of his mental state, whether he was adult sometimes and sometimes he wasn't, or whatever. But yes,
As an MSU fan, Michigan just hit a grand slam while my school continues to stare at strike three down the middle.
see, I disagree. I think Fitzgerald's going to be good, and I know he had his last few years at Northwestern weren't really good, and he had the controversy. I think they needed a cleansing too, and I think Fitzgerald will get people fired up, and I think both schools did really well. Look, do I think that Kyle Whittingham's a better coach than Pat Fitzgerald? Yeah, I mean
do.
he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, whatever. If you care about Halls of Fame,
Guys, I'm not thrilled with the Michigan hire. Whittingham guesses he hates Ohio State now, question mark?
all right, I understand that. I mean, especially since one of his
Mentors was
mentors
Urban.
is Urban Meyer, but he'll figure it out. They eventually figure it out. You would think. So you think he's going to be like the John Cooper of Michigan, or the Rich Rodriguez who didn't understand a lot of the rivalries? I think he knows. He even said he might not hate Ohio State yet, but he even said his first remembrance of football was watching Michigan Ohio State and seeing the winged helmets in 1966. I think he said.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Bo Schembechler, didn't he play for Woody Hayes?
Yeah,
Okay.
Gary Moeller went to Ohio State.
Okay.
Go on and on.
What do you want Whittingham to lie? Come up to the press conference and say, I've always hated Ohio State with a passion
Yeah.
and be a phony?
Yeah.
Do you know where Kyle Whittingham went to school?
BYU.
BYU.
Yes,
and you
you
know-
just coached at Utah for 2
Yeah,
decades.
see,
Yes.
the rival school. Great point.
Yes.
Great
That
point.
rivalry is, was it the Holy War they call it
Yes.
there? Is intense there as ours is here.
No, nothing compares to the game, Stoney.
Well, nationally, yes, but to them, those people who participated,
I don't want to care. His little Tykes rivalry game is nothing compared to our game, the game. I think he gets rivalries.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been disingenuous for him to come up there and go, I hate them with a burning passion. He goes, I do now.
Yeah,
I'm in this rivalry now. I'm
correct.
in.
Right. Did Pat Fitzgerald hate Michigan when he was in Northwestern? I know he wanted to beat him. I don't think he ever hated him. I don't know.
I thought he was honest, Kyle Whittingham. You
Yes.
watched that press
Yeah.
conference. Nothing phony about him.
No, he's not going to be a media darling, which is fine. Just win games.
People want stuff like when Tressel did the speech at the basketball game. So maybe
Yeah.
Whittingham will say something when he goes to the first Michigan basketball game.
Did Michigan basketball play tonight?
Yeah, but
It's not-
they're
probably
still
not.
in Orlando.
Yeah.
I don't think McNeese State is enough of a draw for
The
this.
kids aren't there. There's going to be an empty stadium.
Yes, exactly.
So the first game back from break, I'm sure Michigan will have him out there. And
Oh, yeah, I hope so. Fitzgerald was there for Michigan. Was it for the Duke game or the game after that? I don't know.
guys, heck yeah, I'm fired up. Compared to where we were, with all the other coaches gone, this is a great hire. No one liked Sharon, the coach, and he turned out to be a horrible person. We were never going to win big with Sharon. This is the best thing for the program.
Yeah, it's true. Without even all the BS that he did and the weird crap, he was not a good coach. And they upgraded.
I've seen some people upset that they didn't pursue Dillingham more aggressively. I wonder, and I'm just speculating here, I'm wondering if Sharon, being a coach in his 30s, clearly immature, You see teams that typically like to zigzag. You fire the defensive coach to hire the offensive guy. You fire the rah-rah guy to hire the more stoic guy. Did they go, hey, we don't want another young coach who may be immature?
Maybe.
We want to hire an
look,
adult.
And Dillingham would have come in at his press conference with like, I hate Ohio State. I mean, that's his personality.
Right. He's intense.
Yeah. I mean, he's done a really good job. But he's Arizona State. He played there. He's from there. The whole thing. So I don't know. I think it's going to be very interesting. I think it was a good hire.
As do I.
No guarantee, but I think it's a real good hire.
248-539-9797. We got room on the phones and the text if you want to react to Michigan hiring their football coach officially over the weekend. We're going to get back into the Lions. As you watched last night, you saw two NFC heavyweights going blow for blow. How far away are the Lions? It's 97-1. All right, guys, tell you about Brightside Dental. You're looking on the bright side. You want to take care of your teeth into the new year. It's heading into crunch time, so is your calendar. Between work, family, and game days, throw in the holidays, New Year's, you can forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. But if you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, check out Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special. They can see you often same day. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I got no issue with it.
Seriously.
Supposed to pretend I've hated them my whole life. The
You know-
Holy War's nothing compared to the game.
You know what? I don't know. You could call it a bigger issue, but I mean, I think he did a good job, or whoever did a good job of finding Kyle Whittingham. I mean, everything worked out great, but there's still a lot of this stuff that I talked about, the cesspool and all this stuff that the department needs, and then other stuff Pogge was talking about. That's just in football. They've had some other things go on in other departments that hockey's been cleaned up. Basketball, they got the right guy in Dusty May, but I mean, Ward Manuel, I mean, to me, he should be held responsible for all this stuff too. You can't tell me that he didn't know a lot of the stuff that was going on that we've been talking about. And if he didn't, that's even more of an indictment.
Right, the idea of this Sharon relationship that had allegedly been going on for years. I mean,
Yeah.
Sharon himself said it had been going on for years.
Yeah.
And you didn't know, or you didn't want to know. You didn't want to dig any
Right.
deeper.
It's
It's convenient to just look the other way. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Worst kept secret on campus, but the AD doesn't know. And
Correct.
it's far from the first issue under Ward's watch.
well, right, exactly. I mean,
So, but because they hire a squeaky clean guy in Kyle Whittingham doesn't absolve Ward Manuel.
that's my point. I mean, you could go back to, the car thing with his kid's car, his wife's car.
Jeff Jackson.
Jeff Jackson. What was it?
Xavier
Xavier Simpson.
Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the hockey thing, they had to fire Mel Pearson because they broke a lot of rules, COVID protocol, things like that. The whole Juwan Howard thing, he didn't discipline him correctly, in my opinion, after
Yeah.
the Wisconsin thing. And then he had a falling out with the strength and conditioning coach of the basketball team, the Juwan. Look, he rectified himself by hiring a really good coach, Dusty May, and the basketball and the hockey program seems to be doing really well too. But I mean, it's all about football. And, yeah, you can sit there and say, yeah, well, he won a national championship. But, there are some people, not me, who think it's really tainted.
Right. Do you think he survives this? I mean, they have that investigation ongoing. Does it matter? I mean, if the results are bad, he'll be gone. But even if the results are good.
I think he's going to survive it.
Okay.
That's the Michigan way, unfortunately.
Well, what do you mean? He cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Got Dusty May.
Right.
He got Kyle Whittingham. Hockey coach is good now.
Correct. I mean,
Isn't that all you want?
No. And look, you can also say depending on which side you are on the Harbaugh debate, did he push him to the NFL or was it vice versa too? You don't know.
So what the argument would have been, he didn't show enough deference to Jim Harbaugh. He didn't stroke the ego enough.
Well, there are some people that believe that, when he didn't fire him, but when he cut his salary after COVID.
Well, he deserved to have his salary
I
cut.
understand that.
But he didn't show him unending loyalty and love and support.
Correct. Is what the Harbaugh camp says. I don't know if that's true or not, but look,
But that would have made him more of a stooge if he had done that, right?
if I was the president, and there's a whole thing, they don't even have a president
That's a
full
good
time
point,
yet
too.
either. Ward Manuel would not be my athletic director.
Would you have, if you were Kyle Whittingham, would you have had any apprehension knowing, hey, I don't know if this is going to be my boss?
Yes.
Or the job's just too good, you can't pass it
Well,
on?
I'd have apprehension, but I would still have taken it.
Yeah.
It is one of the
And there are
best
certain-
jobs in the country.
And there are places, and maybe Michigan is one of them, Stoney, the head coach is bigger than the AD.
Oh,
Right?
yes.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you go, whether it's my AD or not my AD or a new AD or the same AD,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the more powerful figure in the athletic department. As long as I have say and control and can run the program as I see fit,
Mm-hmm.
the hell with who my AD is.
The premier sports coach is bigger than the AD.
Correct.
And Bill Self output over the AD of Kansas. Example.
Yeah.
Right. Well, a lot of the Mike Krzyzewski when he was at Duke. I mean, I don't know if John Shire is more important than their athletic director because hasn't been there that long. But yes, you are correct, Greg.
Of all the coaches who switched jobs this year, who would you have rather had over Whittingham? Signed Steve.
The ones who switched jobs.
Yeah. So what? The Summerall, Kiffin, Fitzgerald.
Yeah, Kiffin I don't know. I mean, that would have been intriguing. It would have been fun. Whittingham, he's perfect for them.
Yeah,
he really is.
Of any coach who switched jobs, I think Whittingham would have been the number one guy for
Yes.
Michigan.
Now, look, there are those, or a lot of people believe Matt Campbell is a really good coach,
Mm-hmm.
and he ended up going to Penn State. Would you rather have Matt Campbell than Kyle Whittingham? I don't know. He's a lot younger if you care about that.
Midwest roots better?
Yes, his Midwest roots are better, yes. But that never was an option.
And look, success-wise, did it ever really materialize? Did he win a conference title, Matt Campbell? And I know Iowa State's you're punching up.
think so.
You're punching up, but Whittingham won multiple Pac-12 titles
Yes.
in a conference that had USC and Oregon at the time. He won
Yes.
those conference titles.
Look, would I rather have Kyle Whittingham than James Franklin? Yes.
Yes.
I mean, Franklin's a hell of a recruiter, runs a good program, but once the game kicks off, I have no idea what he's going to do.
Of all those names, I think I find Summerall the most interesting.
Okay. Seemed to be doing it the right way. Everybody likes him.
Yeah.
And especially the way he left Tulane. He left Tulane on
Classy.
very good terms.
Yeah. Shout out to OnlyFans for getting Sharon out of here and Kyle in. Big upgrade, Scott and Carlton.
Yeah, Kyle Whittingham isn't looking at social media on Instagram during halftime of the Ohio State games.
Allegedly. Yeah. Did you see it was pointed out, and I didn't fact check this, Whittingham follows only a small amount of women on his Instagram, and they are either his family members or fully clothed women.
Yes.
So big upgrade in terms of that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Guys, when is Ward getting fired? Question mark. Typical Michigan fans, who's going to tell them that everyone doesn't hate Ohio State? Michigan is more widely hated because of the way they carry themselves.
I don't know about that. It's pretty equal.
Depends who you ask.
Yes.
I think Greg made the best point when it comes to rivalries. Kyle Whittingham attended BYU, was the coach at Utah, and was able to maintain the intensity of that rivalry regardless.
Yeah.
Look, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to get into the Lions a little more. This text says, history repeats itself. Lions will make another NFC championship game in 28 years. You watch the Bears and the Niners play a back-and-forth showdown on Sunday Night Football. The Bears win the division. The Niners are chasing the 1 seed. If you watch that game, you're wondering, how far away are the Lions? There's this conversation about the window, Stoney. Is the window closed as the Lions will miss the playoffs this season? We'll get to that top of the hour. 248-539-9797. Want to hear from Lions fans on the window, the future, and where they go from here. We're also going to talk a little bit about the overreact gyms at 8:35. Some of the big storylines from around football, college, and pros. Stay tuned for that. Stoney's in on his birthday. Happy birthday, Stoney. It's 97.1.
The Red Wings came back against the Toronto Maple Leafs last night for a 3-2 overtime victory at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit trailed 2-1 in the third period after a goal from Toronto's Nicholas Robertson, but tied the game just 23 seconds later thanks to Mason Appleton. Then Simon Edvinsson won the game with a nifty backhand goal in overtime. The Wings are now 7-3 in overtime games and 5-1 in games that end in overtime as opposed to a shootout. After last night's game, Todd McClellan discussed what has been working for his team in the 3-on-3 extra period this season.
I think when we get to those situations, we believe we can win. We're not just going out there to play safe. We're going out there to win the face-off and attack. And if it doesn't work for us, I think it's the bar. We've got to defend as well as we can and then hand it off. And I think we have about 6 or 7 forwards that we can regularly use there and count on them. And then the back end's getting more depth at being part of that as well.
The Wings are now off until Wednesday when they face the Winnipeg Jets. The Pistons unfortunately ended last night with their second straight loss out on the West Coast. After losing to the Jazz on Friday, they fell 112-99 to Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers last night. Kawhi went off for 55 points, which included 5 threes and a 16 of 17 performance at the free throw line. Detroit has one final game out west as they will square up with Luka Doncic and the Lakers tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. That game will be available right here on 97.1. From the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Stoney in on his birthday. Happy birthday, Stoney.
Thank you.
Heather Park in studio. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass. People getting back from a holiday week. You were in last week where the Lions season officially ended on Christmas Day.
Yes, it did.
And look, if you wake up today, you'd be forgiven for asking what year it is. The Lions are in last place. You have the Red Wings and the Pistons in first place. Is it 2005? Is it 2006? Is it 2007 or even 2008? You could be forgiven for not knowing what year it is.
And Stoney is also questioning whether tanking is creeping into the NFL.
I know, but it is now.
Yeah, no, look what the
Yes,
Raiders
just
did.
now.
Just now.
Well, no, I don't think there was that much tanking before. Like, nothing like the NBA.
No, nothing's like the NBA, but suck for luck was a thing more than a decade ago, to Greg's point. But yeah,
Yes,
I'm watching the Giants and the Raiders yesterday, and it's more than crept in.
Well, the fans always want tanking, but I don't think teams,
coaches and players never
don't.
will.
No,
But
no.
when you shut down Max Crosby, that's that's front office stepping in, going, "Hey, we need the number one pick."
Yeah, and the front office is led by who? The guy with one glove. Tom Brady. What is with that, by the way?
That's bizarre. Channeling some OJ? I don't know. I don't know, Stoney. But yes, as you wake up today, the Pistons are in first. The Red Wings are in first. Red Wings keep winning these OT games. Pistons lost out west, but still a game and a half up in the East. Anyway, from a Lions standpoint, we've done this a time or two, talking about the future and whether it looks bleak. Look, you watch last night, you see the Bears and you see the Niners, and they're going toe-to-toe, and they're fighting for the 1 seed, fighting for division crowns. How far away are the Lions, and what do you make of this window discussion?
Well, I think the window is not closed. It's not as wide open as it was or we thought going into this season. And the reason I don't think it's closed is because let's look who they still have. They still have a all-pro tackle on the offensive line. They have a very good, not elite, a very good quarterback. They have 2 really good running backs. They have a really good tight end. They have a great receiver in St. Brown and a budding great receiver in Jamo. All right. Defensively, they have a really good pass rusher in Aiden Hutchinson. And that's the problem. I mean, because of Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch's injury history, but they have, Joseph locked up. So they do have a lot of core guys. And so when you have that many core guys who are really good and still under contract for a while and are young, I think the window is still there. Now, to get the window back wide open, they need to address their major problems, which are the offensive line, aside from Sewell, and the defensive line.
Yes.
And maybe even some of the linebackers too, but besides Campbell.
Yeah, on offense, I think they've got all pros, plural, with Sewell, St. Brown, and Gibbs. Mm-hmm. Defensively, Aiden's not Parsons or Myles Garrett, but he's in the short list of impactful edge guys.
Yes.
And Jack Campbell was having an all-pro season at linebacker. The run defense at the end of the season, maybe you throw that into question. But they've got all pros on both sides of the ball. San Francisco, the team that we're going to talk about chasing the 1 seed, was a 6-win football team a year ago. How quickly can it change in the NFL? Well, that quickly.
And the thing about San Francisco that is so unbelievable is, they're playing for the number 1 seed next weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fred Warner. Out. Nick Bosa. Out. Mikael Williams. Out.
That was their big first-round pick.
Okay. Purdy missed 6 weeks.
Yep.
Pearsall missed 7 games. Kittle didn't play last night, and he was out 5 weeks previous.
Yeah, injuries are not a valid excuse.
And one of their best wide receiver, arguably, is Loco.
No.
Ayuk.
Look, injuries to me aren't a valid excuse. If you want to twist yourself into not doing it in your group chats or your Facebook page, fine. It's not a valid excuse.
No, it's a factor, but it's not it's not the reason they're not here.
No, the front seven's healthy, and they got gashed on the ground the last month. I know safety's help and run support. I'm not new to football, but come on. When your front seven's healthy, you can't be getting gashed. Not when Pittsburgh's playing backup guards and tackles. Just can't happen.
And they were 4-1 without Aleem McNeil, too.
Right. And look, there's questions about Aleem. But to me, injuries are not a valid excuse for where they're at right now. And if management goes into the offseason acting like we just got to get healthy, they're doing themselves in this roster a disservice.
I don't want to see Josh Paschal again.
Stoney, they fell in love with themselves. Coordinator upgrades were in-house guys, familiar faces. The trenches, when they lost bodies, we can promote from within. We're good on the D-line. Like, if they go into this offseason thinking, well, we were just banged up, we're going to run it back.
Then they're going to be in last place again.
Yeah, they're not going to win this division. They're not a serious Super Bowl contender.
No.
But if they go into this offseason and address the harsh reality, hey, we need a couple offensive linemen. We need to upgrade our defense. We're going to need to look outside of this organization to do it. Coordinator or coordinators.
Yes.
Plural, sure. These are conversations that need to happen. But if they're willing to confront these harsh realities and have these tough conversations, and I think Dan Campbell's not afraid of a tough conversation,
No.
but if they actually do the work, look, San Francisco had a last place schedule, took a 6-win team, and are going to double that win total and fight for the 1 seed. Detroit can very much be in the mix next season.
Correct.
So I don't think the window's closed.
No, not at all.
How far away are they? They're an offseason away if they handle it appropriately.
Yes. Look, are they in a better spot now than they were at this time last year? Absolutely not.
No.
But it doesn't mean it's closed.
Well, and Stoney, I think there's going to be a conversation about guys they paid early. Aleem McNeil, Kirby Joseph,
David Montgomery,
Derek Barnes. But I was focusing more on these defensive guys. Defensive guys that they paid early, Hutch. I think Aleem McNeil specifically next year has to be worth what they're paying him.
Yes.
Or their defense just isn't going to be good enough.
I know. He just didn't provide the push. You know, look, it's possible that because of his injury when he came back, we're talking about injuries again, that helped him be not as effective.
That's must
possibly
for them to be the team they want to be. That has to be the answer.
Yeah.
That the injury took away the player he can be, and he still can be that player a full year removed.
And look, DJ Reader probably won't be here next year. You wouldn't think his contract's up. I mean, Lopez, I believe, who played pretty well, but he was on a 1-year deal. I don't think you're going to overpay him as you know. I wouldn't say productive, but as decent as he was.
I don't know if I was listening to you or someone else in the station making the point. Like, as good as Roy Lopez has been, he can't be your best defensive tackle.
Exactly.
It's got to be the first-round pick you drafted. It's got to be the player you committed a bunch of money to. It's got to be a veteran like DJ Reader. The fact that it was Roy Lopez's, hey, up top, good job by you.
Yes.
But can't be the reality if this team's going to be the football team we want them to be. Guys, you tell us, how far away are they? What do you make of the window to win a championship and where they sit today? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Pete in Chesterfield. Pete, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. If last night's game was the bar of if this window is open, which was two teams that couldn't stop each other defensively and played to a 42-38 final, I think we're a couple offensive linemen, and not as an excuse, but the injury thing is in the mix, right? You get a couple offensive linemen and you have some of your weapons. The Lions could have played in that game on either side. They could have been either team when they were healthy this year on that side. And I know it sounds like I'm making the injury thing an excuse. I'm not, because you're right. They need to do things on the defensive end as well. But making last night's game the bar, the Lions aren't far away from either of those two teams. To your point, San Francisco was a 5 or 6 win team last year. We're going to have an easier schedule. The key is, like you said, we don't sit there and go, our guys are good enough. We just need to get them healthy. We got to go out and get a couple offensive linemen, a couple interior offensive linemen. You don't know what you're getting with Decker back. There's some things that have to be done. But we're not talking about like a complete reset or we're miles away.
No.
We were those teams earlier this season.
Yeah, but they weren't playing great football. I mean, the Baltimore game was terrific. That was their
That was probably the height.
the high water mark was
Yeah.
the Baltimore game.
But do you think either of those teams played great football last night when you consider the defensive side of the ball? I mean, it was great to watch.
So, Pete, I think that's another way of looking at this is how many teams are there in the NFL that are dominant juggernauts for the long haul? How many?
There's really...
You could say the Rams are the best team in football. Their quarterback's going to be 40 years old before you bat an eye.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think they're the top team in football.
I mean, Philly, they've had major offensive problems all season long, and their defense is winning.
They didn't have 200 yards of offense yesterday. Did they complete a pass in the second half?
I believe they had 17 yards of offense, I believe, in the second half.
And I'm not trying to tear everybody down to the Lions level. I'm just pointing out that the number of untouchable juggernauts, the elites, there just aren't many, if any, in football right now. So if Detroit takes an honest, aggressive offseason with a last play schedule, They're a team that should win double digits, fight for a division, be in the postseason, and be fighting with these teams yet again.
Yes, and you look, which is fine, but they need to incorporate what is most important thing in football, and I'm not talking about the quarterback, which you can argue all you want. He's good. Like, he's really good. He's not great. He's not elite. You can win with him. I don't care what anybody says. However, if you don't fix the interior of their offensive line and the interior of the defensive line, you're going to be bad.
Yep, it's a non-starter.
And you know what? And the seat on Holmes and Campbell will start next year.
I don't disagree with it. 248-539.
Not hot. It's warm.
No, but starting to look at this more critically, going,
Yes.
hey, boys, come on now. Let's stop falling in love with our own. Let's make some real additions on the trenches, not just bank on development. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls in. Want to hear from you about this window conversation and how far away the Lions are. It's 97.1. Lions fans, you know this. Tickets have gotten expensive. You want to go to games? You don't want to pay an arm and a leg? Listen up. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, proud partner of our Detroit Lions. They're giving away Lions tickets for a future game. Go to 971theticket.com for details. Find that tickets event page and find out where you go, where you can enjoy some tequila and a chance to win tickets for future Lions games. With how expensive the tickets have gotten, you don't want to miss your chance to score tickets. Don't forget, 1800 Tequila, part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tastes so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly.
By the way, he's a great freaking player still at his age.
Which turnover was that? I lost count. Good morning, 97.1. Look, the Lions, they don't deserve to be playing for anything this week, so they're not.
No.
But boy, this could have set up for an epic week.
I know.
Everything else broke their way. They'd be playing Chicago for a chance to go to the playoffs at Soldier Field to wrap up the season. Instead,
because they pooped their pants against the Steelers at home and Thursday against the great Max Rosemary.
And look, I'm back. It had been a few days here. Last time I was in studio, we were talking about, what do you mean they can win out? What do you mean just win out?
I know.
They didn't win any of the games. They lost both of them.
They're going to lose out.
Yeah.
They are. They're not going to win in Chicago.
Hey, Stoney, you take a peek how the Steelers' offense looked this week? Oh. Yeah, wasn't exactly putting up 500 yards.
No.
And the Vikings, it's Brosmer, bro.
I know.
They threw for 3 yards.
It was incredible.
So, yeah, they don't deserve to be here.
No.
But we're asking the question, how far away are they? They're not in the playoffs, so certainly not a Super Bowl contender. But we talk about windows. It'd be real easy to say they're so far away. They're really not. The Niners last year were a 6-win team, last place. The Bears, last place. Those two teams played a thriller on Sunday Night Football. Those teams could be the 1 and the 2 seed.
I know.
So there's no juggernaut in the NFL right now.
No.
Not long term. You might think the Rams are the best team. I'd agree with you. There's no juggernaut. Lions will have a last place schedule.
And the Rams are going to have to start their playoffs on the road.
Right. My point is, if the Lions actually attack this offseason with urgency, with an honest assessment of, hey, we're not good enough, we can't just develop our own and promote our own and expect to win without real additions outside the organization. If they have an honest conversation about, hey, we fell in love with our own and we can do better, if they attack the trenches, both sides of the line of scrimmage, with a last place schedule, they'll be right back in the mix next season.
Which the saddest thing is, Dan Campbell, and we'll speak to him tomorrow. I know he has a press availability today as well, but Dan Campbell warned. He said you can't fall in love with your own guys.
Well, Stoney,
they completely did not practice what they preached in certain aspects.
And Stoney, just behind the curtain, so people know this, like, I'll send questions that I want to ask or that I want us to ask. I do it every week when John's in. I do it with you. It's one of the questions that I want one of us to ask him. It's just, hey, is it a fair criticism? I'm not trying to gotcha him.
No.
And I thought last week you did the same thing asking about grit. It wasn't this mean-spirited question, but you asked, hey, have you lost your way a little bit, the identity?
Yes.
I think it's a totally fair question, and I'd love to get Dan's answer. Do you feel like that criticism that you've fallen in love with your own is a fair criticism?
Absolutely. Let's look who they brought back. I mean, the Marcus Davenport, he'd be on the Mount Rushmore of falling in love with your own guys.
Yeah, no kidding. Because think about it. You lose a couple offensive linemen, and the answer is promote from within. When you're asked about external defensive linemen, the extra pass rush, extra beef, we're good. When you have to replace 2 coordinators, it's Kelvin Shepard and it's John Morton, who is a friend of the family, right? Had been here previously.
I understand.
It's signing Kirby Joseph early, Aleem McNeil early. The definition of falling in love with your own is the Detroit Lions.
I understand you want a staff of people you're comfortable with. Well, maybe they learned their lesson.
How do you guys want the offensive line to play out? I think it's a critical question. Like, do you want Ragnow back? Do you want Decker back?
Can I bank on Ragnow? Like, it's a dangerous question to, like, not add because you think he's going to play next year. Well, look, I think you're buying out Graham Glasgow, just the way his contract is set up. You're going to need multiple bodies on the interior.
The thing with Ragnow, they have to know, by the end of January, basically, if he's coming back or not. If he wants to come back, you welcome him back with open arms, but you give Ratledge or whoever you see as the center of the future a lot of reps in training camp, because you forget, and it may not be a fair comparison, but when Ragnow was drafted here, he started as a guard and moved to center.
So my knee-jerk reaction to entering the offseason is you are making a 2-year commitment to Jared Goff. You are not restructuring him. You're paying him what he's owed the next 2 years. You're trying to win with him for 2 years.
But I think there's a catch-22 there, Tom. You're going to need cap space to support Jared Goff up front. And the best way to get cap space is restructuring his deal, but then you're committing to him beyond 2 seasons.
But the reason, that's why it goes back to my original question. If you bring back Ragnow and Decker, and you got Sewell already, and then you've got Mahogany and Ratledge, and then what if you go out and sign Joel Bitonio to a 2-year contract? Play right guard, and you make Ratledge and Mahogany fight And all of a sudden, you've got depth pretty cheap. You're not affecting the cap that much.
Look,
and then you can spend on defense.
If you told me we could redo the offensive line without restructuring Goff's contract, I'm open to that. I just know cap space is going to get real tight with this football team moving forward.
Yeah, but to me, you're just screwing yourself if you're paying Jared Goff beyond 2 more years.
And this is a conversation we're going to have months and months to talk about, but think about it. If the alternative is I don't want to double down on the Goff deal, I'm just going to let it be what it is. His cap hit is going to go from $32 million this year to $69 million next year. And if you can't put an offensive line in front of him, well, you're throwing away next year too at that point.
That's why this Decker-Ragnow thing's so critical.
Yeah.
Because the cap numbers don't change that much at the offensive line if they come back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at Taylor Decker right now. For next year, he is owed his base salary is $17 million. Cap hit is $24 million. Oh, no, $21 million. I'm looking at 27. Hey, he's got 2 more years left.
That's
if
window.
If he chooses to play those years. Yeah.
Right. Do you restructure him? No. I have a feeling he's not coming back, but who knows?
And if he's not coming back, it puts an even bigger premium on the offensive line and the resources you have to commit to it this offseason.
I mean, if he doesn't come back, you're talking about moving Sewell to left.
Absolutely.
And you're going to
Yes.
get right tackle.
Yes. Which is what a lot of people thought they should do anyway.
We'll get to the overreactions from the weekend, 8:35. First, Heather with the news.
Well, Tom Izzo didn't hold back when asked about the NCAA's decision to grant former NBA draft pick James Najee the immediate eligibility to play for Baylor. So Najee was taken 31st overall in the 2023 draft, spent some time playing overseas, but never signed an NBA contract. So the NCAA basically cleared him to suit up and gave him 4 years of eligibility. Well, Izzo's reaction was pretty blunt. He said, shame on the NCAA. He called it a situation that tops it all. And he had some fun and kind of joked about bringing back legends like Magic Johnson.
He's right. And he talked about having a conversation with Scott Drew, who's the coach at Baylor. He actually did, according to Scott Drew on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, it's a joke.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You never used to be able to do this. I don't know why we've given ground on it.
I know.
Well, a ground stop has been lifted after being issued for Delta flights at Detroit Metro Airport. So, as powerful winter storms impact holiday travel, the FAA initially issued this ground stop for Delta flights through 7:45. They extended it through 8 a.m. It's now been lifted. Metro Detroit does remain under a high wind warning until 9 p.m. this evening. Wind gusts up to 45 to 55 miles per hour are forecasted, but they say we could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Temperatures are also expected to drop through this morning, and lake effect snow will then move in. So just prepare yourself. Hopefully you don't lose power, but you just might. DTE says they have crews ready to handle any outages they may see. Consumers does as well. So hopefully the roads will be safe and everyone will have power. And if you've been healthy, brace yourself, because there's a new aggressive and highly contagious flu strain that's now sweeping the nation. So it's apparently a mutation of influenza A, and it's hitting Americans really hard. Experts say that it causes more intense flu symptoms. So you're going to get those chills, the fever, the headache, fatigue, cough, sore throat, runny nose, all of those things, but you're going to feel them. Jim?
Sounds like that's what I had over the weekend. Saturday, it kicked my ass. Felt like I got hit by a bus. The fatigue and the aches, worse than even like congestion or cough. Saturday night, it's 9:30. I'm bundled in 2 blankets, chills, NyQuil knocked me out. It's just I couldn't leave the bed.
Feeling better now, obviously.
Much better now.
So it didn't last too long?
I would say Friday night, Saturday was the worst. Sunday started to feel like a little more like myself, and now I'm doing a lot better.
So look out, because Michigan is one of the top states impacted by this virus. They broke it down by like levels of impact, and we're right up there in the high category. So brace yourself.
Yep.
Might be coming for you. Well, during halftime of the Pop-Tarts Bowl, ESPN analyst Booger McFarlane was asked about his favorite bowl game memory. And he was pretty honest when he talked about how he spent his per diem during the Peach Bowl. Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Lou Williams, famous for eating wings at this strip club.
Fine establishment.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, for sure. Well, the final season of Stranger Things has arrived, and the reaction has been kind of all over the place. Some people think it's great and are praising it, but others are giving it pretty blunt backlash online. Some viewers say that the newest episodes feel like overhyped or uneven. People are complaining about the pacing, the dialogue, the storylines, and some people are comparing it to the final season of Game of Thrones, which obviously got roasted. Also, the Rise of Skywalker. I'm not familiar with that, but apparently that wasn't so great. Anyway, someone even said, quote, "I've watched porn with better writing than Stranger Things."
Oh, boy.
So people aren't a fan. The 2-hour-long series finale will be released on Netflix on Wednesday, December 31st, 8 p.m. in some theaters, too.
Anybody on the show watch?
No.
No, I watched a little of the first season. It's season 5. I clearly haven't kept up with it. I wonder, I'm taking these people at their word, but when shows get towards the end, we're just normally not happy with how they choose to end the show. But I think you also, are they on autopilot? You know, are the writers just kind of letting this thing die out? I don't know. If you're someone who watches this, I'd love to get a couple ticket texts on it. Are you watching Stranger Things? And is it as bad as these critics are saying? Anyway.
Be disappointing if it was.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Overreact Gyms are next, 97.1. Winter means snow and it means icy roads. It also means more serious injuries from car accidents. If you're in a car accident, call Lawrence Cagey and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. Cagey's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. And Cagey has won more than $100 million for his clients. He'll win big for you. Cagey will make that driver that hits you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877 KG Cares. That's KAJY, KGCares.com.
Hey, by the way, I want to just ask you this quickly.
Yeah. What's up?
I was listening to the Odyssey Sports Minute there. Mm-hmm. I forget who actually did it, but they mentioned the end of the Buffalo-Philly game.
Yeah.
I think Buffalo made the right decision to go for 2 and win the game. I think anytime you have a chance to end the game and you think you have a play that will end the game, you go for it. Especially, I know the flip side was Philadelphia did nothing offensively. That whole second half, Buffalo had momentum. So even if Philly gets the ball first, you think you can stop them, and then, you think you can score. But, man, they had the play. The Bills had the play. It's almost like the Josh Reynolds play in the NFC Championship game when the Lions went for it on 4th and 2. This is a 2-point conversion to win the game. Great play call. You have a quarterback who some people think is going to be the defending MVP, right? Mm-hmm. And he just blows the pass. Why wouldn't you go for it in that situation?
What do they say? The rule of thumb is if you're on the road, you go for it. If you're the underdog, you go for it, right? The thought is we're not the better team. Steal it with one play. Buffalo's at home. They're the favorite. They're the better team. And if the game goes to OT, you trust them to move the ball more than the Eagles. Yeah. The Eagles didn't have 200 yards of offense.
Right, I know.
And I don't know if they completed a pass in the second half.
No, I think they had about 17 yards of offense. But with the weather conditions being what they were, there could be a fluke bounce in overtime. You don't want to take a chance on playing
it could be a
longer.
Fluke bounce on 4th down.
I know. You don't want to take a chance on anybody else getting hurt. I just thought, you got the momentum. Go for it. You're right there. I mean, I obviously it's not a cut and dry.
No,
thing.
And they got the look, so I get why they did it. They didn't execute it. I would have kicked it. That type of game, low-scoring defensive game, you're moving the ball better, you're at home. And the new OT rules.
But they already had an extra point blocked. Yeah, the chances are it wouldn't happen again.
Right.
But
and the new OT rules, though, you're guaranteed the ball. It's not like the old rules where I definitely would have gone for it because there's no guarantee. If I lose the coin flip, I might not get the ball. Now I know at least I'm getting the ball.
And the funny thing was, I believe Buffalo's kicker was Badgley.
Yeah.
Because Prater was hurt. So they had Badgley, and Badgley was the Lions kicker who you thought would give them the field goal to go up 17, but they decided not to do that.
Who blocked the field goal?
I think it was Jalen Carter, wasn't it?
Did anybody want them to draft Jalen?
Yeah, me.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. That's on me. I put it on a tee for him.
That's okay. Look, the Lions ended up with some good players by not taking Jalen
Carter. Right, Gibbs, Laporta. That's one that you can actually stomach and feel pretty good about. Is that on me or him? I suppose that's fair. 248-539-9797. All right, we do want to talk Lions with you guys. We are going to carve out some time for the Pistons and the Wings in the 9 o'clock hour, plus Kyle Whittingham introduced as Michigan's next head football coach. On the subject of the Lions, Stoney, last week you were in as the season ended, and people came to grips with that. Mm-hmm. Why? Why did it go so wrong? And when? When was the moment where they officially got off course?
It's funny because at one point I thought it was maybe the Giant game, and then in going back and doing a revisit after taking some calls over on Friday, they were 4-1 heading into a bye week, and then a home game against the beleaguered at that time Minnesota Vikings.
Yep,
and they couldn't beat J.J. McCarthy at home. And that probably was the beginning of the end because from that point on, I believe they never won back-to-back games. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, because they had already done playing
Correct.
in Cincinnati. And so that's, schedule-wise, that's when it went bad. Schematically and, injury-wise, look, they had tons of injuries. The Ragnow thing really screwed them. But to me, you look at the Laporta injury and then Brock Wright, the double down on that, really screwed them up because as bad as their running game became, it wasn't just the offensive line.
Yep.
It was the fact that you had guys like Laporta in particular, and Brock Wright was pretty good. They really blocked well on running plays, and they like against Pittsburgh when the edge would get them on the backside. That wouldn't have happened, I don't think, if Brock Wright or Sam Laporta were there. So that's what happened, in my opinion. And look, they ended up being a mediocre football team. if not a bad football team down the stretch.
Yeah, they may end up with a losing record all said and done. You could go back to the offseason and moves that weren't made, but if we're just looking at the season,
right,
the moment where I shifted kind of my mentality and how I viewed this team was oddly enough after a win. It was that Giants game. They won the game. Gibbs covered up a lot of their mistakes. That was when the defense officially started to descend into despair. They gave up 500 yards to Jameis Winston without Scatterbo, without Neighbors, nearly lost the game. Look, they were double-digit favorites, and it went to overtime.
Right.
And I came in that Monday and was critical, and you would have thought, well, they won the game. Shut up, they won the game. You could start to see issues.
Yeah.
That defense never got better.
No.
And the offense isn't equipped to win the shootouts the way they were a year ago because they can't run the ball as effectively. Like, to me, the Giants game is when things officially started to go the wrong way. Now, why? Why is a deeper question. Why is they fell in love with their own? All the issues on this team, and teams run into problems. Nobody's perfect. All their issues they thought they could solve in-house.
Yeah.
Right? So you lose Ragnow in the summer. You lose Zeitler in the spring. What's the answer? Would I dare sign, trade, pursue a veteran proven commodity? Joe Tooney was acquired for a 4th-round pick.
Right.
Would I? No, because I have Hank Fraley and my internal players are better. Damn it, we have all the answers right here. On the D-line, hey, do you need to get a little more? We're good. We got our guys. You lose 2 coordinators. What are you going to do? I'm going to promote from within and hire from someone who's already been here. Mm-hmm. Both sides of the ball. Why would we need outside ideas? Why would we need a new way of doing things? We have everything we need. I'm going to lock up my players 2 years in advance. I'm going to pay Kirby Joseph before I have to, Ali McNeil before I have to. I'm going to pay everybody before I have to because we are so freaking good. Why would we look outside the organization? Falling in love with your own is why the Lions are here. You can have a strong foundation, which they drafted, and a core of players that you can compete with. But if you're going to be so bullheaded and pig-headed about it that nobody else can help the team besides the guys you draft and develop, you're playing shorthanded because everybody else in the league is going to use trades and free agency, and you are going to be at a disadvantage.
And you could also, using the same premise, which I agree with, falling into your own, that happened to coordinators too.
Yeah. Look, Kelvin Shepard's a guy that had been here that you loved, everybody likes. Wasn't good. This defense was terrible at the end of the season with a healthy front seven.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lesson to be learned here. The Eagles made two blunderous coordinator hires, immediately fired them, moved on, and won the Super Bowl the next year.
Right. Maybe the Lions do the same.
You got to look outside the organization, in the trenches, at the coordinator positions. And the problem is it's going to get harder to do because cap space is shrinking when you pay your own and you jump the gun and pay them as early as they did. It's 97-1.
Michigan introduced its 22nd head football coach in program history yesterday morning. Former Utah coach Kyle Whittingham took to the podium in Orlando as he has joined the team this week for their New Year's Eve bowl game against Texas. Whittingham said he's operating on about 4 hours of sleep in the last few days, but that's the price you pay when you take what he says is one of the most appealing jobs in college football.
What was appealing was the obvious. I mean, it's Michigan. That says it all. I mean, Michigan and all that entails. Michigan, for God's sakes. Michigan, big house.
Whittingham spent 21 seasons at Utah before stepping down a few weeks ago, lining him up to be Michigan's replacement for Sharon Moore. He said his immediate focus is roster retention at Michigan as the NCAA transfer portal window is set to open this week on January 2nd. Speaking of Michigan, the Wolverine men's basketball team will hit the hardwood again tonight for the first time in 8 days. Michigan is still number 2 in the country and 11-0 this season. Tonight they host the 10-2 McNeese Cowboys out of the Southland Conference. That game gets started in Ann Arbor at 7 o'clock. At the same time, there will also be a game going on in East Lansing as 9th-ranked Michigan State will also close out the new year at home. Tonight it's against Cornell. This will be Michigan State's first game in 9 days with the holiday break. The Spartans are 11-1 this season. Both teams are favored by a combined 51 points tonight. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Ivy League, the Cornell Big Red coming into Brez. And he's, as Brendan mentioned, come on. McNeese State. I don't think Joe Dumars is coming through that door, though. I think the Wolverines will win that game. Just a bit.
You don't say.
I think they dropped the state.
They're just McNeese now?
I think so, yeah. Like
might be
when
right.
Memphis dropped the Memphis State.
Oh, like Kent. Kent State.
They're still Kent State.
They are still Kent State? Okay.
So not like Kent State.
Okay.
Stoney, it's always a pleasure. You're in last week, you're in this week. We're happy to have you. Jim Costa, Stoney, Heather. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass. We want to hear from you guys. 248-539-9797. On the Lions, as the season's officially done, they still got one more game. We ask you why it went wrong, when it went wrong, and who you blame. 248-539-9797. And we won't blame you if you wake up and don't know what year it is.
Yeah.
Stoney, the Pistons are in first, the Wings are in first, the Lions are in last. This feels like 20 years ago.
That's true.
Now, I know you're paying a lot of attention to the Pistons and the Wings. Which one's got more of your attention?
Oh, wow. Probably the Pistons, but not only by a little bit. I watch every play of most of their games, unless like last night
Just too late.
after the Wings. Yeah, I watched probably about the first half of the Pistons game, and they didn't play very well. Didn't show up to play defense, especially against Kawhi Leonard at 55 last night.
You say that again for people. 55 points. Wow.
The Clippers have the oldest starting five. I mean, it's between him, Harden, Nicholas Batum, Brook Lopez, and I think Chris Dunn were their starters. They're all like over 34 years old. But they handled the Pistons pretty well. Cade was scoreless with 3 fouls in the first half. He had 27 in the second half, and they still lost.
Look, you're Mr. Restore the Floor. I know you're paying a lot of attention to the
Yes.
Pistons, and I think they're the better team between the two. But I think the Red Wings are more intriguing because they're more – I feel like I know less about who they are.
There's more tension in Wings games for some reason.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's just a fact of hockey, but
Well, some of this is I feel very good about the Pistons having the best record in the East and having home court at least in the first round of the NBA playoffs.
correct.
And winning a playoff series and beyond. Like I feel more secure, more confident in who the Pistons are. Tension's a good word for the Wings. They're in first. They got a negative goal differential. I'm enjoying the hell out of these thrilling victories. I don't know
Yes.
where it's going to lead, but because of the unknown, I'm a little more, and I'm a hockey guy, I got
Right.
the season tickets,
Right.
but I'm more focused on the Wings than I am the Pistons. Not that there's a wrong answer to
No,
this
there-
question. They're
there
two
isn't.
first-place teams.
Yeah, and then they're both fun to watch.
Yeah.
Look, the Wings have some defensive deficiencies, but that's more of a roster thing than anything else. And the trading deadline for both of these teams is going to be fascinating because as much as the Pistons are doing a really good job with the best team in the East, they cannot win the Eastern Conference in the playoffs without another shooter. They can't. I don't think in today's NBA, no matter how good they are, how good their defense is, they have too many lineups in there where Cade becomes the only person who can score from the outside, especially when Robinson's not in there. And I don't trust Karis LeVert for outside shooting as much, although percentage-wise he's been good.
So think about it. When there's lineups where you have Duran and Asar on the floor, and those are lineups that they play a lot, you don't have enough shooting.
No.
So I agree with you that they need to add shooting. Now, this doesn't have to be a franchise-altering trade for a megastar. It could literally just be a guy who cracks the top 6 or 7 guys in the rotation that can shoot, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't call him a megastar, but like Trey Murphy or Michael Porter Jr.
Okay.
You'd have to
Those
give
would be
up
starters.
You'd have to give up a 1 and maybe Ivy and maybe even a Holland or something like that. But you know what? Do it. And as far as the Wings go, there's a lot of teams like Nashville's going to have a sale soon, and there's players available that hopefully it won't be like a Scott Harris deadline. Hopefully Stevie will do the right thing.
Do you think that he's mentally making that shift?
Yeah, I kind of do. We have no idea because he doesn't talk about it. I think because he never thought, in my opinion, that the team was good enough.
Okay.
I think this team is good enough to definitely make the playoffs legitimately. Not to they have some really good. Sider's turned into us.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call him a superstar, but a star. And they're getting enough contributions from other people. Say what you want. The last 2 games, they won last night, but it was a struggle. And Carolina game, they didn't play well at all. Both those 2 games did not have JVR. and he's been terrific.
Sneaky good addition.
Yeah, and so they need, a playoff type of guy. They still, I'm not talking about an enforcer. They still need a greasy, grimy guy, I think, whoever that might be. There's, what's his name, O'Reilly, who plays for Nashville. He might be available.
He's a playoff player.
I'm not talking about somebody like Stamkos or anything like
No,
that.
no.
I mean somebody who's going to go in the corners and hit and get the puck out.
Face-offs.
And a defenseman.
200-foot game, physicality.
They've been, mentioned with Rasmus Anderson of Calgary, which would be very interesting.
Yeah, look, he's a right shot guy.
Yeah.
And you got Sider, and they're playing Pelika on that second pair, but maybe it puts the pressure off of Pelika if you added a Rasmus Anderson.
Yeah.
I think you might even be selling Sider short, saying star, not superstar. It's an unsexy brand of hockey.
It's a semantic thing.
Because he's not Cale Makar. Right. So if that's your bar, then fine.
Right.
But he's been playing like a point per
he's
game.
Not Quinn Hughes yet either.
Right. But point per game over like a 25-game span
he's been great.
As a defender, and then it's non-negotiable. He blocks shots.
He's great.
He kills penalties. He shuts opportunities down. He's as complete a two-way defenseman as there is in hockey right now. And I don't know if you get rewarded with a Norris Trophy playing that brand of hockey. It's heavily skewed towards points in the offensive output, but as a complete defenseman, I think he's as good as anybody. And the pairing with him and Edvinson, they both scored yesterday, has become one of the best, if not the best pair in hockey.
Yeah, which is, sometimes, they started off being split because they're your two best defensemen. Yeah. So the question is, do you pair them together?
What's the old Datsuk and Zetterberg? Do you have two separate A lines, or do you combine them when you? And they've just said, we're going to play 25 minutes of hockey with with our two best players on the ice, and make the other team capitalize in the other opportunities.
Right. And Sider, obviously, he'll fight if he has to, even if he's going to lose, like the fight with Kostelic or whatever. But, yeah, they're fun. Look, the goaltending's been much better. Like Gibson's been good.
The month of December specifically, he's turned a corner. I think some of this goes hand in hand, though. Like when they were bad, when he was bad, the play in front of him was atrocious to begin the season.
Yeah.
And I don't have it in front of me, but I believe they've blocked at least 20 shots in the majority of Gibson's starts. So you're really taking away some of those chances. You're limiting the high danger stuff. You're letting him settle in. He's building some confidence. He's been much better in December.
Yeah, he has. And hopefully it'll carry through to January and then
the layoff.
So
isn't that what this really comes down to? Like, I'm feeling good. Last night's fun. I've been to a couple of these thrilling games, and you feel really good leaving the LCA. But I think, at least I feel this way. I can't speak for all the fans. It feels like a but.
Yeah.
Like we've seen them. I remember a couple years ago, they had a 9-10 point cushion for a playoff spot.
Come on, you got your car flag.
I know. I've been made a fool before, and I'll be made a fool again with a layoff in February and then a month of March that's been torturous and an unknown trade deadline. I won't stop myself from enjoying this, but I won't allow myself to go further just yet.
No, you shouldn't, because how teams are going to respond after the Olympic break is going to be very interesting. March is going to be fascinating. And hopefully they can build up enough of a cushion. But it's tough to do because, whenever I look at the standings every day and this team gets a point, it's like last night, thankfully, when Appleton tied the game, we said, all right, at least hopefully we'll still get a point. And they ended up getting two, thankfully.
Yeah. You guys let us know. Pistons and Wings are going to take center stage here now. I mean, not that the Lions offseason is going to be on the back burners. We know it's going to be a huge offseason for the Lions, but in terms of teams still playing, you got two first-place clubs. Is there one that you're more drawn to?
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have, two first-place teams, 248-539-9797.
And the other thing is, a lot of people are going to be drawn to, not now still, but as the season progresses, the Chrysler and Breslin.
Oh,
because you have two really, really good college basketball teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a case. I'm not going to say they're the two best teams in the sport, but two of the top 10, 7?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they got a couple showdowns coming up in the new year.
Yeah, which they'll be great games. First one's at Breslin, I think, January 30th or 31st, something like that.
Greg, is there one that you're more drawn to right now, Pistons or Red Wings?
I think just the Pistons, because look, I'm a Pistons guy. That is a team that I've associated with my not adolescence, but coming of age during my college years and my late high school years. So, yeah, I'm intrigued with the Pistons, and just because I'm intrigued with the amount of parity that there's been in the NBA, and now we're a part of it.
Yep, it's our turn.
I'm intrigued by that.
It's a great point. The East is open. They can actually make some noise this year. It's not just, you're a good regular season record. You still feel like they could make a run. And Stoney, to your point, especially if they had some shooting, this text says, I disagree with that take. We're second in the NBA with 58 points per game in the paint. But that's why you need to balance it, right?
Right, yes.
Just because you score inside, you're going to get looks, but if you don't bury the looks, that's why you need a shooter who can punish teams.
Look, I'm not one of those who loves when teams are shooting 43s, but they're gonna shoot between 25 and 32 every game, probably.
Right.
And you got to be able to make some of them.
Yeah, they're going to get looks because they're such a paint-dominant team. But if you don't have guys that can reliably knock them down, you're leaving points on the table.
Right, and teams, you can zone up the Pistons because they have no outside. When Duncan Robinson's not in the game, that makes it definitely harder to get to the paint. And playoff basketball is different too. Cade's going to get double teamed. He's going to get they're going to crash him with double teams in the back.
So let me ask you: the game is under 5 minutes to go. It's a 1 or 2 possession game. Who are the 5 on the floor for the Pistons in crunch time? Cade,
Duren.
Yes.
And I do think you need Isaiah Stewart in there too for more of a defense.
So two bigs, at least one that can shoot. Asar is probably on the floor at the end of the game. Yes.
Yeah, and then probably Tobias. But see, that's
too front court. Well, you could do it, but okay, let's play that game. Cade, below average 3-point shooter this season. Tobias, below average 3-point shooter this season. Asar, below average 3-point shooter. And Duren hasn't made a 3 this season. 4 of the 5 guys on the floor are below average 3-point shooters.
And you can't, unless with Duncan Robinson, you want him on the floor, but you wish you could have endless timeouts to just get him off when the other team has the ball.
Defense. Yeah, because teams will pick on him the way they did last year when he was playing with Miami. They'll
Right.
just switch and find him and pick on him. Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll knock out some phone calls, read some texts. We're going to talk Whittingham coming up at 9:35. Michigan making a head coaching hire. It's 97-1. A little Ken Cal. Woo! At the end. It's a great call. It's a great goal. Edvinson taking advantage, putting a move on, and winning the game. The same game that, by the way, he blocked a shot.
I know. I thought he was going to be injured seriously.
I know, and that would have really put this team in a bind. Instead, he's the hero at the end.
That was a great call by Ken. And Ken Daniels had a good ending, too.
Simon says, game over.
Game over.
He did a great job.
Yeah. They're fun to watch, man. And we had, New Year's Eve against the Winnipeg Jets. Well, that team's been struggling, and they're good, too.
I know. I'll be in the building for that. We're going to give away tickets this week for that.
Ooh.
Look, they've won all these home games in dramatic fashion. You can ask the question how sustainable it is. I'm just going to tell you, it's been a lot of fun seeing this team, whether it was the Sider game winner, the Larkin game winner, or last night, Edvinson game winner. These are your star players, and they're coming up in big spots to take 2 points instead of 1, albeit not regulation wins, but wins nonetheless. Some text coming in because we asked you guys, hey, the Lions are a huge conversation piece. They're going to be a conversation for 9 months, basically, because this offseason is going to be a huge discussion point. We got a couple first-place teams taking center stage. Which has more of your attention? Text says, I still don't trust the Wings. We've seen this act before, Steve in Bloomfield Hills.
It's true.
Guys, the Pistons are 24-8. They are the 15-2 Lions. There are concerns. I'm expecting them to win day in and day out. Life is better when your basketball team is good.
They do have concerns. There's no doubt about it because the East is going to get tougher. Jason Tatum's going to come back. And there are teams that you sit there and say, oh, they're that good. Like Toronto's playing really good basketball. You look at that roster and like Ingram and R.J. Barrett, Scotty Barnes. And Cleveland, they're going to wake up eventually, aren't they?
You would think so. I mean, a couple things in the Pistons' favor. This is not their first taste of postseason basketball.
No.
They got that out of the way. Cade has taken another step forward, and we need to see him do it in the playoffs, but I think he's better equipped to do it this time around. They defend. They're going to defend in the postseason. They're going to be in every game. Hell, in the Knicks series, the last 4 games were all one-possession games. You know, this team is going to have home court in that first-round series. They are built to do more this year than last year. They'll have Isaiah Stewart, knock on wood, you know,
right.
Jaden Ivey, or a trade that they make. They're going to be better positioned to go on a run this year.
I think the Knicks are going to be better than they were last year, though. I mean, their roster's better.
1 week from today, they play the Knicks.
I know it's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, with their coaching change, they don't play their guys like 41 minutes a game like Thibodeau did, so they'll be a little fresher for the playoffs.
Okay, this one says, hockey and basketball talk in December? Yikes, that's how far this city has fallen. It's sad, really. Who cares about these irrelevant franchises?
Relevant franchises?
If I want to talk about relevant franchises, Pistons have won 3 NBA championships, and the Red Wings have won 11 Stanley Cups. I'm still waiting for a Lions championship.
Yeah. And yes, we have a baseball team that hasn't won since '84, so. Yeah.
But I just mean, like, hey, I get it. Football's king. We'd rather be talking about the Lions gearing up to play the Bears this week to get in the playoffs.
I'm not breaking down a Lions-Bears game, okay? I'm telling you that right now.
Come on, Stoney. Spread's only 2.5. What if they show some fight? Too little, too late. What are Stoney's plans for his birthday? From an unnamed texter.
My plans are go home, probably take a nap, and then my wife's out of town. I'm supposed to pick her up at the airport around 6, and we'll go and hopefully have dinner, and that'll be about it. But who knows if she's going to be able to fly in with the wind conditions.
Yeah, and even if she does, I mean, you're going to actually have to have your butler drive down to the airport and get her instead of flying the helicopter.
That's correct. The helicopter.
There's no way the helicopter can fly in these gusty conditions.
It's too bad. Yes, but the helicopter. Yes, but the butler's off for the holidays, so I have to go pick her up.
So are you on standby? Because we don't know the flight's still on with the wind.
Well, yeah, last I heard, it's a 3. It doesn't leave till 3. So.
Oh, okay.
So once she gets home, if she gets home, then you're going to go out for dinner?
I don't think so.
Saturday night special?
Maybe.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
If she doesn't get home, are you going out with Mitch?
No.
All right. All the bits are over with.
Any others? I did DoorDash yesterday. For the second, and I love DoorDash.
Yeah.
Second time in a week, they delivered the food to the wrong house. And they showed the picture. I said, this isn't in my house. So they refunded and reordered it, and I got it finally.
Wait, like reordered like a whole new...
Yeah,
So it probably took another 45 minutes for you to get your food.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Typically, I'm pretty hungry when I'm waiting.
I know.
Good for you for holding your composure.
You sure you put the right address?
I put the right... No,
Now you tell me you go around the moat. You got to go to the drawbridge. It's a whole thing.
I have it
Only Bridge 1 is open. Bridge 2 is currently closed.
Exactly.
What else we got here? 248-539-9797. I'm waiting till after the trade deadline to get invested. Can't have another scenario where I'm told the Detroit sports team needs to make a significant move only to be told we're good.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what. Well, like last year, I mean, it wasn't earth-shattering, but it was a good move.
Schroeder?
Yeah, that was a really good pickup.
Look, Trajan's been here.
It's his second season.
Yeah, compared to everybody else, he's barely got a chance to settle in, take his shoes off.
I know.
And I'm not rushing to make some drastic move for the Pistons.
No, make a move that you definitely think they can win a few playoff series, though. Trey Murphy, Michael Porter Jr., one of those two guys would be fine.
Let's get to Willie in Detroit. Willie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so I'm just gonna do a little twist here. As in regards to the teams out of the four mentioned, State, the Wolverines, Wings, and Pistons, realistically, as far as possibly winning the championship, man, I'm kind of more optimistic about Michigan than any of the four because I've seen these guys play this year, man. They've beaten teams by 40 points. They're a very big, large team, man, and everybody can shoot the three. Like, I would be very disappointed out of the four if Michigan don't get it done in the Final Four and win that championship, man, in April. I just will really be disappointed. Now, somebody mentioned about the 15-2 Lions. I think the Michigan Wolverines basketball team will be more of a 15-2 Lions disappointment if they don't win the championship. I just want to hear what you guys think.
That's a very good analogy.
I like it.
Let me ask you a question, Willie. As they're on this run and they look unbelievable, are you in the camp? Some coaches always say this. I really don't want to be undefeated. I want to lose the game first, so I don't have that attitude, which I think it makes no sense.
Well, they're gonna lose a couple. Like when the Big Ten season starts, you guys know how the Big Ten season is. I mean, you run up against Nebraska, Purdue. They're gonna play Michigan hard. A lot of your Big Ten teams, Illinois, they're gonna play very hard and get some victories.
Yep.
State probably win one of those two games. But I'm saying when it comes to the Final Four, man, I mean, I done seen BYU. They got that one tall guy. I can't think of his name. I mean, he's a player, and then they got the Boozer twins and all that kind of stuff, man.
Over at Duke, yeah.
That Michigan team is too stacked, man. I mean, I've watched these guys 5-6 times this year, and I don't care about the Boozer twins and the rest of these college teams. Michigan should get it done. I just want to know what you guys think about that.
I agree with the phone call.
Yeah.
I think they're the most likely to win a title of any of these teams playing right now, hockey or basketball, college or pro. I think it's Michigan hoops.
Yeah, or Michigan or Michigan State hockey.
Oh, well, okay. I suppose you're right. We can throw them in the mix.
No, I know.
But I think it's Michigan basketball. They played Gonzaga this year and beat them by 40 points. I think that's when it really started to sink in.
But I'd be more pleased or more impressed if they beat Gonzaga by 40 points in March.
Amen to that.
November basketball is fun to watch, but it sets everything up, so hopefully, for them.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
So if you thought returning unwanted holiday gifts was going to be really easy, think again. This year, many major retailers are charging fees when you mail items back. So instead of going into stores, if you say, it's just going to be easier for me to send it by mail, you're going to be hit with some fees. So it's all part of this broader shift as companies deal with rising shipping costs. And obviously they're getting a ton of returns right now. So instead of them having to pay for the shipping fees, they're basically charging you for that. So for example, Macy's, they'll deduct a return or restocking fee of $9.99 when you send anything back through the mail. Other major retailers, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, they're going to charge you about $12 to do that. But then there's other stores, J. Crew, American Eagle, Urban Outfitters, Abercrombie, Zara, H&M, and Best Buy. They'll have fees ranging from $4 to $45, obviously depending on the size of the item or if it's like a specialty electronic or something like that, they might charge you more. The good news is that if you just walk into a store and return your item, you're not going to get any fees. So,
right. But if you got a gift you didn't want and now you want to send it back, you're going to get charged.
And some of those stores are inconvenient. Maybe we don't have one of those in our area or your area. Otherwise, it's not that hard to go to a store. It's just sometimes inconvenient, I guess. So as we gear up for the New Year's, we ring in 2026, the world's most iconic New Year's Eve is about to get a little bit of a twist.
Saw this.
Yeah, so New York City's famous Times Square ball drop isn't just going to be a midnight countdown this year. It's also going to kick off something a little bigger. So for the first time ever, event organizers are planning 2 ball drop moments. So obviously, yes, the traditional midnight drop will occur where everyone cheers and kisses somebody they're next to or their significant other. But then basically that ball is going to be relit in patriotic red, white, and blue. And then it's going to drop again a few minutes later at like 12:04 to kick off the nationwide celebration for the United States 250th anniversary.
Naturally, one of the balls is going to be a little bit lower than the other one.
And then that's not it. On July 3rd, there's going to be another ball drop event taking place.
Okay.
Yes. So like
Is that going to be in Washington or that's going to be in New York too?
I don't know where it's going to be. Probably I don't know. But it's basically the official launch of the America 250 celebration.
Wow, so 3 balls. Ooh, lucky for that guy.
But of course, around here, it'll be like 8 days before because that's when we celebrate the 4th of July with the Windsor Detroit deal. Something I can never understand. You talk about old bits. Ooh.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Michigan football making a coaching hire. You like the fit? You like the hire? How you feeling about it? It's 97.1. a classic.
Oh, God, I haven't heard this all season. Good one.
Jim Costa in with Stoney. Heather, Govin, Greg behind the glasses. I'm back from a little holiday vacay. John's got the week off. Kind of.
Yes.
He's got the bowl game.
He's got the bowl game, yes. This is when you bring in the crafty lefty from the bullpen.
You're the crafty lefty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though I'm right-handed, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Look, Friday, you were in
Yes.
with John, and the Whittingham story hadn't become official, but it sounded like it was all but official.
Yeah.
As the weekend went on, Michigan made it official, had the press conference yesterday. We want to start with you, Stoney, and we want to hear from everybody. What do you make of the hire?
I think it was a very good hire. I mean, considering what was left for them to get, you can sit there and say, well, they could have waited for DeBoer and, because allegedly he wanted to come here. I think they couldn't take a chance. The portal opens up January 2nd. That's part of it. Plus, Whittingham, he's been a terrific coach. Granted, it's not the same being at Utah as at Michigan, different recruiting base. But his teams play what people here love about Michigan football. Tough, running the ball, but he uses a spread offense. So it's not going to be a boring running attack. It's going to be a lot of misdirection, and then they're going to be used, hopefully, the legs of Underwood as well as the arms. And, people are wondering, how they're going to get along. And I know they met for 45 minutes yesterday, and whether Bryce is going to go in the portal. All I know is today I saw a picture from, some of the festivities down there, him and Andrew Marsh, arm in arm, Bryce and him going to Kids Day or whatever they were doing. So, look, they were a young team, and from what I've been told, he is a solid guy, and he's strict but likable, as from the player's point of view. He can be a hard ass.
Okay, sometimes you need that, though.
Damn right. And look, players in Utah all seem to love him. You ever hear a bad thing about him?
No.
Ever?
No.
Right?
No. Michigan was put in a really bad spot here.
Yeah.
With the timing of Sharon Moore's indiscretions coming to light, right? Michigan was put behind the 8 ball. And I think they come out of it with a hell of a hire.
Correct.
So they needed someone for stability. No one more stable in college football, really, than Kyle Whittingham.
Mm-hmm.
You needed someone who was clean, who's going to do things the right way. But let's not mistake this for hiring Mother Teresa. The guy wins football games.
Damn right he does.
So you're talking about 10-win seasons, plural, in the Pac-12, multiple conference championships in a conference that had Oregon and USC. He found a way to go back-to-back. He had 10 wins in the Big 12. It's not like his success was exclusive to little cute Mountain West football. He elevated them and found a way to continue to win.
He won some bowl games. Now, granted, bowl games are not everything, although the opt-outs weren't as significant back then a few years ago. But he's won some bowl games against pretty significant opponents, too. So he's a successful coach. Like I said, he is in the Hall of Fame. Look, he was Urban Meyer's defensive coordinator when Urban was at Utah. Mm-hmm. And he succeeded Urban Meyer, and they have a relationship. Now, how does Urban Meyer feel about this? I mean, Urban Meyer's a guy who can't even say the word Michigan. It's like he only can say Wolverines, which I think is very sophomoric for a grown man. However, Urban was on Wake Up Barstool this morning to talk to Dave Portnoy, and here's what he had to say about the Michigan job and his buddy Kyle Whittingham. I'll never say the M word.
I think it's a damn good hire.
It is.
Now, how do Michigan fans feel about it? I think you could use the word safe. And to some Michigan fans, that's going to feel like we settled.
No.
Safe is what you needed.
Right.
You needed someone who you could count on to come in and win and right the ship because the program, I know they won the national title. There's been this black cloud around the program. You needed an adult. You hired an adult who wins.
Look, if they would have hired, let's say, Dillingham would have come in. He would have won the press conference with all his, Dillinghamisms and all the excitement and all that kind of stuff that he always talks about. And he could be a great coach. I'm not saying it's not. But there's also the flip. The downside of that is, winning press conferences don't mean squat. This program for this time needed a guy like Kyle Whittingham. To me, it's that simple.
And I think there are some of the concerns that you read about, okay, not a Midwest guy. Didn't Michigan State just go through this with Jonathan Smith? Key distinction here. Jonathan Smith never won a conference title.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this is a higher caliber coach.
Right. And he has coached in a big rivalry. I mean, look,
he went
to BYU.
And coached at Utah.
Yeah.
Big time rivalry.
Absolutely. Greg, Gov, I know you guys are, partial to the maize and blue. What did you think? You happy with this?
Yeah, I like the hire. They are. Whittingham is a coach, obviously, of a Utah team that is kind of spiritually Big Ten. And I think that's a big difference, too, when you compare it to Jonathan Smith, is that Utah's goal of football games was fight people. And that's kind of what Michigan wants to do, is just bring that physicality and fight people. And, I like it. I was surprised that this is a hire. When the news came out that he was stepping down from Utah, I thought he was just going to be retiring. So I'm most surprised that they got him. But I think it's a good hire.
I like it. I don't know if they could have done much better at this point, and I think it was important to secure somebody. The portal opens January 2nd, and try to get, stop, tons of players from leaving and all that stuff. I'll say this. The one thing I've always thought of Utah football, I respect them and what they accomplished, but it's like it seemed to be 8-4, 9-3 Central. And they would always get a little bit of hype, and then they would blow a big October game.
Sure.
And so let's see if that translates here. I don't know if that's a coaching issue. I'm simply just saying, that's one of the maybe the negatives I can say about his tenure.
Tom, you may be right if we did the math that he may average 8 wins a season. I don't know. I know if you look at the last 10 college football seasons, throw out the COVID year because it wasn't a full year, the last 10 college football seasons, 5 of them, his team won 10 or more games. Okay. If you go to Michigan and you win 10 games every other year, you'll be in the playoff.
Yeah.
Even if they lose to a Penn State or an OSU or they lose an Oregon game, if you can win 10 of every 12 games you play, you'll be in the playoff every year. Now, maybe Michigan fans, that's not enough because you want to win the Big Ten, but I'd argue Big Ten means less than it did because you're going to get multiple teams in. It's what you do once you make the playoffs.
So hypothetically, he stays for his 5 years.
Okay.
And that's it. Playoffs in 3 of the 5, is that enough?
Yeah. I think that should be the goal. You shrug your shoulders, Greg? I mean,
I don't know. Just this whole got to beat this out of this many times, and beat Michigan State this many times out of this many times, and beat Ohio State this many times out of this many times.
But it's important to have a barometer, expectations coming in, right?
You just want to
set the bar.
You're almost like I am too, to a certain extent. You just want a real good frickin' program, and whatever happens as far as postseason will take care of itself.
Sure.
Right. You don't want to have any bad seasons.
I mean, look though. So you said 3 playoffs.
Bad seasons are bad. I agree, Stoney.
Well, okay.
3 playoffs out of 5. I mean, look, if you make 2 out of 5 and get a natty,
right?
So it's
right.
It's about playoff performance.
Yes.
So this first year they're going to have a particularly tough schedule, and you're going to be bringing in a whole new coaching staff or majority new coaching staff. But by his second season, they'll get OSU at home. Bryce Underwood would be a junior, second year in the scheme.
They got to go to Austin that following year, I think, don't they?
But I think in the first 2 years, you make the playoff.
Yeah.
That's part of what you think you're hiring is a turnkey coach, and it's why I think it's important that he spoke on retention. Because this was not a good season for Michigan football. Don't let the record fool you. They didn't beat anybody of significance.
Right. This isn't
but the selling point was, look how young we are, and the only way to pay off that selling point is to keep and develop those guys with a real staff.
Yes. And look, a lot of times, gimmicks, right? This guy's not gimmicky. He's not there to win press conferences. He's just there to coach freaking football.
Yeah. Michigan fans, did this fire you up? Look, I know last season not beating anybody, being kind of disappointed in Sharon, seeing Sharon then disappoint the program. Does this fire you back up? Or is it, hey, it's just as boring, it's safe? Show me. 248-539-9797. Your thoughts on the Whittingham hire. It's 97.1. couple quick texts, and then we go to the phones. Kyle Whittingham, thoughts on the hire? You can call it safe. I think they needed safe. And it's not like they compromised. They got one of the better winners in college football.
Guy's going to go to the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if that's safe,
Yeah.
safe's a good hire.
Yeah.
As a State fan, Whittingham will last longer at Michigan than Fitzgerald will at MSU. I wish we were creative enough to snag him.
Well, he wasn't available at the time you hired Pat Fitzgerald, and I'm convinced that if the Michigan thing would happen differently, Fitzgerald and Matt Campbell would have been in the mix too.
As a Spartan fan, Michigan should feel fantastic. They made a fantastic hire while we're stuck with an awful coach, a retread who's been out of football for years. Wish we were competent.
I may be in the minority. I think Pat Fitzgerald is a really good hire.
Michigan's hire is the exact kind of guy. They needed to get a program builder with integrity, no skeletons in the closet. People could say safe. I think it's smart. Jason in the car. Michigan could hire Mickey Mouse as a head coach and Donald Duck as a coordinator and be better off than Sharon. He was underqualified and a terrible choice from day one.
And it's true that Kyle Whittingham's OnlyFans are like his mom and his wife and his kids. He probably doesn't.
He doesn't have
he probably
OnlyFans.
does. Yes, I know.
I think the only women he follows on Instagram are fully clothed members of his family.
That was worded strangely, Stoney.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. Especially since his mom's probably passed away.
And his
Maybe
he's
not. I don't know.
not following his children on OnlyFans.
I know.
You would sure hope not.
Yes.
Okay. This last text says, here are people that Stoney shares a birthday with.
Ooh.
Happy birthday, Stoney.
By the way, tomorrow, I believe, is like Tiger and LeBron.
So you just missed that.
I know.
Day short of greatness, Stoney. Mm-hmm. You got Myles Garrett, though.
Oh. By the way, I wanted him to get the sack record. It would have been so great that that Strahan got it against Favre, and then he would have got it against Rodgers.
Yep. By the way, did you see what he said after the game, that the Steelers were more concerned with stopping him than winning the game? They were doing some wild stuff to him. Like, he was lining up way out wide, like in the slot. They moved him inside. Pittsburgh was double and throwing everything they could at him.
Right.
He needs a half sack to tie, one for the record. Who does Cleveland play the final week of the season?
Well, it's got to be Cincinnati, right?
Right, the division games?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And their offensive line is notoriously paper thin. Other people you share a birthday with. Jude Law.
Oh, very fine actor.
Ted Danson.
Very fine actor.
Julio Rodriguez.
Of the Seattle Mariners. Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Wish we had him.
John Voight.
John Voight, very great actor.
And Dylan Mulvaney.
He's another actor. I mean, hey, me and I, what the heck, it's good. Former Philadelphia Flyer Tom Bladen, I remember. See, you wouldn't even know him.
I don't even know who Tom Bladen is.
You wouldn't, because he was from the Broad Street Bully days.
Okay. Let's get some phone calls in the mix on this. Dean in Windsor. Dean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good
So
morning.
is it John Voight the dentist or John Voight the actor?
John Voight, the actor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure.
I know.
No, I was just calling about the Whittingham hire. I think it's going to be great for Michigan with, I was kind of worried about like the big recruits that we got and what they were going to do. And, that 5-star defensive end that they got, it's exciting. I don't know. I think Whittingham is just a huge hire, and it's kind of, with Urban Meyer, it's kind of funny with that because, Ohio State and all that crap. So I think it's going to be really good. I feel like I'm repeating myself right now, but
No, but I think there's a joke in there somewhere, right? Because Jim Harbaugh famously said about Urban, wherever he goes, controversy follows. Yet now it's an Urban Meyer disciple that has to come in and clean up Jim Harbaugh's controversy.
Yeah. Well, Whittingham had no controversy in Utah that I know of. Right?
Correct. So there's an irony, though.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's, and boy, because Big Noon on Fox doesn't go to do enough Michigan games, now Urban will be here more.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right about that. Mm-hmm. Look, I'll be curious to see portal opens up at the end of this week.
Mm-hmm.
Not only retention.
They got to get a few players, too, which I'm sure they will.
Do they pull some guys from Utah? Probably. I know Whittingham said, I read the quote, I didn't hear him say it, but I read the quote that they're not going to actively poach players from Utah, but if they enter the portal,
Correct.
they may as well come to Michigan at that point.
Right.
Which is a way of doing it without doing it, because now you've sent that publicly. Hey, guys, if you're interested, hit the portal, we'll have a conversation.
Which is fine.
Yes.
He'll do things the right way.
Yes. So that hire became official over the weekend, although I think people were talking about it late on.
You talk about irony. He beat Jim Harbaugh on his Harbaugh's first game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got Gator in the studio. Gator, how was the holiday week?
Yeah. It was it is what it was. You know, Christmas was interesting with the joy of Christmas and then the agony of the Lions. That was painful.
I forgot to ask, Heather, how did Christmas Day go over in your house?
Well, our Christmas Day was changed a little bit because of so many people being sick.
Oh, it's going around, people.
We didn't go to my mother-in-law's on Christmas Day like we normally do. So the game was on at our house.
You were okay with it? Was it all right?
I was okay with it. I didn't watch.
You made peace.
I did not watch.
Okay.
I did watch halftime.
I thought it was pretty good.
It was.
By the way, I think Netflix's presentation was awful. They're interviewing like Barry and the first game with like
Emmett
Portis, and they, then like shrink the. It was like ridiculous. Nobody wants to hear what they had to say during action. Well, not that there was much action in the Lions, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it wasn't very good. The halftime show was good.
It was. It was really good.
I didn't see the halftime show.
Okay.
We ate during halftime, so I hit pause on the TV. We ate dinner and then came back to the TV. And by the time we got back to the TV had unpaused itself and shut down Netflix. So I had to start Netflix all over again. And when I did, it started right up.
Why did you watch it on
live.
Netflix? Why didn't you watch it on Channel 62?
Because I wasn't thinking.
Oh.
That's a good explanation.
Yeah, because I wasn't thinking, Stoney, because I just thought, well, it's Netflix. It must be on Netflix and nothing else. Yeah, no, I screwed up. So that when the game came on, it was already like fourth quarter, and I'm like, that's the score? And then the yardage, they had a yardage thing. Like, well, that's the yardage for second half, right? And I go to my phone, start looking at the box, and I'm like, that's the yardage for the game? Couldn't believe what I was watching. No. And I'm sure neither can anybody else. And it's been brutal, and we'll talk about it.
So you got a chance to give your first thoughts on it. You weren't in Friday.
No, I was not.
Doug and Rear.
Yeah, I tuned into that for a little bit.
Oil and water.
On Twitch to see how that was going to work. And it went about as expected. So, we'll talk about that, and we're certainly going to talk about the hiring at Michigan, and hopefully we can get into some Red Wings Pistons talk, too.
All right, a lot to discuss. You got Karsh and Anderson coming up. No Karsh, plenty of Anderson. Stay tuned. Listen, it's coming up next right here on 97.1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Karsten Anderson program. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, along with Kang. Doug is out. Doug will be back next week. And, once we get into the new year, everything gets back to normal. But end of the year, look, you guys have been paying attention. We've been doing the show this is 18 years. It'll be starting our 19th year in January. So during this time, I hope that you have become accustomed to what happens in December.
Spoiler alert, they're not, Gator.
Oh, no? Okay.
Stop taking time off.
You're right. Exactly. My bad. I did run into somebody that was shopping a few weeks ago. It was at Somerset, and some guy comes up to me. I was having a sandwich, and guy comes over to me and says, Gator, like, hey, man, how are you? He goes, hey, you weren't on the air today. What, are you sick? I'm like, no, I've got vacation, and that's why I'm here at the mall doing some shopping. No, I thought you were sick. No, I'm good. I'm just time off. Oh, yeah. We all thought, where is he? I just have some time off. So that's what happens in December. We take time off in December, and typically in the summer, and everything else is like, kind of balls to the wall doing the show. I'm happy to do the show today because there's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, it's not good stuff to talk about. Well, some of it might be good, I guess, for some people. But the loss for the Lions to the Minnesota Vikings on Christmas Day. I know that you had a chance to talk a little bit about it on Friday with Doug and with Jeff Rieger, but I have not had a chance to offer up my 2 cents worth yet on this. So, and Kang, I don't know how much of an opportunity you got to talk about it on Friday as well. Obviously, with I'm sure Jeff was very gentle and Doug. And look, that was a game that you can't be gentle. You can't pussyfoot around it. You can't sugarcoat things. This was an awful, awful football game, and I can't remember a game in the Dan Campbell era that meant this much to the team where the team looked this bad. Right? We've seen some games that are absolute clunkers. A few years ago, they played Baltimore and got absolutely embarrassed. That was terrible. It was no fun. That game at Carolina where the field was in the worst condition ever, but, they go out and play the games. Everybody has to play on it. And Carolina ran for like 200 yards against the Lions or whatever it was, and they beat the Lions. And it was Carolina. Carolina was terrible. Those are bad losses. But those are bad losses during the season where you have plenty of time to recover from it. Or maybe even those were seasons, I can't remember which seasons those were from. I think one of them may have been from the 9-8 season and not the 12-5 season. But this was your season. The season was on the line. You had to win to have an opportunity to still have a chance next week. And it was served up to you on a platter with Max Brosmer was the quarterback for Minnesota. It wasn't J.J. McCarthy, which had it been J.J., I don't care. I still would have been pretty chesty about the outcome of the game. J.J. McCarthy wasn't particularly good against the Lions the first time they won. There were a few plays in that game that really flipped the game on its head the first time around against the Vikings. Nonetheless, the Vikings won it. Give them credit. They had 5 sacks in that game, and Lions had a couple turnovers in that game, or at least one turnover in that game. It was very costly. Blocked extra point, or blocked field goal, I should say. Lots of things went wrong for the Lions in that game. But this time around, you got Max Brosmer, right? Shouldn't be concerned about Max Brosmer. You shouldn't be terribly concerned about the Vikings in general in this game. And in the end, 51 yards passing. What? They had one play that was worth a damn, was a 65-yard run on an end around to Jordan Addison, who just took off, and everybody seemed to forget what the responsibilities are on that play. There it goes right past Hutchinson. Down the sidelines, touchdown. It's not just on Aiden. bad pursuit angles and a whole bit. And it looked like, was the play offside? Did the false start? Because the Lions are pointing, like, what's going on? Whatever. One play. Aside from that, they had like 90, whatever it was. My math is terrible, but was it 93 yards on 27 carries prior to that? Like, that's nothing special. I mentioned the 51 yards passing. Oh, and by the way, knock off 48 yards because of sack totals. And then you have your 3 net yards passing, which is the number everybody wants to quote. But, I mean, they threw for 51 yards. But it's terrible. How?
Looking back at it, Gator, in hindsight, this may have been the worst loss they suffered under the Dan Campbell era.
This is what I'm saying. I
because
think it
of
is.
everything you just mentioned. I mean, you get curb stomped by Baltimore a couple years ago. That's understandable. That happens, right? Lamar Jackson, he's a tier 1 MVP type quarterback. And when they get rolling, it's tough to stop them. The Carolina game, yes, Carolina wasn't good, but they had played. I think they had won a few in a row. They were playing for Steve Wilkes at the time. Remember, he was the interim coach, and you could sell me on that. They're on the road, whatever. Max Brosmer and the Vikings, when you have everything on the line, everything, and you've known this for weeks. It's not just that last week, and they came out and laid an egg. It was actually, you couldn't even imagine. I know the Vikings have a decent defense, and Brian Flores is a really good coordinator. 6 turnovers. They had 8 the entire year heading into the game.
So I was saying this during the crosstalk in the morning show. My house, I hosted Christmas. So I had my brother and his family over. I had a couple other people over at the house. Mom was over at the house. And I was cooking dinner, and I knew this was going to happen. The plan all along was, come halftime, we're going to hit pause on the game, and then we're going to serve dinner. So I'm making dinner while all this is going on, while the game's going on, and I'm paying some attention to it and seeing what's happening here, because there are large portions of time I'm just waiting for stuff to cook. I don't actually have to be, slaving over a stove. Everything's working. So when we were done with dinner and went to unpause the game, and unfortunately at that point, the TV had already restarted with Netflix, because I forgot it was on regular TV. I just saw Netflix and figured it was only on Netflix. I made the mistake. So I go to Netflix and go to reboot it, and unfortunately it picks up right where it picks up with live time. So now it's like fourth quarter, and I see the score, and I thought, what? 13-7? Huh? Or 13-10, whatever the score was. I think the Lions kicked the field goal. It was 13-10 maybe. I don't know what it was. I'm like, what? How is this possible? And now that I've already, been caught up here, I may as well look at the box score and see what's happened. And I couldn't believe my eyes what I was seeing, because I'd seen a few of the mistakes in the first half with a couple of horrific snaps from the center that were, wide right. I don't know how you snap a ball in that direction, but that's where it was on both of them. Goff trying to fall on top of the ball and doesn't really completely cover it and ends up losing that fumble. Saw Jahmyr Gibbs fumble earlier in the game. The interceptions that Goff threw, those weren't very good passes. And then other fumbles that he had because he got absolutely smashed. I was stunned at how poor the Lions played.
Especially the type of culture they've built over these last 3 years. It's shocking, honestly, Gator. We speak about it all the time. One of their superpowers as a team is to be able to bounce back from wins, right? Yeah. Clearly, they haven't done that the last few weeks here. But Max Brosmer, I cannot get over that. Yeah. That guy had like 4 turnovers the previous game, looked incompetent. He's basically out there just because they have nobody else. Wentz, McCarthy, of course, down. Everything to play for. Your playoff lives are on the line, and that's how they played as a team.
Yeah, I get it's next man up mentality. I totally understand that. But the defense has been doing that for a large part of the season with the secondary, and for most of the season, actually with the secondary, they've had to deal with that with not only missing a starting corner, but missing a starting safety, and then now the last 3 weeks, it's been missing both starting safeties. And it's not just having to go with your backups to the starters. the Lions with their secondary have had to go to their backups to the backups. That's the difference. Like, I was listening to Jim Costa and Stoney this morning driving in, and one of the things that Jim was saying is that the Lions have kind of fallen in love with their own players a little bit. And he thought that, they missed out on opportunities to go ahead and improve the roster by, using higher draft picks to trade for players or whatever. And that Joe Tooney went for a 4th-round pick. And I thought, okay, there's some merit to that, but I think what's unfair is that when they've gone out and signed their own players to big contracts, and good players that are deserving of the big contracts, players that you don't want to lose. But when you do that, you have to have lower-priced talent as backups to kind of fill in those roster spots. And the problem with the Lions isn't that they have those guys, is that they had to play not only those guys, but more importantly, they've had to play the guys behind those guys. That's the problem. It's not that the roster doesn't have the depth. They had some depth. And then the depth got lopped off in training camp with the offensive line that I've talked about ad nauseum with the players that they've lost, that they were, hey, let's look and see what we have with the first, with a draft pick that they took this year, Miles Frazier. Hurt right away. Don't get a chance to see him. Hey, let's see what we have in Giovanni Manu, who they drafted a couple years ago. Oh, nope, don't get to see him because he got hurt right away in training camp. Oh, well, it's okay. They got Kobe Sorsdal. Let's see Kobe Sorsdal in the offense. Nope, he's gone. Okay, Jamarco Jones. There's a guy they're trying to. Nope, he's gone. That's 4. 4 guys you were expected to see in some kind of capacity and gone before the regular season starts. And that's just to the offensive line, let alone what they're putting out there in the secondary between corners and safeties. I mean, they're literally playing their 6th and 7th safeties of the year. And you look at the tight end situation. Laporta only played half a season, and we know how important Sam is to this team. And Brock Wright's awfully important too, as his backup, and he gets a lot of starts, a lot of snaps, and he got hurt. So now you're going with your 3rd and 4th and 5th string tight ends, and then more injuries to the offensive line. Oh, just a catastrophe. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. So I want to make sure that this doesn't get misconstrued, okay? Injuries are part of the game. They're part for every team in the National Football League. If you don't believe it, just flip on your TV and watch football. Phillip Rivers isn't playing football this year unless Daniel Jones gets hurt, right? If you're watching a game last night, San Francisco's still getting things done without Nick Bosa and George Kittle didn't play last night. It didn't seem to stop it. Next man up. Here's Tonjes having one of the game of his life. Teams deal with injuries all the time. Injuries are a reason to help explain what's happened, but it's not the sole reason what's happened. I think there's a lot. The collapse of the Lions goes way deeper than just injuries, and injuries are a massive cut to this team to get it deep. But in the end, they weren't constructed well enough to sustain it. They thought they were, and they were not. And you can go back to a trade deadline and talk about missed opportunities there, but it's tough to really understand what did or didn't happen at the deadline when we're not the ones making the phone calls and we're not the ones receiving the phone calls. So I don't know who was available, at what cost. Clearly, it was a cost that they thought was too much to try to improve that roster. And, in the end, if you had thought about it, Kang, we go back and look at it. Had they traded for an offensive lineman, just a decent offensive lineman, nothing special, but somebody who could step in and start for them, would that have made any difference?
I think it might have for the last 2 games. Now, injuries play a role everywhere, like you said. The Niners, they're at top of the NFC right now, and they've been decimated by injuries. They even lost their starting quarterback for games this year, right? And they were able to overcome. Now, the injuries probably would have ended up preventing the Lions from doing any damage in the playoffs, but they still could have made the playoffs with all these injuries. The last 2 games specifically, the Steelers are not that good of a team.
No,
they're in a
not.
soft division where Lamar Jackson's been hurt all year. Joe Burrow's been hurt, right? The Vikings, we already spoke of how bad they are, especially with Mac Brosmer at quarterback. The Lions still could have overcame those injuries and beat those 2 teams with their playoff lives on the line, and they were not able to do it. This was just not their year. The injuries did not help, but personally, I think it all started with the interior offensive line. That's the lifeline of this team. And once they stopped run blocking and weren't protecting Goff as they normally would or could, that's where things went off the rails for this team.
Yeah, I mean, moment one is in the offseason when Frank Ragnow retires after the draft and kind of catches people off guard, like, uh-oh, what just happened there? And then it's like, okay, well, next man up, we'll figure this out. And then you go through training camp, and during training camp, at some point during training camp, they made the decision that their center was going to be Glasgow and that Tate Ratledge is going to stay at right guard. Now, when they drafted Tate Ratledge, they talked about his flexibility. He can play guard, he can play center. Let's see where he's going to start off. And, the thought was he's getting lots of reps in training camp at center. Is that eventually where he's going to go? Well, they just said, no, he's right guard. I wonder if that's, there's going to be things they're going to be kicking themselves over in the offseason now that they have 1 game left. And then it's, as Dan Skipper said, it's off to Cancun, I guess. Because there's no playoffs for this team. And they have to start, and Brad Holmes can already start thinking about what they're going to do for next year, and I'm sure Dan Campbell's doing some of that too, but meanwhile, they got 1 more game to prepare for against the Bears. But I wonder how much of that preparing how much of the thought goes into it. Does Tate Ratledge end up being the center moving on? And was it a mistake at some point not to switch and let Tate Ratledge play center? I don't know. It's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? And I think that's a little bit unfair. But I don't think it's unfair to think about in the offseason, and technically now is kind of, it's I guess technically it's not the offseason, but knowing that they're no longer playoff bound, you can start to think about things like that. Is that a thought that goes into next year? Is Tate Ratledge your everyday center? Are they going to draft one? Do they have to sign one in free agency? What is the plan? And that's the massive plan for next year is how do you rebuild the offensive line? The offensive line was the number 1 position group on this team over the last several years. They were great. They were great with Frank Ragnow. They were great with Taylor Decker and great with Penei Sewell. Those 3 guys, stalwarts. And then you just kind of found a way to have guards play in there, and the guards worked. Well, Ragnow retired. And Taylor Decker might retire after this year. And Kang, you and I were talking about this before the show. Penei Sewell, normally 10 out of 10. I don't think he was 10 out of 10 this year. I don't think he was 7 out of 10 either, but I think, because Penei Sewell has such a high standard that when he makes mistakes, you're like, oh my God, that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, the standard for him, honestly, is perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
We expect him to be perfect. So when he does miss an assignment or gets beat, it's kind of like, whoa.
Yeah.
And he missed some this year. He did.
Love the guy. Absolutely love the guy. Don't want to even insinuate moving on from him. But you have to think about this. If Decker's not going to come back, if he's going to retire, then do you move Sewell back over to the left side, which is probably inevitable? I mean, there's a lot that has to happen with the offensive line. And that's where things started to go south with this team, was in the offseason, with the uncertainty of what they had. And then taking a gamble of not bringing Zeitler back and let's go with Glasgow at center and Ratledge at right guard, and then you've got Mahogany at left guard. You've got so much inexperience in the interior of that offensive line. And as the season went on and Glasgow was breaking down, they had Tristan Colon playing center. Kingsley Equibon the last couple of games has played center, and it's a disaster. It's a disaster up front. Let alone that prior to the game against the Vikings, the defense had given up 450 yards a game in the previous 5 games. And that's not a small sample size. That starts with the Giants game, where they give up over 500 yards in offense to Jameis Winston and the Giants. Lions got big problems. Let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. I know people they got a lot to say. Maybe we're in the talking mood on Friday, but you can be in the talking mood today. We'll be glad to talk to you. Same number to text us as well. We'll start with Don in Detroit. Don, welcome to 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right,
Glad to be here.
Thanks, Don.
But I want to add something that you guys forgot about. Back in 1969-70, we should have picked Chuck Noll as coach. We got rid of him, sent him to Pittsburgh. 4 Super Bowls later, he became one of the greatest coaches in football. We had Monty Clark. Over the years, we never built a system. We do not know how to face a team that is getting our cookies given to us without making adjustments during the game. The only guy I remember doing that was the Washington coach. When his team was getting beat up, he made adjustments during the game, didn't wait till halftime to make sure he made those corrections. We don't do that. There's no way these teams should have been running on the Lions like they have, especially with the defense we had last year. And when Ndamukong Suh became available again, I thought that would have been a good fit for the Lions. I know what you're going to say, probably no, but everybody wants a monster, but nobody knows how to correct them. Look at Dick Butkus. Look at Mean Joe Green.
All right. Thanks, Don. I appreciate the call. I'm not going back down memory lane of the 70s and the 60s and the monsters in the midway to purple people eaters and all that stuff, the no-name defense. Don't need to go through there, okay? And as far as the not making adjustments, I think that's absolute horse crap. Every team makes adjustments. The Lions went 15-2 last year. You don't think there were some adjustments made at halftime or during the game to ensure they would win games? That's ridiculous. And Ndamukong Suh, really? You wanted to bring Ndamukong Suh back? Nobody else brought him back. Not one team. It's been a while since Ndamukong Suh was in the league. You know why? Because he can't play anymore. And Chuck Noll? Really? You're going to bring up Chuck Noll? Why not bring up Bill Parcells, too? He was on a Lions staff years ago.
Bill Belichick.
Yeah. They lost out on all those Hall of Fame coaches who were part of. Come on, man. What do we do?
I think people quickly forgot, like you said, 15-2 last year.
15-2 a year
title
ago.
game 2 years ago.
Back-to-back division champions.
Yeah, we're hoping what this is, Gator, is a blip on the radar. Like they can get back to where they're supposed to be starting next year. Sometimes this happens to teams, even good teams, where it's not their year. The injuries catch up to them. By the way, the Lions have 2 new coordinators this year, and I think that definitely played a role to the continuity of this team and the scheming and all that stuff. Like, I'm not saying that's the only reason, but a lot of stuff played into this.
Yeah, and by the way, it's Monday, which means it's Champ and Chump Monday. I forgot to throw that out there. So we're going to have our Champ and Chump. I'll offer up mine, King, if you've got some Champ and Chump nominees you want to bring up at 1038. More than welcome to. We welcome it from the people as well. 248-539-9797. Champ, who had a great week. Chump, who did not have a great week. You can offer up your nominations, and we'll get to those next here on 97.1. Got some ticket text coming in. The Minnesota loss was the first time I could say Jared Goff should get most of the blame. He was terrible. I don't think Goff was good in that game. I mean, a couple of those interceptions were not good. I think a couple of the fumbles, I think he was charged with 3 fumbles. I think a couple of those weren't his fault. I still can't understand the bad snaps. 2 bad snaps from Ecobon that were just like shot immediately to the right. I don't get that. But no, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Goff wasn't good enough in the game. Under duress a lot. I don't think he was god awful, but I don't think he was good.
The offense, they got outcoached and outplayed by that Vikings defense. Flores and that team got after the Lions. They caused them to turn over the ball multiple times. And on a day where the Lions defense actually stepped up.
I was going to say, the crazy thing
You
is,
know, they actually stepped up. They only let one play happen, which was the jet sweep, which basically ended the game. But other than that, the defense gave the Lions offense plenty of opportunities to win this game.
the defense did a great job. 7 quarterback sacks in the game. I mean, the total yardage was, 100 and something yards. It was like less than 150 yards in offense. They did a great job. And they, like we said, it was just the one play. They end around to Addison. They gave up 65 yards on a one play. Outside of that, they gave up nothing. You know, they had a couple of 10-yard receptions and a 10-yard run and an 11-yard run. That's it. Like, they did a great job. But the one thing the defense didn't do was turn the ball over to the offense. They didn't get a fumble recovery. I don't think they caused a fumble. Oh, actually, they caused one fumble to Brosmer. And they didn't pick them off. But they didn't give up the yardage. So, I mean, the defense did their job. Hutch had a couple sacks. Al-Qadim Madaman had a couple sacks. But in the end, the offense just couldn't get on track. The offensive line was atrocious. And you found out right away before the game starts. I shouldn't say right away. You found out right before the game starts. Taylor Decker's out with an illness. And Graham Glasgow is available to the team, but limited. So he didn't start at center. So you got Ekaban playing at center again. And it's just, and the guys just coming off injury, and Mahogany playing his second game off of injury. No more excuses with that because he's playing. And it was bad. It was just bad. No protection. Tight ends did a bad job. The offensive line did a bad job. I don't think the running backs helped out Goff either in that scene. But in the end, they needed to be a little bit better. And maybe would it have just taken a little bit better for them to win the game?
Yes, if they would have turned over the ball maybe 5 times instead of 6, they might have won the game. That's how bad the Vikings are.
It's how bad it was, yeah. And then you look at what happened on Saturday night when the Packers are playing, and you're like, okay, Packers and Ravens, and then I think the Packers, the Lions losing, I think made the Packers' decision to sit Jordan Love for another week. Made it really easy. Go ahead and start Malik Willis. Malik Willis looked good. He looked really good until he hurts his shoulder again. Has to leave the game briefly. But Huntley leading Baltimore, and obviously was the running game with Derrick Henry. But nonetheless, Packers don't get it done. And if the Lions had gotten it done against the Vikings, we'd be paying a lot more attention to this week. And then bitching about, oh, crap, look what the Bears did last night against San Francisco. How could the Lions possibly beat the Bears? And yet the Bears, I don't know what they're going to suit up on Sunday against the Lions. Because the game no longer means a whole lot for them. It just means, are they going to be the second seed or the third seed? They're still going to host a game. I guess it comes down to who do they want to play. Would they want to play Green Bay or do they want to play the Rams? I'd rather play Green Bay.
Don't discount the revenge factor for Ben Johnson. I mean, the Lions laid it on them last time they came to Ford Field.
I hear you. And all that might come into play. Maybe they would play their entire arsenal against the Lions for the first half and just try to humiliate them. I don't know. Maybe, sure. But the point is, we don't even get that opportunity to think about what this is going to be like in a game that could matter, because the game that mattered, they lost. Did you get the sense, King, that they just overlooked Minnesota? Oh, we got this because of Brosmer? Or was it just like, oh, crap, we're without our left tackle. We're starting a different center again. We have no secondary. We're just going to go out there and hopefully we can win the game, and they didn't.
I don't think they overlooked Minnesota at all. I thought the defense played well, like we spoke about already. I think the offense was just out. They were outplayed, outcoached, out-schemed, out everything. I think Brian Flores and that Vikings defense.
It's a good defense. They have some good players. I don't know if it's a good defense, but they got some good players.
But they have great coaching.
Yeah.
And they just out-schemed the Lions. I didn't think the Lions, I hate the adjustment talk, but honestly, they weren't able to combat what the Vikings were doing on defense. Call it what you want, adjustments or whatever. The Vikings, the defense outplayed the Lions offense, and it was not even close.
Mondays are time for Champ and Chump. I will offer up my champ. We'll start things off. For me, it's Drake May. quarterback of the New England Patriots. He was near perfect. Absolutely amazing against the Jets. Now, given it's the Jets, and the Jets are just awful, but Drake May was insane how good he was. 5 touchdown passes in the Patriots' 13th win of the season. If I had an MVP vote, it would go to Drake May. Kang, your champ?
I'm going with the Pistons and Red Wings for being in first place. I know the Pistons lost last night and the Red Wings won, but they're at least giving us something to look forward to now that the Lions season is basically over. I know that it's not officially over, but their playoff chances are officially over. So thank goodness for the Red Wings and the Pistons. Keep doing what you're doing because we're going to be focusing on you a lot pretty soon here.
As far as Chubb is concerned, I'm going with Dan Campbell. He didn't have his team ready to play. I don't know what the hell happened with the offensive line, what we saw there. There are no playoffs. This is following a 15-win season. Scarily, they're not alone. The Chiefs also won 15 games last year, and they're out of the playoffs. And the Vikings won 14 games last year, and they're out of the playoffs. That's crazy to think you got 2 15-win teams and a 14-win team that the very next season are out of the playoffs, but that's where they're at. The Lions are there, and I love Dan Campbell. I think he's the right guy to coach this team, but that he did not have his team ready to go, and that is disappointing. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we go. And King, who is your chump?
Thank you, Gator, for asking for my chump. My chump is going to be flu season. The sickness that's been going around, not just Michigan, but it looks like the entire country. I've noticed more, maybe because my family went through it. Like my whole family was a disaster last week. We missed Christmas, like our normal Christmas at our in-laws and grandparents and all that stuff. But I've noticed on injury reports for football, the term illness has popped up a lot in December with the Lions, with any other team. So illness, you're my chump of the weekend.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. Back to the phones. And Chris is in Canton. Chris, welcome to 97.1.
Fellas, doing a great show today. Yeah, my season was over when they drafted Talik Williams for me. The guy never beat Michigan. Why? Because Michigan ran down their neck. And then, so he wasn't even good at his strength there. He was the 5th, 6th best defensive tackle. Once you get to that point in the draft, you don't take a guy like that in the first round, the 6th best at some position. Like, it's like, okay, maybe I need to pivot and go somewhere else. Also, I'm with you on the chumping of Dan Campbell. When he gets into the press conferences, so you've been there, Gator and Kang, in these press conferences, when he goes, well, we knew we had to play for the last possession, 7 possessions later. We knew it was going to be that type of game. You've seen how he coached this week. He had 50 seconds on the clock, and he's just acting like, well, we know it's one of them games where it's the last possession. Just play the game, and you know what? That strategy, that used to work when you were good. Okay, now you're going to have to adjust, and when you got an offense like that, it should be pedal to the metal, not we knew it was going to be a game where we had to have the ball last and all this other junk. That's not working, Dad, obviously.
Well, and thanks for the call. I wonder if any kind of philosophies are going to change for next season. And starting with the offseason, because you're going to have to figure out which players you're going to hang on to before they get to free agency. You got to make decisions there. You got to make decisions on giving players extensions. And then you have to make decisions on what free agents you want to go after. And then you've got the NFL draft. There's a lot that happens between, next Monday and the end of April when you get to the draft. And I think there's some things you have to look at, but I wonder if philosophies have to change. We'll talk about that next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Coming up at 11:05, want to kind of get into a little bit more of what happened last week with Christmas, and Ken kind of touched on it with illness and how that's creeping up on all the NFL reports and the hockey reports and basketball reports when it comes to the injury list, and you see guys out with illness, and we'll get to that coming up after the top of the hour. Meantime, 248-539-9797, the telephone number here, same number to text. And I mentioned that, maybe some philosophies have to change when it comes to the offseason. And when I say that is, I think, to me, Kang, one of the big issues that I've had with Brad Holmes, and it might be the only issue, one of the only issues, I like Brad Holmes a lot. I don't want to move on from him from the general manager, and I like Dan Campbell a lot. I'm not moving on him from head coach. These guys are fine. And Jared Goff is the quarterback. These are the big three everybody looks at. Those are fine. That's not it. It doesn't mean you can't change some things up, though. And if you're going to change things up without changing the actual person and replacing them, it's getting them to think differently. So a philosophy, a paradigm shift, if you will. And one of the problems I have is that Brad Holmes is crazy aggressive when it comes to the NFL draft and maneuvering all throughout the draft, constantly trading, giving up assets to move up to get his guy. He'll pinpoint on a guy, he wants him, and he'll move up and go get him. I haven't had as much of an issue moving in the first round of the draft. When you trade back, you got Drysdale and Jahmyr Gibbs, you want to trade back and get some more assets, and you do it, and you're passing on Jalen Carter. Okay, but he got it right. Jalen Carter's a great player. But Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta, that's a better combination. That works better. I'm okay with that. Trading for Jamison Williams, that has some mixed reviews on that, but I like J-Mo as a player a lot. I think he adds a ton to this offense. But it's the maneuvering around to get guys like, even though I was a big Hendon Hooker fan, you give up a lot of draft capital to move up and get him. Broderick Martin, felt like there was an awful lot going on to move up to take Broderick Martin. Isaac Tesla, I like Isaac Tesla, but I have a hard time thinking that he wasn't going to be available to you when you were going to pick without having to move up and get him. I could be dead wrong. They've got intel to tell us otherwise, and that's why they made the move. But nonetheless, these are players that were multiple picks are given up to secure that pick. And I bring this up because when you get to a trade deadline, when you're looking at whatever it is, early November, whenever the trade deadline is, the capital you have is draft capital. That's how players get moved to the trade deadline. It's not player for player like you see in baseball. It's a totally different kind of trade deadline in the NFL. It's basically which draft picks are you going to give up to another team to acquire a player that's going to help you out. And the Lions haven't been terribly active. They did get Zadarius Smith a year ago, and he was okay for the Lions. But this past year, they didn't do anything. And they had definitely a screaming need on the offensive line to try to add to it, but they didn't. And I think there was only one offensive lineman that was moved with mixed results. And again, we don't know who is available to them. But my problem is that he's not willing necessarily to give up the assets on a trade deadline day, but he's more than willing to do it at the draft. And I wonder if that's a philosophy that needs to change. Hang on to your draft picks during the draft, and if you're going to move anything for the following season, do it at the deadline when you're acquiring players that can help you out right here and now, and they're proven commodity players. They're not taking a chance and taking a flyer and hoping this guy's going to be great in the future. It's what can I do right now to improve this offensive line, to improve the pass rush, to improve the secondary. That's where I look at it. I think maybe that's a philosophy that has to change at Brad Holmes. He doesn't need to be super aggressive at the draft, but maybe save some of those picks so that you can be more aggressive at the deadline.
It's tough because what you're kind of asking him to do is be perfect almost. And it's no GM is perfect. No president is perfect, right? I understand the real core of your philosophy is just hold on some more picks to be able to use them later. but he does everything with conviction, which I appreciate because this is how we got here.
Yeah.
This is how we got to a competitive football team, a great culture, right? My change in philosophy for him, well, what I would ask for is if it is kind of the falling in love with your own players thing. I just mentioned he does everything with conviction, but maybe sometimes you have to have someone else reevaluate or evaluate what you do have and move on. Be able to move on from players, right? And so if you believe in a guy, you give him a contract, you draft him, that's one thing. But if you see maybe it's not working, to be able to let that person go, a la Marcus Davenport or Emmanuel Mosley. I know those guys are because of injury concerns, but the Davenport thing, I mean, everyone saw coming since
These
the
are
day
free
they
agent
signed him.
signings,
Yeah. Mahogany. Maybe, they obviously thought he was going to be okay this year. Maybe he wasn't going to be okay. Maybe you really need to go find another guard. I know they drafted Ratledge. Maybe you thought Glasgow could handle it in the middle, but he actually just is getting worse and older. I think I give him a little slack on that because Frank Ragnow retired so late after the draft, right? But I just want them to be able to reevaluate, hey, maybe this guy isn't going to develop like we thought, and then cut cords right away instead of, hanging on and seeing what you have. Because I'm not sure Manu was going to be that good. I mean, that one, talk about reach. That
I have no idea. Giovanni Manu
Yeah.
was another one that they traded up to go get. And that's why I said, okay, even though I think this is a philosophy I'd like to change with him in terms of, being less aggressive on draft day and giving up picks to move up to a third, to give up multiple picks to get a third round pick. I don't like that necessarily because I like to hang on to some of those picks. So when it comes to the trade deadline to use that. That being said, when you talk about giving up on guys and maybe it's time to give up on some players that you've drafted and get ahead of it, that was one of the big problems with the team this year. And where I do think injuries, it's not an excuse. There's a legitimate reason why you're in a position that you're in. And that is that some of your backups aren't good enough. But the problem is they've had to go to the backups. And Manu is another one of these guys that got hurt. This was supposed to be a year you got to see something from Manu. You think it would have helped him out if he was able to at least practice every day? But he wasn't because he got hurt. Same thing with Sorsdahl. Got hurt.
I think they got hurt, which maybe...
Same thing with Mekhi Frazier. Got hurt.
Also, I don't think they were developing that quickly, and maybe the injuries had something to do with that as well, the development. But you can't run Dan Skipper out there as your backup tackle, who you cut, by the way.
Yeah.
You cut and put him on the practice squad. And at the end of the year... he's your starting tackle when you need to win the game. Your playoff lives are on the line.
Right, and part of that is because Sorsdahl got hurt, because Manu got hurt, and Jamarco Jones got hurt. These were guys I think that were absolutely going to be ahead in the depth chart, and they're not. And I wonder what's going to happen with a guy like, say, Josh Paschal. I mean, I'd have to look back and see if did they trade up to get Paschal or not. I don't remember, but that's another guy that a lot of hopes put into him. A good sized guy.
They believed in him.
Yeah, all these guys that can play inside and outside, and none of them have panned out. So that's just an area I think that maybe the philosophy has to change and take a closer look at. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Kyle's in Northville. Kyle, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Kyle.
Hey, this is 100% Brad Holmes' fault. And from a player personnel standpoint, you take that one draft away, I think we can all agree he's getting a D or an F in his trades, his free agency, his handling of which players to bring back. The fact of the matter is, and let's just take the last 2 years, he takes Williams. Now, he might have had a first-round grade on him, but Johnson from Michigan has been, when he's on the field, outstanding for Arizona. And the year before, we take Terrion Arnold, and Cooper DeJean was sitting there, and now Philadelphia has arguably the two best cornerbacks in football, or pairing in football.
Well, I got to let you go up against the break here, Kyle, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, if that's a talent evaluation thing, you like one guy over another guy, and you were wrong. 97.1.
The scheduling details for the Lions' Week 18 matchup with the Bears have been finalized. The game will kick off in Chicago at 4:25 this Sunday. You can hear it right here on 97.1. The game's date and time were previously TBD, as it could have been flexed between Saturday or Sunday. Also, Kyle Whittingham spoke to the media yesterday for the first time as the new head football coach at the University of Michigan. He said his primary focus right now is retaining players from Michigan's roster and early signing day high school class ahead of the NCAA transfer portal opening this Friday. He also said he expects to bring in 7 or 8 new coaches and retain 2 or 3 assistants from the previous Michigan regime. That regime was, of course, led by Sharon Moore, who was fired and arrested for home invasion earlier this month, prompting an investigation into the U of M athletic department. Whittingham, however, said that was not a deterrent to him taking the job.
No, I don't think so. Well, it's not that I don't think so. The answer is no. I didn't have any hesitation. There's some issues, missteps that are being taken care of, but the key is the players are solid. Players here are rock solid. None of those things that we're dealing with involve the players. But I've got no doubt that everything's going to be handled properly. We'll see. I'm not close enough to the knowledgeable enough and privy enough to exactly what's going on in the details, but I've got full confidence it will come out of this just fine.
Michigan plays this Wednesday in the Citrus Bowl. Whittingham said he will primarily stay out of the way for that game. Both Michigan and Michigan State also hit the hardwood again tonight. Each team tips off at 7 o'clock. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, even though Lions Bears at 4:25 doesn't mean anything in terms of playoff implications. I mean, it does for the Bears, I guess, if they're going to be a number 2 seed or a number 3 seed, but I'm not sure if they're going to care too much. The last week of the season, the NFL is always going to be great, and they've got great games on Saturday. Carolina at Tampa Bay. King, that's for the division, right? So you got the division game playing for the NFC South at 4:30 on Saturday. Then on Saturday night, you've got Seattle and San Francisco. That game with, I guess there's no implications. The Rams are the number. Is that for? That's for the number 1 seed, or is the number 1 seed already locked up here?
No, the Niners still have a shot at the 1 seed.
Okay, so that's for the number 1 seed overall. And then you've got Sunday night, Ravens and Steelers, which is for the division. And it's just so interesting. The Steelers beat the Lions, and they're feeling great about themselves. They still have a chance to make the playoffs, still have a chance to win the division, the whole thing, right? And then they lay an egg against their rival in Cleveland, and they just looked terrible doing it. They just looked awful. And now, in order for them to make the playoffs, they got another home game to finish off the season against the Ravens. And, Baltimore's become a great rival as well. And Baltimore is one of these teams, if they sneak in, if they get in at 9-8, Kang, I got to believe that Baltimore can still be a problem for teams in the playoffs in the AFC because
if Lamar Jackson's healthy, absolutely. And you saw what King Henry can do. He's still got it. The problem with the Baltimore Ravens all year long is Lamar's health, and the defense is just not as good as it used to be. They don't strike fear into the opponents anymore. They're not as physical as they used to be. But maybe that can turn around because they have the history. They have some good players over there still, but can they put it all together? But yeah, if they get in, they're going to be pretty dangerous, especially with a healthy Lamar.
Yeah, they got the experience, so they know how big the games are. And I've always liked Baltimore. Big Lamar Jackson fan, so I think that's going to be interesting. But there are some fun games the last week of the season in the NFL, and the Lions will finish up against the Bears. And as we get closer to that game towards the end of the week, I'm not sure what to expect out of it. I have more of an opinion later on in the week, see who's practiced, who hasn't, see what the coach has to say. I'm not sure if we're talking with Goff this week or not, see what he has to say. Is he even going to play? If he's going to be limited in how much he plays, I don't know. And I know there's also probably a lot of people that just don't care anymore. Once you get knocked out of the playoffs, that your interest level goes to zero. Time to become a Piston fan or a Red Wing fan and move on. But it's still the NFL, man. I love the NFL. I'm not going to stop watching. It's just how it is. But
doesn't it feel a little different now? Like you and I love the NFL. We always watch every weekend, right? But when the Lions are already eliminated, watching it wasn't the same for me yesterday. I tell you that much, Gator. I tell you, like, I want the entire NFC to lose somehow. Like, that's how spiteful I am right now and disappointed that the Lions aren't in it.
If I hadn't tweaked my back on Saturday, which I did, and fortunately it's feeling much better today, but still nowhere near 100%. Coupled with, had it not rained cats and dogs yesterday, I probably would have spent my day out of the house driving around, doing some kind of shopping, post-Christmas shopping, whatever, doing things that didn't involve watching football. And then at some point I would have gotten, I don't know, I would have had some FOMO and would have gone back home and just flipped on Red Zone and watched it. As it was, because of the back and because of the weather, I just flipped on Red Zone at 1 o'clock and it didn't stop. Dog stayed on my lap almost the whole time. It was just a perfect little Sunday. And even though the Lions are done, it is different. It totally has a different feel to it, knowing that there's no playoffs ahead. But it doesn't stop me from watching other games and still loving the NFL. And, hey, can the Jets get that interception? Turns out they can't, at least against Drake May, when Drake May is going to be perfect. Watching the other games. Hey, can Myles Garrett get that quarterback sack he needs? Not yet. Not yet. How does Shedeur look? Shedor's not bad. I like Shedeur Sanders.
But it just, like, the NFL is going to be the NFL. I'm going to watch it the very last week as well because we only get so much of it every year. And I'm a huge pro football guy. But I'm just so jealous of those other teams that get to play for something, even if it's for the development of the future. Because that's not what the Lions are playing for. We know who the core guys are here. I mean, obviously they have some things to fix. But if they're not playing for a division title or a playoff berth, it just, all that juice that we've had the last couple years, yes, and I got used to it. I can't believe we're not doing that again this year. I thought, I don't know how long this window would stay open or whatever you want to call it, but as long as Goff was here and Campbell, you figure they're going to make the playoffs and we'll see what they can do. This year was just so shocking. Like, I remember at the beginning of the year, Gator, the most bet on team apparently to miss the playoffs was the Lions.
Right.
Which sounded crazy.
Crazy.
And it actually happened.
I mean, I said before, you got a 15-win team and the Lions missed the playoffs. A 15-win team in Kansas City that missed the playoffs. And it's not just because
the Vikings,
Mahomes got hurt. I mean, they were done before Mahomes got hurt. The Vikings won 14 games last year, and they're out of the playoffs. Now, okay, the Vikings had a change in quarterback, and I get all that. But it's still, these are three teams that won an insane amount of games the year before, and all three find themselves out of the playoffs. It's nuts. And watching football all weekend long and watching the Packers play on Saturday, and Malik Willis is playing, and he looks great. He looks great. I'm watching some Twitter stuff, people breaking down his game, and it's like, hey, it's not just that he takes off and runs. He's got a great sense in the pocket, and he's throwing the ball to the right receiver. He's throwing it on time. He's got a great arm. And I'm like, he does. He really does. And then I look up his contract, and he's a free agent at the end of the season. He's making money for himself. What kind of contract is Malik Willis going to get in the free agent market? He's not going to sign for $40 million a year, but is he going to get a pretty good contract, like a 2 or 3 year deal, kind of prove it, and then he's going to hit the big time? Who's going to take a chance on Malik Willis? You get intoxicated with that kind of skill set. And yes, I know what we have in here, and I love Jared Goff. I'm just saying I don't want to start that. What did I just do? I apologize. I just started it. But yeah, it's fun to watch that. If you're a Packer fan, you've got two quarterbacks you like, and maybe you can lift you through the playoffs. But the Ravens, the way they're playing, it's fun. And seeing these young players in the AFC, the landscape in the AFC might be changing. It's not just Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. And Lamar's kind of struggled to get in there to the playoffs. Josh Allen missed a play at the end of the game that could have won the Bills the game. And he looks fallible. The Bills don't look like they're this juggernaut of a team. And obviously the Chiefs have taken a monster hit. And who else is arising there? You've got Trevor Lawrence playing really well. Drake May's playing great. It's just, football is fun. It's a lot of fun. And unfortunately here with the Lions, we're not in on it for the rest of this season. One more game against the Bears, and the way the Bears played the Niners last night, And the way the Lions defense has been playing outside of the game against the Vikings, but the Vikings, we know with their offense what they were going through. But, I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if the Bears throw 500 yards against the Lions and score 40, particularly if the Lions threw a 52 burger around in the first time around. Sean's on a cell. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how's it going? Touchdown Detroit black guy. Listen, one thing, I'm going to say this. I'm just going to make a couple of quick points because I want to hear your take on it. Number one, I'm going to step back and allow the Lions to make their decisions and all of that. I've been a fan for decades, and I'm going to say, okay, we didn't make the playoffs this year. That's fine. I'll step back, see what Holmes is going to do, see what Campbell is going to do, all of that. And then let's see if this next year is going to be, yep, this is the new Lions, or is it going to fall into same old Lions? That's on that part. I'm just going to let them handle that.
But what do you want to see happen, Sean? Because, I mean, I understand that. Either they're going to run everything back or they're going to change some things. What would you want to see them do, Sean?
Well, since I'm not a professional, I don't know what's behind the scenes, what Holmes sees, what Campbell sees. They're the ones that says we're good. I'm like, well, what about this player? But I don't have all that information. So I'm going to say, okay, you guys are the smart ones. I'm going to let you make the decisions. I thought you should have went for something during the trade deadline. I thought you should have. I love Tesla. Don't get me wrong. I love Tesla. I just think for the amount that they use him for, they gave up too much for him, but I'm glad we got him. So if they're the knowledgeables on that, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna sit back. I lick my wounds for this year.
All right, so does this mean, Sean? That you're only going to allow it for one more year if they decide to run everything back the way they did, and don't change much of anything? That they get that this is this upcoming season of 2026 will be the last time that they get that, unless it reaps benefits.
Well, my thing is this, even if they ran it back the same, again, you must know something that I don't. And, like I said, I've been a fan. I've seen the downs, more downs than ups of this team. And so having this success over the past few years is great. But now it's like, okay, let me see if you can sustain this success. I'm not saying Super Bowl for the next 10 years in a row. I'd love it, but I'm just going to step back. I'm not going to go crazy. We need to get rid of Goff. I don't think so. I think he's the type of quarterback that needs a pocket.
All right, so I guess what I'm getting at is that you're willing to just let them cook, let them do what they're going to do, and you're going to ride along with it, which is fine if that's what you want to do.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I'm not saying throw out the baby with the bathwater.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I appreciate the call. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us. We'll get some of those texts and more of your calls. I also want to get into the whole illness factor and what's taken over. It's not just sports. It's taken over everything. 97.1. Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice cold showers? Well, of course not. And it is getting freezing this week. So you need to do what I did, and that's call the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff, and that way you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. One of the things you do get with the end of the season for a team that's not making the playoffs is it's audition time. Players will have their last opportunity to put something on film to show that they still belong in this league, whether they're trying to sell themselves to the current team or sell themselves to the rest of the National Football League. And you shouldn't see guys out there quitting. I don't expect to see that. I expect to see a full effort on Sunday. I don't know who's going to play. There have been some injuries, obviously, with this team. And, does Amon-Ra St. Brown even bother suiting him up? Just say, hey, just get healthy for next year, man. We're fine. Do you say to Jared Goff, we'll play in the first half and that's it, or we're not going to play you at all? Different teams are going to have different approaches. Look what the Raiders did. They sat Max Crosby down. They said, Max, you're done for the year. You don't need to play the last 2 games. In fact, they kicked him out of the facility, said, you're out of here. Go. And he's like, I can play. I'm willing to play. Yeah, but you've been hurt since like week 7. Yeah, but I've been playing. I want to play. You're not playing. He's pissed. He's out there putting videos on Instagram and social media of him, playing basketball at his house, launching 3-pointers, showing that he's healthy. He's not happy. And, that's the name. Max Crosby, guy who played here locally at Eastern Michigan, guy who a year and a half ago, everybody kept saying, trade for Max Crosby, trade for Max Crosby. And he kept saying he doesn't want to leave, that he loves it there with the Raiders. Why would he want to leave? And then the Raiders ended up giving him an extension. And it was he was handsomely paid for it, for a 3-year extension. But here it is, 1 year through that extension, and there seems to be a disconnect with Max Crosby and the Raiders. He's not in line with the philosophy. He wants to keep playing, and they shut him down. Wonder if he's going to be available in a trade this offseason. But if the Lions screw themselves in an opportunity of trying, maybe that's a little harsh to say it, but have they taken themselves out of being involved in the trade for any kind of high-priced talent because they just don't have the cap space anymore?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have the space. I mean, Jared Goff's got a huge cap hit next year, and I expect that to be restructured so Lions can take care of pressing needs, not just getting
Branch are the 2 guys.
Exactly, it's guys on their own team and filling holes. I mean, I'd love to have Max Crosby. That's not to me the biggest hole on this team is fixing the offensive line. You just got to take care of the offensive line before anything else, and then everything else falls into place after. What are you going to do at center? I think Ratledge is going to be your guard, right, moving forward. Is Mahogany the answer at left guard? I mean,
I don't know if Ratledge is your solution at guard. Ratledge might be a solution at center. I don't know.
Whatever it is, then between those 3 inside, they got to figure it out because that is the lifeline of this team. If you can't run the ball and you can't protect Goff, you just saw what happened in the last 3 weeks. I mean, they did put some points up against the Rams, but the last 2 weeks, Steelers, Vikings, the offense was way too absent at most of the game.
They have to know in the next couple months. They have to know before free agency even begins what Frank Ragnow wants to do. Does Frank Ragnow want to give another shot, or is he actually fully retired? Because he tried and then had the hamstring issue came up and on the medical report and disqualified him. Does he want to play or not? If he wants to play, awesome, because he's one of the best in the game. He's still young. He's still got it. A year free from taking the pounding of the NFL, probably feels re-energized. Let's go. All right. But when he comes back, how much longer he's going to come back for? You can't bank on him like, oh, yeah, Frank just signed a 5-year deal. I wouldn't count on that. You still have to develop somebody. A lot of questions to ask themselves in the offseason. I just brought it across because we were talking about injuries and stuff, and here's a guy and thinking about who you play at the end of the season, and he's been told to stay away from the facility. And he wants to play, and he's not playing. And, a year and a half ago, Lion fans were all in a huff about got to find another edge rusher. And the names everybody was talking about, go trade for Trey Hendrickson, go trade for Max Crosby. And then those guys ended up being off the trade market. Well, Trey Hendrickson will be a free agent. Now, he missed like the last 7 games of the season here with an injury. Maybe that knocks his price way down. And then you've got Max Crosby. If he's unhappy, our team's going to be calling the Raiders constantly and trying to acquire Max Crosby, because that would be an amazing addition to any team. But you think about it here locally, it's what everybody wanted a year and a half ago. But now have priorities changed? That the priority of the offensive line, and it might be the offensive line. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. So, Kate, you've been dealing with this in your house for a couple weeks. I think you got sick first, and then the family got sick, and your Christmas was totally displaced because of the illness in the house. And you're not alone. Find out that Two Cuts, Shabath, who does the updates, that he wasn't feeling well on Friday. I think his girlfriend was ill as well. Other people in his family were sick.
Did they not have a normal Christmas either?
I think that their Christmas was okay, but it was shortly after Christmas that they got sick. I've heard of many other people.
Heather from the morning show.
Right. She was telling me about her kids and what they're going through and how they got displaced a little bit on Christmas.
Our Christmases got a hijack, Gator.
Mine got hijacked by the Lions sucking, but even then it was fun. We all had a great time at my house and a great dinner and gift exchange and just kind of relaxing and stuff. And I love hosting. I had a great time. And fortunately, nobody was sick. But I feel like I might be in the minority here because everybody, it sounds like, has a story of people being sick around them.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I feel the worst for my two young daughters because this is what Christmas is about for the kids, especially when they know, they're 4 and 7, so they know the presents are coming. They get excited. They know what they want. All those pictures we took with them and all the toys in the aisles. Maybe this is where they, time to pay the piper, right? Time to get my toys. I took all those pictures. You told me I could get this. So I felt worse for them. We didn't go anywhere Christmas Eve. We usually do my in-laws Christmas Eve. We usually do my mom's Christmas Day. No and no. And it's just because my house is a disaster. I don't know if we're just passing all around to each other, whatever it is. Anyone with kids knows this. If one kid gets sick, it's eventually going to catch up to your family. And then I'm reading every day and seeing on the news how this year's flu cases are way up and just everyone has been more affected than usual. Plans change. The NFL, we talk about sports, basketball, hockey. You see the illness pop up constantly with practice reports, game day. So I just wondered, anybody else get affected by this? Did your Christmas get ruined like mine? It was terrible.
Yeah, and do you take precautions? Like this year, I got a flu shot and a COVID shot about a month and a half ago. I went into CVS and got it taken care of. And not that it's going to prevent me from getting sick necessarily, but what it'll hopefully do is if I do get sick, that it won't be like the
more
horrible
mild symptoms.
Be very mild if I do. And I'm hoping that I don't get any of the symptoms. I'm just hopefully I'll be fine and I'll stay healthy. But it's something over the years that I've been on and off about when it comes to the flu shot. If I remember, I'll go get one. Fortunately, at the radio station here, usually there's a day where they'll bring somebody in that administering flu shots. Present your insurance card and a whole bit, and get that taken care of. Although this year I wasn't able. I think I had the day off that day when it happened, so I couldn't get it done here. But I ended up going ahead and doing it, and I feel like it's benefited me over the years. When I see people that are absolutely positively miserable and I'm not, I feel terrible for those people, but I'm also very happy that I'm okay and I'm knocking on wood that it stays that way. But yeah, I don't think you are definitely not alone. I think there are many people out there that are dealing with the illness that's going around. And like you said, we've seen it on the injury reports for the NFL and for hockey and basketball as well. You see illness pop up all the time. Like, why is this player out? He's missed the last couple of games. Illness. What is that? Oh, flu. And are people, because getting some misinformation out there, not getting the flu shot, or they just never did in the first place, whatever it is. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator along with Kang. Got Doug will be back on next week. And he'll have some plenty of insight on what's going on with the University of Michigan. Hey, we got to get to that story. They hired a coach. They did that on, I guess, agreed to terms on Friday and kind of formally announced it yesterday. The Kyle Whittingham era is getting ready to begin. Of course, it won't really officially begin until after their bowl game and once the portal season starts, which is the end of this week. But got to be exciting news for Michigan Wolverine fans. I can't imagine too many people are upset by that. If you're a Wolverine fan, I think my 2 cents right here in 10 seconds. I think Kyle Whittingham's a great hire for Michigan. I think he's a really good football coach and somebody that you don't have to worry about bringing scandal to the team. You don't have to worry about Kyle Whittingham. He's a good guy for that. Question is, it's a 5-year contract. Is going to be there for all 5 years? We'll see. 66 years old. Looked like he was walking away from the deal in Utah, but he runs to the deal with Michigan, which is great news for Wolverines. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's get back to the phones. Art is next up in Monroe. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Art.
Hey, Gator. Good talking to you. Glad to hear you and Kang. Hey, real quick, man, I wanted to touch on your thought about what would I hope to see in the offseason. A few things, Gator. I hope they're taking a deep dive into whether or not there's an experienced defensive coordinator and play caller out there that fits the culture. But more importantly, I think everything begins and ends with finding out for sure if Frank Ragnow is going to come back, because a reasonably healthy Ragnow changes your whole approach in the offseason. But we got to do everything we can to look at the left tackle position, the center position, and possibly the guard position. But what irks me more than anything else watching Chicago is Ben Johnson stole the Campbell philosophy and has had an experienced offensive line from the get-go, and look at how they're doing. And that's what's killing us with the Lions, Gator. I can believe that we can get by if we find one or two defensive linemen, but without the offensive line shored up, we're toast again.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. I will say this. I agree with almost everything you said. I think one of the priorities is finding out what Frank Ragnow is going to do for next year, so that helps you set up what your priorities are going to be. If you know Frank's coming back, you can breathe a little bit with the center position, but I'm still looking for a center at some point because Frank's not going to play forever. If he plays next year, great, but how much longer will he keep going? The left tackle position, I think, is solved with Penei Sewell. I think he ends up being your left tackle if Taylor Decker decides to retire. But then you got a right tackle issue. And you have to find out if the guys that are on your roster now that you didn't get to see play this year, are they worth having around? Are they still developmental guys that you think can develop into starting talent, or are they just developed to be backup talent? And that's fine too, because you need to have backup talent. But that also means you need to find starting talent elsewhere, whether it's in a free agency or in the draft. But I agree 100% that it's the offensive line is the lifeblood of this team. And did Ben Johnson steal that? Yeah, in a way. Bears went out, and the Bears have been acquiring talent for a couple years here. They've been bad. They've had some draft picks, and they've made them pay off. And I said going into this year, Caleb Williams, by the end of the season, is going to be a problem. Because at some point it's going to click. It's going to click with him that he understands the playbook, and he'll be working with Ben Johnson, who's a very good offensive coordinator, and now he's calling plays still over there, and now he's the head coach. And he's so good athletically and so gifted with a cannon for an arm and obviously the ability to scramble and continue the play and extend and expand the play, and that's really a gift. But having an offensive line that gives him the time to throw initially, and then if the pressure comes, he's able to elude the pressure, and that offensive line can adjust a second time and give him even more time. Good God, that's a recipe for success. And I hate to admit that, but that's what I thought the Bears are going to be at the end of the season. I didn't think the Bears are going to be this good at this point, having as many wins as they have. But here they are. Maybe a couple games ahead of schedule for me, but I wonder if the Bears have lapped everybody in the division at this point, Kang. You know, are the Bears moving forward? Is this the team to beat in the NFC North?
Well, that should be a fear for sure. They got a young quarterback who's just getting into it with Ben Johnson, who's really good coordinator and good offensive play caller. So this could be the beginning of a decent run by the Bears. Or we just mentioned the Lions won 15 games last year. No playoffs this year. The Vikings won 14 games last year. No playoffs this year. This is a tough division where not everyone's going to make the playoffs. I think it's going to kind of rotate between who's not going to make the playoffs because they all can't make the playoffs. It's just a tough division. Now, next year, Caleb Williams could regress. You never know. They might lose some players, after the season and the offseason. So, but their window looks like it just opened up, and it's happening faster than we expected. Because usually it takes a young quarterback and a coordinator a year or two to get on the same page and learn, everything that he needs to learn. Because the scary part is, Gator, he doesn't know everything that Ben Johnson wants him to know yet. And he's not fully developed. He hasn't hit a ceiling, Caleb Williams. Like he still misses open receivers. I don't think he goes through all his reads correctly all the time, but he's got enough of that hero ball in him to keep plays alive and make things happen. And that's happened a lot for the Bears this year, where they've come back from behind or late, fourth quarter rallies, and they've won these games and they stack up. So yeah, they look like they could be a formidable opponent for sure, but the Lions got to get themselves right. And I think that's working on the offensive line.
More ticket text coming in. Need to talk about Campbell. Should he stay or should he go? I just don't think that him and Holmes can do it. They want to be loyal, and they can't look outside the box and go get the resources that are needed. I'm not moving on from Dan Campbell. Not at this point, just because they took a step back this year.
No, Dan Campbell's not going anywhere, and he shouldn't go anywhere.
No.
The fair question to ask is, what do you do with the coordinators?
Well, I was just going to say, now going back to the previous caller, he's talked about Kelvin Shepard on defense. Obviously, they have to find an offensive coordinator because Dan Campbell's not going to be calling plays the whole time, and I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to get back to being the CEO of this team, and pay maximum attention as he should. It's not easy doing what Andy Reid does. It's not easy doing what a couple of the coaches around the league do when they're calling plays and they're the head coach. Campbell can do it, but I'd rather him do it in short stints of time as opposed to the whole season. So they need to they have to find an offensive coordinator. And this last game, again, this is an audition for Kelvin Shepard too. He's got to prove that he can still get this job done as a defensive coordinator. There have been times this year where the defenses look great. And then there have been times where they've struggled. Prior to the Vikings game, the previous 5 games, the defense had given up like 450 yards a game. That ain't good enough. But the effort that they put forth against the Vikings was fantastic. Now, given Max Brosmer's the quarterback, right? And they were missing some other players on offense too, but I'd like the effort they had. Is that going to be enough to save Shepard's job? I don't know. I do think that they have to take a hard look at themselves and say, do we need to change both coordinators? We're going to at least change one. Do we change a second or not? Huge question to ask this team. With the easier schedule next season, the Lions will go 10-7 and miss the playoffs again. Too many holes to fill and too many long-term injuries. Well, the schedule is huge. That part is big. That they have perhaps the fourth place. Oh, they will have the fourth place schedule. So that definitely helps them out. If they go 10-7 next year with that schedule, that's going to be disappointing. If they miss the playoffs altogether, that's obviously way disappointing. The too many holes to fill thing, I'm not sure if there are too many holes to fill. I think the question is, can these guys come back from injury without getting injured again? And I don't know if that's the case with Kirby Joseph. I don't know if that's ever the case with guys that play in the secondary because you're out there to get hurt. Guys in the secondary are always hurt. And we've seen that with most of the guys in the secondary. They've spent time on the sidelines. Brian Branch has a horrible injury he's going to have to overcome, and who knows when he's going to come back at what point next season. The Lions should be in the market for a safety, at least one safety. Do they do that in the draft? Do they do that in free agency or both? We'll see, but they have to get a safety. And there's some really good safeties in the draft, so I kind of like that depth there, as I've already started to do a little bit of a dive there. But that's a big part of this team. And it's tough to evaluate Kelvin Shepard when your entire secondary has been out for so long. But the front seven's been pretty healthy. And guys like DJ Reader, Ali McNeil up front have been a little disappointing this season, maybe more than a little disappointing this season, and you got decisions to make. If you're not bringing back Reader, then you gotta fill that spot with somebody. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. Gator and King taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Actually, to be fair, Corbin's taking the calls, but screening the calls anyway. Just a beautiful Monday afternoon. Well, it's not afternoon yet. And yes, I was being facetious with the fog and the snow coming down. This is what I wanted for Christmas Day, because I love having a white Christmas. Having snow fall as heavily as it is right now, a mere 12 hours after it was 59 degrees outside. I don't know if you knew that, Kang. Last night it was 59 degrees at like 11:15 last night.
I saw the high on my phone. I was like, what? Like that, the high was supposed to be, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was watching Sportsworks last night, and the bottom left, it has the temperature. I'm like, whoa, no. And then I went outside and realized, yeah, it's this warm. And then I'm looking at my phone and seeing how the temperature is going to drop, and every 2 hours is dropping by 10 degrees, and then eventually getting to the mid-20s. And here we are with crazy snow. It's kind of blinding at times, so be careful out there if you're on the roads. Be mindful of who's around you. The snow falling like this, obviously it's going to be a little slippery out there. And because it's difficult with the visibility, please be very careful. Just saying. 248-539-9797. Jared is next up on 97.1. Hey, Jared.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
All right, you?
Good. Yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a little bit and was talking about golf and moving on from them, and a lot of the segments have been saying, who would you go get? And I was wondering what your guys' opinion on that backup for Green Bay. He seems to be able to make all the throws, but he can move. He can if the pocket breaks down or the line breaks down, he can move and make something happen. And 17-week season, you're not going to have a healthy offensive line all year round. So you can, there's going to be times in backups going to be in there. And I was just wondering your opinion on Green Bay.
I would say this.
The contract's up.
Right, and thanks for the call, Jared. I appreciate it. Malik Willis is the quarterback you're talking about, and Malik Willis was a first-round pick formerly with Tennessee and didn't get much of an opportunity there. And when he did, he looked bad. He looked too raw, and they went through coaching changes and everything else, and they gave up on him. And the Packers took a chance, and they developed him. And he looks great. He looks great. Now, to be fair, King, that's Doug's guy. Malik Willis was one of Doug's guys. And he does look great. We're not moving on from Jared Goff.
No.
It's a $70 million cap hit to try to move on from Jared Goff. So Goff is here. But he, to his defense, he was saying as a backup.
Yes.
The problem is, I think Malik Willis has put the whole NFL on notice that he's ready for a starting job.
He might be. That's the issue. So, first of all, Willis, he fell to the third round that year.
Third.
Doug wanted him in the first round. That's why that was a whole big deal, whatever. But yeah, he's a third-round pick, former third-round pick, like you said. He might have played himself into a starting gig in this league, even if it's for like a gap quarterback. Maybe like a 2-year deal somewhere. I don't know if Arizona moves on from Kyler Murray or the Jets need somebody before they,
Jets need somebody.
You know what I mean? Before they get their next quarterback. So Malik Willis might be starting somewhere. As far as a backup, I'd love to have Malik Willis as a backup, but he's not going to be cheap. And like I said, he might be a starter somewhere else. The thing is, though, Jared Goff is your quarterback, and knock on wood, he plays every game. So
right,
you don't want to rely on your backup quarterback anyways. And so I know Malik Willis is more mobile than Jared Goff. Everyone's more mobile than Jared Goff. I think that people need to get over that. I know it's tough for people, but Jared Goff is who he is. But with protection, he's all pro. He's that good.
He is so great when he's got time to throw.
Yes.
And then he takes more chances too. And everything with the Lions offensively starts with that offensive line. And if it's not there, then it's tough sledding, man. But Goff has had a hell of a season this year with a bad offensive line. And there have been games where it's shown up where it's just been too much. And what happened on Christmas Day is an example of that. And he doesn't help himself out either if he's going to throw into coverage and get it picked off a couple times like it happened. The fumbles are, I'm not sure how many of those fumbles I blame Jared Goff for on a couple of bad snaps and then just getting sandwiched by defense. But Goff's not going anywhere. As much as people that don't like Goff, they really don't like Goff, and they don't like him because he can't move. And I understand that you're upset that he can't move. I get that. But there are a bunch of other ways to succeed as a quarterback in this league if you don't have speed, and Goff has found a way to do it.
Yeah, the solution isn't get a more mobile quarterback. The solution is fix your offensive line.
That's the better fix, yes. But I think Malik Willis is going to be starting in the league next year for some other team.
You think he gets a shot finally?
I think he's going to get a shot. Now, I don't think, I said earlier, I don't think he's going to necessarily sign a 5-year, $200 million contract with somebody.
No, but I could see a 2-3 year deal.
But I can see a 2 or 3 year. We're going to take a chance
Yep.
on you to prove it. We'll give you, say, $20 million a year. Maybe it's a 3-year, $60 million contract that he could get from the Jets or a team like that. I mean, if I were the Jets, I'd do it. I'd absolutely look at that. Then I'd put all my draft capital to protecting your quarterback and giving him time to throw so that he has a chance. But that's to be seen. But I do think Malik Willis has earned himself a starting quarterback's job somewhere in the league.
Wow. You like Malik Willis more than Doug now.
I don't think so. I think Doug still loves Malik Willis.
I don't know what kind of contract.
He just doesn't like to talk about it because he's with Green Bay.
I'm not sure what kind of contract Willis is going to get, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was offered a gig like the Jets or the Raiders. You know, like just a stopgap kind of quarterback till they get their guy. But who knows?
Well, the Raiders thought they had it with Geno Smith.
So I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, it doesn't work that way. 248-539-9797. Some more texts that have come in. The Minnesota Vikings coach out-coached Dan Campbell for the second time. I'm not going to disagree with that. It could have been so much worse. Just imagine if Brosmer had gone off for 7 or 8 passing yards. Sean in St. Clair Shores. He had 51 passing yards, but yes, with the 48 yards in sack total, it's the net passing. I don't know why it goes to the passing. It was, hit without throwing the football. So, nonetheless, I get the point, and it is kind of funny there. That's how pathetic the output was from the Minnesota Vikings in the game on Christmas Day. Bill is on a cell phone. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
What I wanted to know was, wanted to think about was, is Tyler Lindenbaum even a possibility? I mean, I know he's a free agent. He might get franchised even by the Ravens. It would take a boatload of money to get him. Is there any way, I know the Lions have a lot of free agents. I mean, do you sacrifice a couple of guys that you kind of wish you didn't have to sacrifice? I don't know, maybe a Meek Robertson or I don't know who else, but is that possible to get him? Because this all started when Ragnar retired, and if you could somehow get him, I think then in the draft, fill in the rest of the line. I can see this maybe turn around a little bit faster than some people might think.
Well, and thanks for the call. I think you kind of answer your own question to start the whole thing. You don't know if he's going to be franchised or if he's going to sign, whatever's going to happen with him. And he's a center for the Ravens, for those that don't know, and he's awfully good. He's only missed a few games over his 4-year career. He's great. I can't imagine that Baltimore is going to let him go. They will sign him to an extension or franchise him or whatever it is that they're going to have to do. So, no, I don't think it's realistic to think that he's available. He might be, but I don't think it's realistic. Now, if there's a player like that out there in free agency, again, this goes back to my other number one priority going into the offseason, and that is Frank Ragnow. Do you want to play next year or not? And I'm not upset with whatever he's going to say, right? If he wants to play, awesome. Getting one of the best centers in football back, and after taking a year off to heal up. Okay, great. But if he doesn't want to play, if he's like, yeah, you know what? I tried to make that comeback, end up messing up my hamstring. I just don't want to go through it. Okay, fair enough. Then he stays retired, and then you have to start looking at other options. If they can find another option, then yeah, of course. I mean, that's we've been talking about all day today. The priority is to fix the offensive line for the Detroit Lions. 97-1.
Kyle Whittingham, of course, will have many expectations as the new head coach of Michigan football, but perhaps no expectation is larger than hating Ohio State. He was asked yesterday at his introductory press conference how he feels about the Buckeyes. Here's what he had to say.
I do now, I guess, but like I said. I'm on the right side of the deal now, so.
And how does the former coworker of Whittingham and Ohio State head coach feel about his old buddy's new school? Well, here's what Urban Meyer had to say this morning when talking with Dave Portnoy on Wake Up Barstool.
I'll never say the M-word. I'll never wear maize and blue, but I'm pulling for Kyle in every other game other than the one.
Michigan plays in the Citrus Bowl this Wednesday down in Orlando. Michigan basketball plays tonight as well. The second-ranked Wolverines will conclude the 2025 portion of the season at home against McNeese tonight. Michigan is looking to enter the new year undefeated for the fourth time in the last 14 seasons. Michigan State will look to enter the new year with just its one loss to Duke when they host Cornell tonight as well in East Lansing. Both the Spartans and Wolverines tip off in their respective games tonight at 7 o'clock. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good afternoon. Hopefully the snow's going to let up a little bit. Seems like it's doing that right now. But, boy, it came down in a hurry. We had a couple inches already here, Kang, but the snow came down quite a lot in the last hour.
That's a lot of snow, man. I feel like I did not. Did you hear what they're calling this thing, by the way? Like this weather that we're getting?
No, I'm dying to know what term they've coined this time.
Bomb cyclone, is it?
Oh, is it another bomb cyclone? Is that what we have? I like.
And
the
then there's
bomb
another one. There's some kind of bomb genesis or something. I gotta look it up now. Because I saw the definition. It's like the meteorologists, they can call up for Texas. I don't know, but when something happens within 24 hours of this and that, and then you come up with these two words and you put them together.
Oh,
it becomes bomb cyclone.
So if you're born in the month of March, and your favorite color is, then this is your Blues name. Things like that. Those stupid games. No, bomb cyclone. I love when we first heard that a few years ago. I loved it. I'm like, that sounds like fun.
From a video that I had seen of someone explaining it, and I might have this a little bit wrong, but basically it's something when like a warm and cold pressure, the way that they kind of mix, but it's the way they kind of hit each other, I guess, is like the main thing. And it basically creates, like you said, it was nearly 60 degrees, less than 12 hours ago, and then it'll drop significantly overnight.
Like in a
24-hour period, yeah.
I imagine if this happens in the summer, it's a tornado. Is that kind of like what we're looking at?
Yeah, we would be screwed if this is summertime.
Yeah, but this is the winter, so instead it turns into a winter storm like that. Boom, bomb cyclone. Could have used the snow on Christmas Day to have a white Christmas and look pretty. No, that wasn't the case. Not the case at all.
Yeah, so it's bomb cyclone or AKA bombogenesis. Which one do you think? Yeah, which one do you like better?
Bomb-O?
Yeah, BOMBO Genesis.
Oh, that's interesting. Gives a little Irish flair to it. Bombogenesis.
Not Mick. What, why would you choose McLovin? You sound like an Irish R&B singer.
Get a clue. Yeah, I think I like Bombo. No, I like bomb cyclone better.
Bomb cyclone?
Yeah, because you get the word bomb and the word cyclone. Genesis is just it's a start of something, right? I don't know if I buy that one as much. But it looks pretty, and hopefully it's calmed down a little bit, and now the fog is lifted a little bit too, so you can see the visibility has gotten better, and hopefully that means fewer accidents on the road. So again, be careful out there. 248-539-9797. Dennis is next up on Traverse City. Dennis, welcome to 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, Dennis, how are you?
Good. So a few years back, I was listening to Jim Miller and Pat Kerwin and Moving the Chains, And Pat Kerwin said that he's played football, coached football, scouted football, worked in the offices of football teams. He said that when you promote someone from coordinator to head coach or from an assistant coach to coordinator, if it's their first time in that position, it takes them 5 years to learn the job. So if you want these guys to look like they've been doing it for 5 years, you got to go out and get a guy that's done it for 5 years. If you promote a new guy, you need to be patient.
Well, it can work both ways. I mean, I don't know if I'd buy that completely. Thanks for the call, Dennis. I mean, Ben Johnson had not been a coordinator, and when they gave him the coordinator's job, it really didn't take that long for the offense to really kind of take off. Now, given it was Dan Campbell's offense, but Ben Johnson ended up being the coordinator, and was year 2 they won 12 games with Ben Johnson. In year 1, they ended up in that tear at the end of the season to win 8 games down the stretch to make it close at the end when they went 9-8. So I don't know. It goes both ways. That being said, do the Lions need to move on from their coordinators is a valid question to ask, and I think it's obvious they're going to find somebody else to be an offensive coordinator and call plays for them. But I imagine it's still going to be Dan Campbell's offense. It's just somebody else is going to run it. Who they find to get to do that? I don't know. We'll wait and see. That's going to be an interesting part. Do I hope it's somebody that has experience? Yes, because I do think experience matters. And there's something about having a track record to go back and look and finding whether it's working with a similar type quarterback or a similar type offense. That does matter. Defensively, that's the big question. Is Kelvin Shepard the guy? Is he simply learning on the job here this first year? I think there's a lot to like with Kelvin Shepard, and there's a lot to question with Kelvin Shepard. And some of it is hard because of all the injuries they've had to the secondary. I mean, it's just amazing when you look at players that have unfortunately been unavailable to them. I mean, this is a roster that has just been ravaged by injuries, and particularly into the secondary. When you look at Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw and Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, all those guys have been out for long periods of time. And then players that you're bringing in now that you have to be starters. I mean, Khalil Dorsey was spent time on the sidelines for a bit. Arthur Mollett has been in and out of the lineup. I think DJ Reed. Kang, would you say that DJ Reed's been a little bit of a disappointment this year at corner?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if it was the hamstring injury he's still recovering from. He's not 100%, but I expected more out of DJ Reed. More number one corner-like coverage. I feel like a lot of times I've always seen him chasing the receiver. And some of it is technique with trail position, but other times I think it's just too much. Like he's always behind the receiver. But yeah, there's more focus on him too, because when you have 3/4 of the secondary missing, you're going to be looking at the guy who's still there, right?
Yeah, you're looking at him. You're looking at Meek Robertson. And
Meek's played well, I think. I mean, Rocky Sin has played well, I think, for being thrust into a lot more playing time than maybe we all expected.
Yeah, and I think it stretches that they have. And for Rocky Sin, you're not expecting him to be a starter, but he's been thrown into that situation. But looking at guys that they drafted in the same draft with Arnold and Rakestraw, and they've been hurt in each of the first 2 years. Arnold less so, although he's missed a ton of time this year, maybe not as much last year. But Rakestraw's missed both years. And I don't have any confidence that that's a guy that's going to pay off for them in the future. Guys in the secondary, man, they get hurt all the time. Hurt all the time. And you just can't guarantee they're going to come back and they're going to be ready to go. And then all of a sudden to have, like 5 years in your career where you go uninjured. I don't see that happening for guys in the secondary, particularly when they start off their careers hurt.
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen. I mean, sometimes you're not meant to play, in the NFL body wise. Like I'm not blaming Rakestraw, but whether it's by luck or unluck, whatever it is, that doesn't matter. If you're not available, you're not available. Right?
You're getting hurt.
Yeah.
And I can't
count on you.
Right. It's a league that is just, it's made by punishing hits. And it's just the everyday grind of playing in the National Football League is a physical toll, particularly for defensive backs, because it's reactionary position.
Yeah, look at Thomas Harper.
Yeah.
He's been concussed a few times, I think, already. I mean, he's been thrust into a starting position, and I'm not sure he can handle it. You just got to, like the Davenports, the Anzariques, the Pascals, I think we're all, when people speak of falling in love with their own players, I think they're saying when a guy's injured, maybe it's time to move on and not give him a second, third chance.
Yeah, and the thing that really sucks with the injuries to Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold is that you look at the Eagles, in that same draft, the Eagles were able to get Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. And we had heard going into the draft, the Lions really high in Quinyon Mitchell, and I think the Eagles even traded up to get him. And like we heard there's a trade, like, ooh, are the Lions moving up to get him? No, Eagles did. And then the Lions obviously thought very highly of Terrion Arnold. They moved up to get Terrion Arnold. Then Cooper DeJean goes. And that was a guy that we had talked a lot about on this show because playing in the Big Ten, we liked him a lot. And he goes, and then the Lions get Rakestraw in the next round. And it's like, okay, here they go. See what they got. And then our guys just haven't played that much. And the Eagles guys have been stars in the league. They need to find the next star. And unfortunately, the Lions can be drafting at like somewhere in the mid to late teens in the draft, depending on what happens on Sunday. But right now, if the draft started today, I believe they're picking 15th. So they should be able to get an excellent player at 15, whether it's an offensive lineman, an edge rusher. Already. Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you, King. I spent an inordinate amount of time yesterday on my phone looking up a mock draft simulator and going through mock drafts myself. Like, how would I do things? And in years past, it's been fun because the Lions have had that extra first-round pick, and they throw wild trade ideas at you. Do you accept them? Do you not accept them? And I've tried different methods of who's available to them at 15, if I make trades or I don't make trades, if I'm staying there. And it looks like you can get an offensive lineman at 15. What I don't know is what are the Lions looking at? We never know. We know that Brad Holmes goes best player available, right? I'm hoping the best player available is at a position of need. And if you're the Lions, is that need more screaming as an interior offensive lineman or is it as a tackle? I feel like they've got a bunch of guards on this team, but we don't know who the center is. But if you've got Frank Ragnow coming back, do you need to, you know what I mean? There's a lot of moving parts in the offseason that could dictate how things are going to fall with 15.
But we do know, apparently, if you take it for his word, Brad Holmes does not draft for need. He drafts players, okay? So he's not just going to draft an interior offensive line because, quote, we all think he needs one. He's going to draft a guy that can play, and I hope he does because you can't – listen, it's going to be a rookie in there. He better be able to play from day one. Like, we don't have time for –
Can't have a luxury pick a guy that you just take and develop and out of 15.
That guy's got to be able to play.
So I think I did probably close to 15 different mock draft simulations yesterday while watching football and then taking a break and then again last night watching more football. But I know it's a fun exercise to do. And I think for our show's sake, we're going to hold off on the mock draft until Doug comes back because I know how much Doug loves the mock draft. That's right. And literally next Monday, we'll have the need to talk about a mock draft because the season will officially be over for the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. So it's kind of a difficult week to do radio-wise with this team, with the Lions, because the season's over, but the season isn't over. Like, they have one game left, but they're not in the playoffs. So for all intents and purposes, the season's done. And yet I'm reluctant to get into the whole discussion about, okay, let's get into the offseason, what has to happen, because we still have another week to see what does have to happen. You know, will it be painfully obvious, more obvious next week than what it is now? Like, I'm not completely closing the door on the idea of Kelvin Shepard being the defensive coordinator of this football team. I think it's been awfully difficult to see results when you don't have a secondary. And when this team did have a secondary, they were much better. Keep in mind, this team got off to a 4-1 start after that awful, first game against the Packers. They got off to the 4-1 start. This team was a pretty good football team. They were 7-4 after they beat the Giants. Took overtime to do it. And yet that Giants game might be the game that starts everybody down the path of, hang on. And Ken, you and I talked about this before the show. That was thinking, yes, the Lions won, but Jameis Winston and the Giant offense had over 500 yards in offense. They ran trick plays that just kind of clowned on the Lions. And if not for Jahmyr Gibbs with a couple of monster plays, the Lions would have lost that game. But Gibbs had 219 yards on the ground. But that started things off on the wrong foot for the defense. That started the run of at least 400, whatever it was, 450 yards a game they were giving up for five straight games. And then they have the effort against the Vikings, which is different because of who the quarterback is. But, they gave up a ton of yards to the Packers, Cowboys, Rams, and Steelers, along with the Giants to start that streak. I'm not ready to say absolutely Shepard's not the guy, but I'm certainly leaning in that direction. I don't know if anything will really change on Sunday, except that, okay, if the Bears are going to play their starters and the Lions are able to keep them in check a little bit, then I might be impressed with that. To do it on the road against a team that has shown the ability to be really good offensively at times. They certainly were last night.
Yeah, and you think Shepard would be a little bit familiar with how Ben Johnson likes to run his offense, being on the same staff last couple years. So he's still kind of auditioning his job for you, Gator, right? Kelvin Shepard as the defensive coordinator. So I think the question you got to ask is, how much of this is the attrition hurt Kelvin Shepard, or how much is it Kelvin Shepard didn't put his players in the right position to succeed? Like, you got to feel for him a little bit. Obviously, he lost 2 all-pro safeties, a starting corner in Terry Arnold. DJ Reed was out for a significant amount of time, right? Ali McNeil came back midway through the year, but wasn't the same. How much did Tyreek Williams develop enough? So how much is this from the injuries? How much is it from Kelvin Shepard? That's a big question to answer when we head into the offseason. Do they need a defensive coordinator, a new one?
Yeah, and if you do that, then as somebody else brought up, you want to bring in somebody with experience. And yeah, I would want to bring in somebody with experience if I'm going to make that change. Or are they going to be committed to keeping this thing going? And we don't know, because one thing we've seen under Dan Campbell is they've been willing to make changes. Changes to assistant coaches, changes to coordinators. They've done it all the way. Either way, I should say. It was the first season. They moved on from Anthony Lynn as the offensive coordinator. They moved on from position coaches. So this will be interesting to see what they decide to do. But I also feel like if it's done, I don't want it to be scapegoated. I think that there's lots of reasoning for why this season went south the way it did. And I don't think anybody likes to accept what it is. I don't think you like to accept that it comes down to the offensive line being completely different. The Frank Ragnow retires, and then you've got injuries to that line. I don't think people like to accept that the secondary has been decimated when you lose your starting 2 safeties. Kirby Joseph has missed half the season at least, and Brian Branch has missed he'll miss the last 4 games of the season and had been in and out of a couple games prior to that. And those guys are such difference makers. Brian Branch is such an amazing difference maker. I don't think they lose to Pittsburgh if Branch plays in that game, because I don't think Pittsburgh's going to reel off 3 plays of significance like they did for touchdowns if Branch is there. I think at least one of those plays gets thwarted and rather quickly because he's outstanding. And he's going to be out for a significant portion next year. So we'll see what the Lions end up deciding, what they decide to do in the offseason with free agents and then going into the draft. But it'll be a much deeper dive a week from now than where it is right now. But that being said, we can still talk about it. What bothers you the most with this team going into the last week of the season? What's been the biggest disappointment going into the last week of the season? I think obviously not making the playoffs is probably the biggest disappointment. But beyond that, was there a move or has there been a player that's been disappointing? And you can look at the other side too and say what's been actually kind of surprising in a good way or encouraging for the future. I think Isaac Tesla is an encouraging player for the future. And every game when he makes plays, you're like, wow, why isn't he used more? And is it simply he's just not ready to take on that kind of workload, or he hasn't built up the trust enough with Jared Goff or Dan Campbell? Remains to be seen. But I think moving forward, Isaac Tesla is going to be a big part of this offense. He just catches everything that's thrown to him, and he has proven that he is a threat in the red zone. He'll go up and get it. He's one of the few players on this team who can give you that vertical threat. We're going straight up. You know, Laporta is another one, a bigger target. Laporta and you know, losing Laporta more than halfway through the season was monstrously bad.
The loss of the 2 tight ends for this team is a way more significant than I think people realize. Laporta, they ask so much of him, okay? In the receiving part, the blocking part, he sets the edge for those outside runs where Gibbs can get outside and then turn the corner. And then Brock Wright, a great blocking tight end, and catches the ball whenever thrown to him. Those 2 guys do so much. They ask so much of their tight ends in this offense that when they lost both of them, I think not just the interior line, the whole offensive line, they're part of the offensive line, if you ask me. They just could not run the ball anymore after that. And like I said, they couldn't get outside. Those are 2 significant injuries I don't think people talk about nearly enough. Like, you could say St. Brown and J-Mo and Tesla and all this stuff, but if you guys, those tight ends were huge for this offense.
Yeah, I love having tight ends on this team, and those 2 were really good. And I think that's a position they're going to have to look at in the offseason and help to bolster. They got a decision to make on Laporta. He's entering year 4, if I'm not mistaken. And that's his last year of the deal because he was a second-round pick, so it's a 4-year contract. So do you give him an extension? Do you wait till after the year to give him the extension? I think they have some room to wiggle with there. Some wiggle room is really what I'm looking for. But they have some wiggle room because of the ability to franchise a player if they want to, or transition a player, whatever they want to do, and save money elsewhere. I don't know. But those are, again, adding to a laundry list of decisions that they have to make. 248-539-9797. Kaiser's in Clinton Township. Kaiser, welcome to 97.1.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I'm driving here.
Be careful.
Yeah, icy. Yeah, I'm calling to say I count the team to be over a couple weeks ago when they lost against the Steelers. And my biggest fear is when they go into play against Chicago is that they're going to have more injuries coming up. And I don't want to have them play the starters,
So who would you
say? Play as more of who I would sit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say all. I mean, because you can't sit every starter, but who in particular do you not want to see play?
I don't want to see Jared Goff play. Wouldn't want to see J-Mo play. I would more count it as more of a preseason game than anything else to see if any of the other guys on the practice squad can do anything too, to see what they can do. I want to put our starters in the line of fire if they don't need to be.
Well, I guess, and thanks for the call. I can understand to some extent with some players that I might say you don't have to play. Guys have been banged up. Like a Penei Sewell has been on the injury report every week for the last several, I don't know how many weeks he's been on the injury report with practice report. If they tell him he's not going to play, it wouldn't surprise me. And other players on the offensive line that have been hurt, like Taylor Decker. Does Taylor Decker need to play the last week of the season? Maybe not. But I think other guys absolutely, like Jared Goff's been completely healthy, knock on wood. And I get it. You don't want him to get hurt, but at the same time, this is a guy who's making, $50 million a year. He doesn't want to sit. I'll guarantee that. If we talk to him tomorrow, his mindset is he's playing, and he wants to play the whole game. But a guy like St. Brown who got banged up, is he going to play? Doesn't need to. I think it's going to come down to guys that show up on the injury report, Kang. If they come up as questionable, then maybe that's as good as doubtful. Then maybe you just say, okay, you're questionable. Maybe you're not playing. That could be different. 97.1. So there is one less head coaching candidate out there for the NFL hiring cycle. and college football hiring cycle. I suppose it still matters there. Pat 40 says that Marcus Freeman has informed NFL franchises that he's staying at Notre Dame. Freeman and Notre Dame have agreed to a restructured contract that puts him in the top tier in compensation among college coaches. So, good news for Notre Dame fans. They get to hang on to Marcus Freeman. Bad news for, I guess, Giant fans. They thought they were going to land Marcus Freeman, and they're not going to. And Marcus Freeman's a heck of a coach. Like him a lot. I don't like Notre Dame, but I like Marcus Freeman. So good for him that he's going to stick around there. With the Lions is a whole other story. What's going on with this team? 1 week to go before the end of the season finally comes. And it's interesting. I was talking with Rieger at some point last week, and I was moving on between shows or whatever it was. And he was saying that, if the Lions end up losing to the Vikings, nobody's going to, do they even want to, his thought was even before that game, before the Vikings game, Lions fans wanted to check out and just be done with it, right? Put us out of our misery, lose the game. Well, he got his wish. They lost the game to the Vikings. And my thought when he said that to me, I said, I think Lions fans still want to have some kind of hope and hope that they win that game and have a chance to make the playoffs. Well, they lost the game. So it's that game effectively put them out of their misery. How did it change? What happened over the weekend? Once the Lions were done, how did your mood change? How does your feelings for the NFL change?
So I didn't think this was going to be the year for the Lions. It was after the Giants win personally for me where I just thought, okay, it's one thing to overcome your warts and red flags. It's another one they're still there all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I just felt like there were just too many red flags, too many warts that they weren't going to overcome them, the injuries, everything. So I didn't think this was going to be the year they went deep into the playoffs. With that being said, I still rooted for them to get into the playoffs because I want a chance. Just like anybody else. You never know what can happen. They're my team. I'll root for them. I don't care what anyone says. I'm rooting for them to win and make the playoffs. When it was finally done this weekend or on Christmas, and Max Brosmer and the Vikings put them out of their misery, as some people would say. Not for me. I didn't want to be put out of my misery,
right.
but the end of their playoff chances. I watched the NFL this weekend, Gator, in spite. I was jealous and spiteful of every NFC team because I figured that why couldn't it be us to have a chance?
Right.
Do I think the winner of the NFC South is going to win it? No, but at least they get to be in the dance, and I want it to be in the dance. So last night I'm watching the Bears and Niners. I'm hoping both lose. This year it's easy for me, Gator. I usually root for the NFC in the Super Bowl. I'm rooting for the AFC this year.
Yeah.
I am.
No, you know what? I'm with you. I get annoyed, and it feels like year in and year out, where it comes down to the last week of the season, and there's potential that the champion of the NFC South might have a losing record. And it won't this year. Well, actually, I guess this year it could have 2 8-9 teams, right? And they take the better of the 2 8-9 teams. It annoys me because the Lions have never, they haven't been in that division in forever. The NFC North, like the Packers have always been good enough. We're not threatening to backdoor it and get in with an 8-9 record, or at the time would have been an 8-8 record in a 16-game schedule. 9-7 was rarely good enough to win a division in the Lions division. Now it's been done, but it feels like it's been forever. So I get annoyed with that whole mess. I was rooting hard for Carolina yesterday because I want Carolina to succeed. I want Carolina to be that team to go in on a high note. And are they going to create any issues? Maybe not. And they got handled pretty well by Seattle. But are they better than Tampa? I mean, just when you get behind Baker Mayfield looks like he's just an average quarterback at best. So I'm with you. I'm rooting for the AFC. And it's easier to say that now, knowing that there's no Patrick Mahomes. I'm rooting like hell for Baltimore to beat the Steelers so that Aaron Rodgers doesn't make it and the Steelers don't make it. Like, I don't like the Steelers to begin with. I never have. But the fact that Aaron Rodgers there makes it easier to root against. And I like Lamar Jackson. I like Derrick Henry. I want them to succeed and at least win this game so that they're in and the Steelers are out. The other thing is delicious about that whole thing is that DK Metcalf isn't playing. Why? Because he took a swing at a Detroit Lions fan, who, by the way, might be a giant toolbox. I saw this statement, the quick video clip, the 30-second clip, where he's asking DK Metcalf to please come forward and let everybody know that there was nothing racial that was said, that he never said anything like that. But the problem is you go out and then what set him off apparently with the trolling was that you called him by his real name and he didn't like that. And then you're doing that in the press conference. Dude, what are you doing?
Then you're not that serious.
You're not that serious. No, you're just trolling on a national
Yeah.
scale now, and I don't like that. I don't appreciate it.
The press conference looked fake. It looked like something out of a TV show.
He's wearing a hat, and I mean, come on. Yeah, we got it. You're a Lions fan. Anyway, that's aside from. But what I think is delicious is that DK Metcalf got suspended for the final 2 games of the season, and it might cost his team the playoffs. They really could have used him in their game this weekend against Cleveland, and they didn't have him, and they lost. Whoops. And now they don't have him against Baltimore to finish off the year. But the AFC is just, it's more interesting to me. The Drake May hysteria, I love it. I'm excited about Drake May and what he can do. I think he's a very good quarterback. And yeah, I recognize that the Patriots have had the easiest schedule in football. But they still had to play Buffalo twice. I like Jacksonville, the story there with what's going on with Trevor Lawrence. I love Trevor Lawrence in college. I was hoping he was going to be a really good quarterback in the NFL. It's taken him a while. You had the question last week, Kang, has he turned the corner? I think he's kind of turned the corner. I'm rooting for him. I'm a big Bo Nix fan, and I hate the Broncos. I've never liked the Denver Broncos. From the moment I started watching professional football in 1977, and the 2 teams that vied for the Super Bowl after the 77 season were the Cowboys and the Broncos. I was a big Cowboy fan because of Tony Dorsett. I couldn't stand the Broncos from that moment on. And I was never a John Elway fan or whatever. But I like Bo Nix. And this is a likable team that the Broncos have. They have a really good defense and they get after it. And it's really also the fact that they've taken on Kansas City and they
I think you touched on it earlier. I think Patrick Mahomes fatigue, Travis Kelce fatigue, the Chiefs fatigue, Andy Reid. There's going to be some new, fresh blood with the AFC this year, and they're young. They're young quarterbacks that obviously haven't won anything because Mahomes has been there the whole time. But someone is going to get a shot at their first Super Bowl most likely here. I mean, I'm not counting Rodgers, so whether it's Lamar, Josh Allen, Bo Nix, Drake May, whoever, Justin Herbert, it's going to be somebody fresh, young, and new blood from the AFC. I usually root for our conference wherever we're from, but not this year. I'm just that jealous and spiteful. No one from the NFC can win it.
No, I mean,
unless it's the Lions.
I'm certainly not rooting for the Rams.
No.
San Francisco, I'm not rooting for San Francisco. I like Brock Purdy, but I don't like San Francisco. Seattle, absolutely not. It's a hard no to Seattle, dog. The South already talked about that. And then you've got the teams in the North. I'm not rooting for a team from the North to get there. In the Eagles, we've seen and done that. So forget that. 248-539-9797. Same number to text. We'll get to, I see we got people on hold. We'll talk to you next and take those texts. We continue here in 97.1. Lions lose on Christmas Day. I hope it didn't ruin your Christmas. It didn't ruin mine. I mean, it kind of jolted things. We hit pause on the game, had dinner. Dinner was spectacular, by the way, if I must say so. I made a beef tenderloin, and Kang, I am telling you, it was cooked to perfection.
Well, I got to ask the people that ate it, not just the person who made it.
I understand. I will tell you what my mother said to me last night. She said it was the best beef tenderloin she's ever had. I think my brother was very happy with it. My nephew said I do a great job with it. And then there was
What, does everyone like it cooked, prepared the same way?
No, which so, I have a problem with math, right? The math and we don't get along too well. So I go into it in my head thinking I need a certain amount for the beef tenderloin. Like, do I need a 6 pound or a 7 pound, 8 pound? What do I need? What do I need to go into it? Because math is bad for me. And I started thinking that there were 12 ounces in a pound instead of 16 ounces in a pound. So when the guy at the butcher shop is telling me that he's like, yeah, well, we got this one that's already trimmed. It just needs to be tied, but it says 6 pound. I'm like, it's not enough. I'm thinking to myself, got 8 people showing up. I need more than that. So I ended up getting the 6 pound beef tenderloin, and then I got 3 fillets to go with it because there are 3 people that want it cooked much differently than the rest of us would. So that was actually the way to go. But that was a lot of meat for the 8 of us. And there was tons of leftovers, which I'm not complaining about because the leftovers are fantastic. I made a couple of sliders the last couple of days with some brioche buns. God, those are great. But it was, math was a problem with me because the 6 pound would have been plenty. And I could have just simply cut it into 2 pieces, a much smaller piece, and done that one well done like the ladies wanted it done. Not my mom, though. My mom's a trooper. She likes it medium rare.
There you go, Mom.
Yeah. So it was really good. My brother made these cheesy potatoes, which are delicious. We had some roasted vegetables. It was all great. Dessert was nice. Lots of cookies. It was good. And yours was hijacked because of illness.
Yeah, we didn't do any of that, Gator. My mother-in-law, we're going to in-laws on Christmas Eve. Usually it's like a full spread of it's a potluck. We order a sushi tray. There's, going to be ham and all the sides and whatnot. And the next day, my mom had already put the menu together, of course, because she had been planning this for weeks. Was prime rib, salmon.
Oh, boy.
Ham as well.
Wow.
But, family stayed home. And they got ramen noodles or something.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah. Something warm. I don't know. Sucked.
Broth. We had broth. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Peyton is in Chesterfield. Peyton, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
All right, Peyton.
I'm just sitting here eating the world's thickest chicken salad sandwich, thinking about the Lions. I'm utterly disappointed this year. How could we go from the NFC Championship against the 49ers, lose that game, lose against the Commanders last year, and just throw up this utter joke of a season? And honestly, I don't know why our fans are hating on previous players from the Lions. I want Ben Johnson and the Bears to succeed. I'd like to see that out of them. They're just the Lions from Chicago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's tough to accept. I don't because it happened so quickly for the Bears. I mean, their first year, they made some very savvy moves over the last couple of years, both in the draft and free agent wise and trade wise. They've really built the roster. It's a quality roster that they have. But Peyton, you understand what happened with this team this year, with the offensive line in particular. That's going to torpedo the chances of the offense being special. The way that injuries just mounted in the Frank Ragnow retirement before the season begins. I mean, you understand why this season is where it's at.
Oh, yeah, I completely understand it. It's just things are not going the way that I like to see them go. And It's just injuries are another big part of that. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'm not seeing the Lions that I saw against in the past couple of years. We've had injuries before, and we've gotten through them, and we were a highly ranked team, and now we're just a joke in the NFC North.
Well, it's not a joke, and thanks for the call. I appreciate that. But they're certainly not what they were. And I think if you all you have to do is look at the offensive line. You know, the team that got to the NFC Championship game, the team won 15 games last year, that team had Frank Ragnow at center, and you had your bookend tackles, and you had guards that played the majority of those games, the vast majority of those games. This year, you had no Frank Ragnow. You had Taylor Decker banged up all season long, missing a couple games along the way, and you had a rotation at your guard spot, and the one guy's played every game basically at right guard in Tate Ratledge. He's a rookie. And Christian Mahogany, the other guard, he's effectively a rookie because he didn't play much at all last year in his rookie season. And then you got Graham Glasgow playing at center. Totally different look. It was a totally different look. And then when injuries start to mount, it changes everything. And the more I say it, the more it sounds like an excuse, but it's not. It's just the way that I can explain what happened. Now, looking at other teams that deal with injuries, because every team has to deal with injuries, other teams handle it better. Why? Why do they handle it better? I think because they didn't have to go to their third deep at that position like the Lions have had to do. Like, if they lose a starter, it's bad. And the Lions lost starters. But then the Lions would lose the backup. And then they would lose the backup to the backup. That's a difference. That's a whole different ballgame. You know, going with they're working with their third and fourth string and fifth string tight ends. Look at what they've done at center. You started with Glasgow, then you went to Tristan Colon, and then you finished with Kingsley Ekobon. Looking at left tackle, you know, Dan Skipper had to play the last game at left tackle. And that's not ideal for this team when they had all these other options that got hurt in the preseason or got hurt early in the season and didn't play it down this year. And let alone what's happened in the secondary, which is absolutely incredible to see how they've tried to piece it together. Yeah, they had the Legion of Whom that reared their head for one game, and they looked great in that one game. And then, okay, done being the Legion of Whom because they revert to being what they were, which were a bunch of backups playing admirably, playing their hearts out, but not good enough.
Yeah, but in the end, they weren't starters for a reason. And how long could you hold? You know, you couldn't.
Exactly.
And I keep going back to it, but the loss of Sam Laporta and Brock Wright were even bigger for this team who already had offensive line issues. They rely so much on their tight ends from the receiving aspect, from the blocking aspect. They were never able to set the edge and go outside again. Obviously, they couldn't run up the middle. And maybe, you know, it's something, it was just too much for them, but you would think like, hey, they got to call up plays or schemes that these guys can execute, right? Because there's just too many times there's misassignments and just not executing the play.
No, they haven't had a running game in weeks, and it's just it is what it is. And the end of the season comes in 6 days. Stacy, you're next up on 97.1.
Hey, I want to take you guys off of Bluetooth. My question is for King. King, I know every year you do a bet going to Vegas and do $1 bet that the Lions will make it to the Super Bowl. Well, I go to Vegas for New Year's, and I wanted to see if I could do the $1 bet. I wanted to ask you, is it too early, you think? Is it too early to do that bet? And how much is the payout, you think?
Oh, you want to do the Lions for 2026?
Yes. I think if we do the fourth place schedule, if we have the fourth place schedule, I think it'd be a great bet, you know. So maybe if I can do it this early, I'll get better odds. I wanted to ask you guys that question.
I can't imagine it's going to be too crazy. I mean, because it's still I think it's still a team that's got a lot of talent. What would you think, King? Something like 20-1?
Yeah, 20-1 seems about right, or perfect, Gator, honestly, right around there right now. But it might be your best value because he's looking for value. Because it might, after the draft and offseason, they might get better, and so that's going to come down. But yeah, right now, I'm not sure who's got futures already, but I think right now would be your best value. You're right about that.
Might have to wait till after the season before they throw up those odds for the next season.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the call. But the other question, and real quickly, King, when you go to Vegas, you also place a bet on somebody else for value.
Yeah, I do my long shot. It's usually 40-1 or worse. Remember the year I took, I think, was it last year I took the Bears or 2 years ago? Damn it, too soon.
Did you take one this year?
Yeah, but I remember it was Ryan Williams to win the Heisman because I didn't like anyone in the NFL.
That's right.
I told Doug to vote for Ryan Williams.
More to come, 97.1.
You're not renting.
New Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham was introduced to the media yesterday, and the veteran coach already knows what expectations come with wearing that Block M.
Well, Michigan here is playoffs. I mean, you got to get to the playoffs. That's our expectation. That's my expectation. Big Ten championship. Obviously, we'll get you to the playoffs, but if you can get to that 10-win mark, that usually is a pretty good indicator that you will be in the playoffs, especially when they expand, which is going to happen at some point soon. And so that's the bar. I mean, the University of Michigan, how can it be any different than that?
Whittingham was introduced in Orlando as he's joined the team for their New Year's Eve Citrus Bowl game against Texas this week. He said he will primarily be hanging out in the background observing for that game and made it sound like he won't be very involved in the on-field decision-making against the Longhorns. The new coach also said his primary focus right now is retaining Michigan's roster ahead of the NCAA transfer portal window, which opens on Friday. Whittingham also gave some insight on his staffing plans. He said he expects 7 to 8 new coaches to join him in Ann Arbor, while he plans to retain 2 or 3 assistants already on staff at Michigan. Speaking of Michigan, their basketball team tips off tonight for the first time in over a week. They have McNeese at 7 o'clock. Michigan State has Cornell at 7 o'clock as well. That game in East Lansing. Also, the Lions' final Week 18 game got announced today. It will be a Sunday kickoff at 4:25 in Chicago. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And be careful out there driving on the roads. You get snow squalls rearing up every once in a while. It really is blinding out there. It's icy, so be careful. Hopefully the conditions get better. Visibility, I guess, it all depends if you're in a squall or not. If you're not, it looks like right now it looks pretty good here, at least from our studios. It looks fine, but there's also a couple inches of snow on the ground, and we know how that can be. And because it's colder out, yeah, it's not like it's melting anytime soon. I saw that Free Press tweeted out the Upper Peninsula sees up to 2 feet of snow. It's always amazing to me, the lake effect and how much more they have to endure up there than what we do down here in southeast Michigan. Nonetheless, just be careful out there. Just a word of the wise. And a word to the masses. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I had a bunch of texts coming in. Champ, Red Wings 3-0 against the Leafs this season. Chump, Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell running too much man coverage with all the missing DBs is crazy. Or I should say Lions DC. I'm going to have to assume that's defensive coordinator. Running too much man coverage with all the missing defensive backs is crazy. Champ, Mo Sider. He's been playing phenomenal defense, and he's been a top 3 defenseman in the league this year. Chump, Jahmyr Gibbs for screwing over my fantasy team. That should have won it all. Yeah, well, if it weren't for Jahmyr Gibbs, you probably wouldn't have been in the running in the first place, my friend. But that being said, by the Red Wings, the win last night in overtime, Simon Edvinsson with the winner. What a goal. What a sequence that turned out. I think Austin Matthews ripped one off of the crossbar in overtime. Red Wings turn around, skate right down the ice. Looks like the goaltender's going to come out and clear the puck and spring Matthews for what might be a breakaway. He kind of mishandles it. Edvinsson sprints up, gets it, skates it on the goaltender, puts a move in, backhand goal, winner. Just great. Losing both safeties is devastating, and I'm concerned that Kirby Joseph will never be back, at least the way that he was. It's going to be tough to rebuild. That's from Dave Rogers. I've got real concerns about Kirby Joseph too. We don't really know the full extent of what he's dealing with. It sounded like from early reports that, this is going to be a problem, a chronic problem perhaps, that he has to deal with. And it's like some kind of cartilage issue that's going to be painful. And is he going to be able to endure pain in addition to what else is going on there structurally? It's really unfortunate because Kirby Joseph is an absolute ball hawk. He's been outstanding for this team, and they need him. I think that, to me, when we go to like turning points of the season, King, you look to that Giants game. To me, it was losing Kirby Joseph when they lost him, which was, I think, a week or two prior to that. because then you start rotating a whole bunch of guys at safety that just they're not Kirby Joseph. And what Kirby Joseph does is he just patrols out there and takes advantage. And then you compound the problem by losing Brian Branch. And now you've lost two outstanding safeties. And now the team's on a 3-game losing streak limping into the last week of the season. And I think you look just right there at the safeties. Dan Campbell's a great guy and great motivator, but he does not make good coaching decisions, and that's the problem. A good coach gets us into the playoffs this year and would have been the difference in a win or two. I think Dan Campbell is better than a good coach. And is he perfect? Absolutely not. Do I wish he was a little more conservative on these 4th down plays? Yeah, I do. For me, it's like a 4th and 3 decision. I'm more conservative in nature, so I would probably take the points in a lot of these plays where they go for it. But I think when you can take a step back after the season's done, and when you look at your 4th down conversion rate on the season and see how drastically different it is this year from years past where it was very successful, and this year it hasn't been, I'm hopeful that that's going to play a role into decision-making next year. And maybe it's going to be an NFL thing too. Because I imagine it's around the NFL is like that too. As teams have gotten more comfortable going for it on 4th down, that the numbers will tell you otherwise.
Dan Campbell was definitely ahead of his time as far as being aggressive with the 4th down calls. Now you see it's not even a question with a lot of these teams. Once they cross the 50, it feels like almost everyone's going for it now, right? And Dan Campbell was kind of the first guy to do this. Maybe he can also be ahead of his time as not going for it as much anymore and pulling back a little bit, because it's one thing to have that mentality and that culture, and I totally get it, and he trusts his players, and they believe in him, and he believes in them. But sometimes if you don't have the horses to do it, the guys to pull it off, you should kick the field goal. You know, this isn't the same offensive line that was in years past.
No, it's not. There's so many different.
So you don't have the tight ends. You don't have like all these pieces that you're converting these 4th downs with last year and the year before. You don't have this year. So maybe, just maybe, sometimes you got to kick it.
Yeah, because you're working with different information.
Yes.
So as the information changes, I think the thought process has to change and evolve as well, and I'm hopeful that can happen sooner than later, because I do think it had cost him a game. At least one game I think it cost him this year. I think it might be a little unfair to, pick and choose the Steelers game because they passed on the field goal early, and as things worked out, all they needed was a field goal to win. Or in a tie, I guess at the time would have been, but if had they kicked the field goal, it would have been a field goal to win. But that's, couldn't be revisionist thinking too, because that them not kicking the field goal happened early in the game at their second possession. And who knows how different things are going to be, how different teams operate from that point on. 248-539-9797. Same number to text if you'd like to do that. Logan is next up here in 97.1. Hey, Logan.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Cam.
Hey.
Just wanted to do, so many points I wanted to touch on after listening for a bit, but I'll start with pretty much, I think, Gator, you brought up like kind of how you view games, with like your own current fandom now. And I think like I've gotten to the point now after watching, the past 2 or 3 seasons, and actually for the first time in my, relatively young life, seeing the Lions actually have a group of talent capable of winning the Super Bowl, and as everybody likes to say, have a Super Bowl window. I watch every single game with the thought of, if this team actually can. And I know everybody was riding super high last season when they were 15-2, and rightly so. I mean, they gritted out a lot of wins, but I was going into that Commanders game with as much doubt as I feel like some people had this season, just due to the personnel that we actually had on defense. So I watch every single game with just, I guess, that thought of, what personnel do we have on the field that's actually capable of winning the Super Bowl? So, I mean, for this season, I mean, like you said, as soon as we lost Kirby Joseph, I didn't necessarily check out. Like, I'm a NFL football fan. I watch football all day long, every day, right? So that's kind of why I will always watch the Lions every single time that they are on, and I will enjoy watching them. Obviously not as much when they get punked like they did versus the Vikings, but, that's just the way that I view it. So for the past couple of seasons, it has really hurt because there's been moments where you're like, darn, if we just didn't lose Hutchinson, or if we just, kept one of our cornerbacks win the NFC Championship game or just a couple of things here and there, we definitely would have had obviously better chances of succeeding. So for this season, I mean, after we lost Kirby and then ended up losing Branch, I just, all that hope of actually having a Super Bowl this season kind of left me because you need to have guys, you need to have personnel being able to defend.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. And particularly in the back end, you lose two guys that are Pro Bowl players like that. That's tough. It's really tough because it's so exciting when you have them. I mean, to know that they had those guys, they can make up for not having, for having to play backups at the cornerback position. You can make up for that if you've got great safeties. And for years, I wanted the Lions to have that guy because I always thought that the greatest defenses in the NFL, that we had seen over the last 30 years, I thought that they had a great safety. That Sean Taylor type guy, that Ed Reed type guy. More so Ed Reed, I guess. But and I thought that they had that with Brian Branch. Kirby Joseph is a different type of player. He's the guy that's going to, make the interception, great coverage. But Brian Branch is all over the place. I love Brian Branch. And this injury that he suffered, God, that sucks. It really sucks. He's going to be out for a while. And I think the Lions have to go into the draft and they have to look at it and see, how do we evaluate some of these safeties? The safety for Ohio State is outstanding. Likely to be gone on the top 10 picks. But is that a guy that you move up to take? It's not a lineman. But, it'd be tough to pass on if a guy like that is available. But that's just an early take on the draft. I still think they need to address the offensive line. And by the time you get to the draft, you'll know what they've done in free agency. You'll know what kind of decision is made with Frank Ragnow. And it could help set some other wheels in motion. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. You want to offer up your champ and chump votes? Feel free. We got 45 minutes left to do that. And we'll continue with your calls and texts next here on 97.1. Some more feedback coming in. Champ, Drake May. That young man is solid. Chump, Brad Holmes. It's been my chump since the trade deadline. We have the worst coach and team in tough division. Future looks bleak. All right, let's look at the coaches in the division. You think Dan Campbell's the worst coach in the division? I guess the division's got some pretty good coaches. I get your point there. But I don't think if I ranked them, I don't think I'd have Dan Campbell at the bottom. Future looks bleak? No, I don't think the future looks bleak. Kane, do you think the future looks bleak for this team?
I wouldn't say bleak. I think as long as you have a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the league, you got a shot. And I don't care what anyone says, Jared Goff is he's a top 10 quarterback in this league. Look at his numbers. Yeah. Look what he can do when he's protected. I get it. You got to protect him, but he's obviously shown he can win playoff games as well. I will say this, though. There is a concern the window has closed a little bit. Not all the way or anything. And this is what I mean by that, Gator. You brought up the Kirby Joseph injury.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what's going to happen with him?
Yeah.
They just signed him, dude.
I know. That's money tied up.
Ali McNeil. Did they just give him a big contract extension?
Yeah, they did.
And did he come back and do much this year?
Not really.
That's where you get in trouble when you start handing out the big money and they don't come through for you. And then you're going to have a lot of dead money. So how can Brad Holmes retool? I'm not saying those career's over for those two guys, by the way. I'm just saying this right now doesn't look the best, and you don't know what's going to happen. But they still got to pay other guys, Brian Branch, Laporta, Gibbs. Those are big names they have to pay or move on from. That's where windows can close for teams. They get in salary cap hell, and then they have to dig themselves out of it and do it all over again. I'm not sure what's going to happen with those two guys in the lines, but the Kirby Joseph thing worries me a lot because the last time we saw him play, when he got hurt, it looked like he needed a stretcher to get off the field. Right. Then he went to the blue tent and started doing wind sprints like he was going to race Usain Bolt. Finished out the game, and then we never saw him play again. But he was listed as day-to-day, week-to-week. They never put him on IR. And 4 weeks pass, 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
And then there was a setback at some point, and there's major concerns with that. That's why I'm including safety on the list of players that they're going to have to look at. Not only in free agency, but possibly the draft. And I don't think the window is close to closing. I think the window is still wide open. But what is to be determined is how are they going to fix the offensive line? Because it needs to be fixed. They have to get that thing back to, I don't know if you'll ever get it back to where it was, because it was elite before. But they have to get it back to being top third for sure. If you want to get the optimum amount of output from your offense. And I do think Goff is absolutely positively good enough. I think he's way better than good enough. I think he is a top 8 quarterback in this league. I think he just typically makes really good decisions. But when you don't have an offensive line that's opening holes in the run game, and you don't have tight ends that are able to contribute in the pass game or the run game, then your run game's not looking good, and that's not helping out your passing game. And I think that's what we've seen. I think we've just seen this perfect storm of just too much on this team right now. How do they come out of it to begin next year is the big question. And that's why I think the window is still wide open, because you still have great players on this team. You still have a roster just littered with great players, not good players, but great players. But there are question marks about some of those great players, as you mentioned. There's question marks about Kirby Joseph dealing with a chronic injury. Ali McNeil took a step back this year. Now, is that just injury, getting used to it, and then he'll be fine next year? Well, remains to be seen. They have to ask themselves, how much are they willing to pay Sam Laporta? You still have a couple years left for Jahmyr Gibbs. Do you even worry about Jahmyr Gibbs long term, because he's a running back, and running backs are disposable in the NFL? He's a weapon for sure. And right now, running backs, you don't pay them that much, so you can still hang on to them, and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. But Brian Branch's injury is of major concern. Coming back from, he's got the Achilles, correct? So that's tough to come back from, and not likely to come back anytime soon. So they've got some big things they have to do. They rebuild the offensive line. They got to find out if these guys that have been hurt when are they going to be able to contribute, and how are they going to be able to contribute. Dave is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I sharply disagree with both those points. The numbers you're looking at, the NFL stupid metrics, 4-factor metric from 1973 that they still use as a traditional NFL passing. When you take other much more refined metrics, ESPN's quarterback adjusted rating, other ones out there that take a lot more relevant factors into play, Jared Goff is like night and day.
Thanks, Dave. Brandon, you're next up here in 97.1. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I was wanting to hop in on the Lions topic. I was to start from the beginning. We had 2 coordinators that we lost. That was huge, too, to make adjustments.
Yes.
The next one, my next point is the offensive line is not the same offensive line that we had previous years. That was a huge problem this year. And nobody expected Frank Ragnow to retire right before the season started. Even though we tried to get him middle of the season to come back, maybe that might be something that we can revisit during the off season. But man, that was huge not having that Pro Bowl center there. And look what happened in the last previous game.
Right. Now, to be fair, it didn't happen right before this season. It happened, I think, a few weeks after the draft that he announced his retirement. But nonetheless, it was after the draft.
Still, you losing the Pro Bowl.
No, without question, I think that's huge. I think that was the number one thing to happen to this team is that they had to find a replacement for Frank Ragnow, and Grant Glasgow is adequate, but he's nowhere near as good as Frank Ragnow. And you take Grant Glasgow away from being a guard, which is his better position, you're weakening another spot.
Then not only that, we lost on this rookie draft, this rookie class as well. It was not good. As we always talk about let Brad cook. This draft class wasn't as good. I mean, the previous years as well. I think we're gonna bounce back. It just, this is a setback year. We still, like you said, we still got great players. Hey, we got $1 billion payroll of players, so they gotta have to figure it out. I mean, I don't think the window closed. Look at the NFL. It did a total flip-flop. You got the Lions out the playoffs. You got Baltimore possibly about to be out the playoffs. All the top teams from last year, except for like a few of them, it just reversed. You had some teams that was the worst team in the league, like New England Patriots. Now they on the top of the NFC. So every year is not guaranteed in the NFL. I mean, injuries, health, Laporta being hurt, that hurt us a lot too, man. And just, we go bounce back. We got to have a good draft, a good offseason. And whatever, I'll be honest with you. If Campbell got to be making play calls, we need to get a new offensive coordinator.
Well, I think that's and thanks for the call. I think that's definitely on the horizon. I think that's probably one of the priorities for them is to identify who the next offensive coordinator is going to be. Because I don't think Dan Campbell wants to be making these calls every game. Wants to be the play caller. I think he wants to implement his offense, but have somebody else making the calls. It didn't work out with John Morton. I don't know if they pulled the plug on that too soon or if he's just the wrong guy and identify that, okay, this isn't where his strength is or whatever, let's find something else. But, yeah, that's something that has to be figured out, and they have to find out if the defensive coordinator is somebody they want to continue to work with as a DC, or are they going to, look outside the organization and find somebody else. And that's the big thing. It's looking outside the organization and not promoting from within, but giving somebody who's got experience an opportunity. And Lord knows there are plenty of those guys around the league, but can you find the right fit, the right guy who, embodies everything else that you want in an assistant coach? That remains to be seen. Al's in Southfield. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Al.
Hi, Scott and King. I'd like to give my champ and chump of the weekend. Yep. My champ of the weekend is Kyle Whittingham for being named as the head coach of Michigan football. I feel he's the right guy that can be able to navigate Michigan away from this cloud of negativity and put them in a position to compete for the national championship. And my chump of the weekend is Ryan Kennedy. I felt he went off script and with his cease and desist order as it relates to these threats and continues to use his full name. And I thought he was just piling on. Just stick to the script and he'll be fine.
I was like Ryan, the Lions fan.
The Lions fan. Yes. Mm-hmm.
You're giving him the chump.
Yeah, I'm giving him the chump.
Okay, fair enough. Write it down. Take that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We haven't really gotten into the whole Kyle Whittingham hire just yet. Maybe we'll take some calls on that, some texts on that as well, and continue to take your calls and texts on the Lions and where they're at and just where you're at as a fan right now. Are you happy that what happened on Thursday happened to be put out of your misery, so to speak, and moving on? Or is it disappointing? Were you hoping they could win that game and then you could still have hope for this week? Packers ended up losing to the Ravens. And Baltimore looked awfully good in that game with their backup quarterback. Packers had their backup quarterback in there, but their backup quarterback might be better than their starting quarterback. But the Lions would have had a chance going into the last week of the season. Could have been interesting. And unfortunately, it's not there. It's not there because what they did was lose in a most disturbing way. It's the worst loss, in my opinion, in the Dan Campbell era because of the circumstances and situation of that game and what it meant. To me, it was the worst. We'll discuss next year, 97.1. Yeah, one thing that is kind of quietly happened this season, Kang. Al-Qaedi Muhammad has double-digit sacks on the season. He's got 11. He had 2 more in the game on Christmas Day. And that goes with, was Hutch have 13? So he's got a career high with 13. Al-Qaedi Muhammad has 11. I think it's gone completely under the radar. Does that mean the Lions don't have to search for that other edge rusher? No, I don't think it means that. I think you can't have enough edge rushers. What I think it does mean is that's a heck of a turnout for a guy who's the second fiddle.
No, it's nice, man. It just lets you know he might be just a specialist, which is okay. 3rd and long, obvious passing down situations, get him out there. He obviously can get to the quarterback. They're still going to need another edge, a guy that can set the edge, stop the run. I know the prototypical type of size they want, someone kind of just like Hutch. Marcus Davenport, he's a bigger defensive end. Obviously, you need him to stay healthy. I'm not saying bring back Davenport, but they like that size and that build. But Muhammad, yeah, definitely. You can't be mad at that. I mean, that's unexpected, and you'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, can you find another guy opposite of Hutch? I mean, Hutch has been, fortunately, knock on wood, been healthy the whole season, and so has Al-Qaedi Muhammad. And, both of those guys in double-digit sack territory. I think that's pretty impressive. I don't think I expected Al-Qaedi Muhammad to be the guy to step up and be 11. I thought 7, 8, sure, sounds doable, but 11. He's got them in bunches. They've come in. There's certain games where he's really stepped up, and the Lions defense took advantage of Max Brosmer and got after him for 7 sacks as a defense. Unfortunately, the offense couldn't stop the Vikings defense from getting after Jared Goff, and Jared Goff didn't help himself out either. And the offense just couldn't get on track, and thus the season's over with. And I'm bummed because I was looking forward to having something more at stake going into the last week of the season. Now, would it be realistic to think that the Vikings could beat the Packers if the Lions had beaten the Vikings? Probably not. But it would have been fun to try. This would have been like several years ago when the Lions were going into Green Bay, the last game of the season, with an 8-8 record. And then just before game time, they find out that they're knocked out of the playoffs because Seattle beat the Rams. But the Lions didn't care. They still went out there and they fought and they beat the Packers, and they sent Aaron Rodgers literally packing after that game. And there was a certain satisfaction with that. There's not going to be much satisfaction this weekend. I don't know what satisfaction there could be. There's little things, I guess. Can you stop Caleb Williams from throwing for 270 yards? Because if he does get 270, that gives him 4,000 for the year, which would be the first time ever a Bears quarterback will have thrown for 4,000 yards. You don't want to be the team that he does it against. Plus, you got the motivation that it's Ben Johnson, the former coach here, or former offensive coordinator. I'm not ready for the Bears to be this good, and it looks like the Bears are poised to be this good. And for a while, because they have the young quarterback and because they have a roster around him. Now, the Bears are going to have the same problems every other team is going to have in the offseason, and that is defining which players they need to hang on to, which players they can let go of, and how do you continue to build that roster. But this division is tough. It's real tough. And the Lions just didn't have enough horses to get it done this year, and that sucks. Tim is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Tim. Timmy. I'll put Tim back on hold and see if we can figure out where he's at. John is in Redford. John, you're next up, 97.1. Hello, John. Losing their phones. Put him on hold. Let me try one more. Try Ryan. Ryan, you there?
I'm there. Can you guys hear me?
I got Ryan. There you are. Yes. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, and I'm a fan from California. I'm one of the biggest Lions fans out there, and it's been a real rough year, man. When you say you're bummed, I feel it. But one thing I'm curious about is why we've struggled so much in the third quarter. It's kind of interesting when you look at the data. We only score about 4 points in the third quarter. We score about 9 in the second quarter, and again over 9 in the fourth quarter. and it seems like a lot of the top teams are jumping out in the third quarter. Why is that we struggle so much there, right? And what's going on with Campbell as offensive coordinator and head coach, maybe scheming it up? I don't know. I'm just curious about your guys.
No, I think it's and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Ryan. I think it's a fair question to ask. What happens to the Lions in the third quarter? Why has the third quarter been an issue for them? Because it has been. Fair. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I think if they can identify it, great. They can get to fixing it. But I don't know if this is one of these weird statistical anomalations, as we like to say on the show, or if this is really something. But, you go into halftime, kind of regenerate, regroup, and then you come out in the third quarter, and it's not the same. I don't know why that is. As far as the other part with Dan Campbell calling plays, I don't think Dan Campbell wants to call plays. I think he did it out of necessity, what he deemed as necessity. And we'll see if they go out and find an offensive coordinator or play caller in the offseason. I imagine they will. I don't know who it's going to be. But, again, I hope it's somebody that has experience in calling plays.
Calling plays is kind of like an art form. I mean, yeah, of course, if everyone executes, most plays work. But there's adjustments to be made. There's counter moves to be made to what the defense is showing you, what they're giving you, right? The third quarter for the last two games for the Lions have been pathetic. So remember the Steelers game, Gator? They only had 3 plays, and the safety happened. That was it for the third quarter against the Steelers. For the Vikings, punt, interception, interception. They had a total of 9 plays.
Yeah, that's not good.
That was the third quarter.
Yeah, and we've seen that.
And then the Vikings scored 6, I think, in the third quarter.
Yeah, we've seen that in the last couple of games. They just haven't had the opportunity. But part of that is that, okay, if your offense isn't going to able to, if you're going to go 3 and out, that's brutal. When the other team is able to launch a long drive, which we've seen all too often happen. I don't know how they go about fixing it, but yeah, we'll see. But a play caller, I feel like that's the new hotness in the NFL, is calling somebody a play caller as opposed to the offensive coordinator. But they're going to be inheriting a lot of weapons, and I would imagine that this is a cherry job in the NFL to call plays for the Detroit Lions. That even as they struggled this year, they're still averaging close to 30 points a game. It's not as many as they did a year ago. But we've talked ad nauseum about the reasons why we think that is, and it's linked entirely to the offensive line and the tight ends. That it hasn't been the same group of guys. They've had to work with backups to the backups. That's a big difference. You're working with backups, it's one thing. But when you're working with backups to the backups, that's a whole other kind of depth that just not many teams have. Eddie is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Eddie.
Hey, Gator. How are you, sir?
All right.
Hey, so to answer your question, I'm so happy the season is over. I felt bad for these guys. And, hope is not a real strategy. I think going into it, we would not be able to consistently sustain the level of play that we needed to be successful. And it really starts with the interior, both interior defensive line and the offensive line. This offense, number one, is predicated on Jared Goff being able to run play action. They weren't able to do any of that.
No.
So they were just not, they were not operating from a very, very top level. So they need to rebuild that, interior, both sides of the ball. Second, my humble opinion, I think our linebackers, we need a pretty big upgrade there too. I love Jack Campbell, and Jack Campbell is like the old school, like I'm going to get 130 tackles a year, but we need somebody who's a super athletic person to, make plays, i.e. like a Brian Branch, but obviously he plays safety. And then another thing I wanted to bring up, I really believe whoever wins this NFC North year over year will then take a step back the next year. And the reason I say that is it's the opposite of the Patriots or the teams that play in the weaker divisions, is that the division is so strong that once you start playing that first place schedule against other teams, you're not going to be able to sustain a level of playing at that high level without taking a step back. It's just way too hard because the NFL is built on kicking your butt and making you come back to ground. That's just the way the NFL's built. So I'm pretty optimistic still. And listen, I'm one of those homers, I guess. I love the team. I've always loved the team since I was 4 years old. So, and I'm in my 40s now. So I will always back this team. But if they do not get interior line help on both sides of the ball, it will be
it'll be difficult. And thanks for the call, Eddie. I mean, I think I'm surprised that the defensive interior wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be this year. DJ Reader, I didn't think was as good as this year. Ali McNeil did not return to form just yet. I'm not, deciding he can't. I'm just saying this past year, I think it's safe to say that he was not the player he was before he got hurt. And he only played, roughly half a season's worth too. But Tyleik Williams, the rookie, did not make this immediate impact that you were hoping to see. But I think a lot of times in defensive tackles, it takes a year or two before you start to see that. I mean, Ali McNeil right away, I don't think was this great defensive tackle, but after a couple of years, like, Ali McNeil, he's a guy that's going to get a contract. So hopefully the improvement can come there and the development can come there. As far as, the Jack Campbell stuff is concerned, Jack Campbell's great. Now, are the Lions going to have to find themselves another linebacker to play next to him? Yeah. I don't think Alex Anzalone is necessarily going to be back here next year. So they'll have to take a look. And if they find that guy, if they see that guy is there, that super athletic linebacker that can make every play out there on the field, then they're going to have to consider that. I think Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, is outstanding. I like a couple of Ohio State guys. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, and Caleb Downs, the safety. I love both of those players. But neither of those players is an offensive tackle or an offensive guard or an offensive center. Draft is what it is. You never know what's going to land in the Lions' lap. Brad Holmes is usually pretty unconventional. He just finds the best player that he wants, and he goes and get him regardless of position. So you just don't know. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. There's some more ticket texts. My champ is Santa. My daughter got a ton of gifts. Chump, the entire Lions organization, wasted years, Scott and Carlton. My oldest son's birthday is Christmas Eve. Every year we take him to Dave & Buster's. We were unable to do that this year due to everybody being sick. Did not have the kids over. Did not go to the families. It was very, very rough year, George and Rochester. I think a lot of people are sharing that same story. Kang's whole household has been going through it. Their Christmas was derailed. Had to audible the audible, which sucks. I know a bunch of people have had to kind of change plans or cancel plans at the last minute because of illnesses. And there's a bug going around. Everybody, wash your hands. Don't touch your face. Drink lots of fluids, vitamin C. And again, wash your hands. 248-539-9797. Tim is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing? Long time listener, go way back. Real quick, I know you guys are taking a lot of calls today, but I'm trying to touch on the coach in the NFC. I do think that Dan Campbell is the least of those coaches because I've always been the advocate that when he got here, he has improved, but at the same time, he still is not a sideline coach strategically or with clock management. And going forward now with not the same having the same offensive line, I think it's starting to get fans are starting to get tired of that. And Brad Holmes, I think on your station you say a lot of people worship him. I think a lot of people are getting tired of him. I think the last two, I think he's holding his hat on those two first drafts, but he has not done nothing to the draft, and he hasn't done anything lately at the trade deadline. I think people are getting tired of that, and the fans are getting tired of that.
I appreciate the call, Tim. I think the trade deadline stuff's always interesting because you don't know. You don't know what's available. All you can judge things on really are if a player is moved, would you have made the same move or a similar move to try to acquire that same player? Because that's the only known commodity. I don't know how many offensive linemen were available at the trade deadline. Did I want them to get one? Absolutely. Absolutely. But only one lineman went. And a very average offensive lineman that was dealt.
But even then, should the Lions have made that move?
I understand.
It was a sixth-round pick. You're talking about Trevor Penning going to the Chargers? It was a sixth-round pick.
I hear you. And this is where I'm agreeing with that. But the thing is, you don't know what else was there and what else was being asked for. Like if they wanted something better than that and they're asking for that player and the team comes back and says, yeah, it's going to cost a second-round pick. And the Lions like, well, it's not worth it. It's worth a fourth-round pick. We're not going to do that. Which gets to my point. My biggest change, I'd like to see a change in philosophy from Brad Holmes, is I'd like to see Brad Holmes not being as aggressive on draft day and moving so much on draft day, assets like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, keep moving or the future 3rd round picks or whatever, to constantly move up and draft somebody in the 3rd round, which is what we've seen a lot. You look at this team with a Hendon Hooker, Isaac Tesla, Giovanni Manu. I think Broderick Martin was another one they had to move around and get. And all the draft capital that was used to take those guys, like to hang on to that draft capital because that's the stuff that you can use at the trade deadline and be aggressive. Because the trade deadline, all teams are looking for is draft picks. They're not looking for bad players. They're looking for draft picks. And you're dealing with known commodities at that point. I want that known commodity from that team, and it's going to cost me this 3rd round pick. So from that's the disagreement, I guess, that I have with Brad Holmes. And I don't even know if it's a disagreement. It's just I look at what he has done, and I guess I would like to see things done differently in that regard. Less aggressiveness when it comes to moving up to take guys that you're going to take in the 3rd and 4th round, and more aggressiveness when it comes to the trade deadline. But, it is what it is. And unfortunately, this season has worked out the way that it has. And I thought that game against the Vikings on Christmas Day is the worst game I've seen in the Dan Campbell era, given what was at stake. They had to win. And they lost. Badly. Mike Valenti joins me in the studio. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
How was your Christmas?
Good. And now we're back in a whiteout and things and a bomb cyclone. Right. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a white squall.
So
looking for Kate Beckinsale outside.
We're just gonna. I'm gonna take Dan Campbell's line of we're gonna look at everything. I want to show you what everything looks like. I've come up with what everything is. Here are all the places you could look at evaluation, and I want to leave it to the people. Instead of playing the blame game, I'm going to offer you how far are you willing to go if everything is on the table. So we're going to, because I feel like maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's already gotten their grievances out about what went down on Christmas Day. So like I've got something a little more forward looking, but I want to know if people are ready to really look at everything. So I've got like 5 things, and we'll just lay it out, and then I'll get yelled at until 6. It'll be super exciting.
I don't think you get yelled at.
It'll be exciting.
I think you do the yelling.
I've tried to not do as much of that. The vocal cords as I age, I need to be careful.
Understand.
But we're going to do that, and we'll just see where it goes. And obviously, can we say that? We'll do that on Monday. And if there's any kind of gap in the Lions' action, I can offer my Kyle Whittingham thoughts. U of M.
Yeah, that is, my quick 2 cents. Thought it was a great hire for him. I think he's a hell of a coach. I just don't know if it's a long-term thing. And some of what's been said, we're going to get more into it tomorrow, but just kind of interesting. The way things are shaking out and really throwing Sharon Moore under the bus. What's happening there. And not that he shouldn't be, but I hope people aren't rewriting history.
Michigan? Never.
I'm just
sorry.
Had to
get one last one in before the end of the year.
Well,
all right, we'll talk to you next.
Yeah, you've got time with that, and look forward to hearing those takes as we move on. Look, as far as the Lions are concerned, one last game. It's against the Bears. We find out it's going to be a 4:25 kick next week. We got some great football coming up in the NFL. I can't wait for it this weekend. We got the college games in the college football playoff. That's going to be a ton of fun. But then you've got all these do-or-die games in the NFL, teams trying to make the playoffs, teams trying to win their division, teams trying to get the number 1 seed. That's what the last week in the league is all about, and we're all about it to enjoy that. Unfortunately, the Lions are not going to be taking part in that, and that does, in fact, and truly suck. Look forward to Mike Valenti next with the Mike Valenti Show and Rico here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The first NBA All-Star voting returns has been released. Cade Cunningham comes in fourth behind Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, and Giannis. Luka Doncic and Jokic are number 1 and 2 in the West as well. Pistons, great. The Pistons are, it's almost New Year. The Pistons are back on the floor tomorrow as well. Michigan State basketball checks into play 11-1 before their 7 p.m. home tilt against Cornell tonight. Michigan will also host McNeese at 7, a tournament team from last season. They ranked 46th in the net. Tom Izzo spoke a few days back about former NBA draft pick James Najee enrolling at Baylor and receiving 4 years of eligibility. Yeah, Bears coach Scott Drew said he's had a good chat with Izzo. Notre Dame football coach Marcus Freeman is sticking around for 2026, ending the conversation of a promotion to the NFL. According to Sports Illustrated, he's in the top tier of college salaries now after his deal was restructured. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to business on a Monday. First of all, 2 hands on the wheel, please. Holy mercy, is it a disaster out. We're going to talk Lions, and I'm going to try to do it in a little bit different of a way, which is I think everyone's aired their grievances, and you are certainly welcome to air them now. But I want to take something Dan Campbell said, and I'm not going to use it against him. I'm going to use it against you. And what that means is the following. When Dan Campbell says, everything's on the table, we're going to look at everything. Me and Brad have a lot of difficult conversations. Cool. I want to know if you're ready for what that means. Now, it's going to serve as a litmus test for this franchise and whether the Super Bowl is actually the goal. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. Now, I've argued for multiple years, along with Rico, they haven't done the things necessary to try to win a Super Bowl. Because they got arrogant and they fell in love with their own players and they didn't attack free agency and they didn't attack the trade deadline and they got very arrogant with their draft picks. And here we are. But when they say they're going to look at everything, let me show you what everything really looks like. And I do think it starts at the top. So why don't we just do this? If everything's in question, Jared Goff should be a part of it. Now, before you freak out and start watching a Cure ad on loop, let me just work with me. Hear me before you react. The last 2 seasons have ended with Jared Goff looking like Sam Darnold. Have I defended Goff? Yes. Do I still, right here today at 2:02 in the afternoon, do I believe you can win a Super Bowl with him? Yes. But you have to ask yourself, are we able to give him what he needs? It's very clear what Goff needs. Must have an elite offensive line and an elite ground game and play action at about a 35% clip. If you can't provide that to him, then you can't be in business with him. Meaning, when all of you want to call in and say, we're going to restructure his deal, we're going to open $40 million of cap space, be careful, because that means you're in business for the next 3 to 4 years. And we have a drop that I would play for you. Before you do it, I can tell you Goff's good enough to win, but there are certain things. If you're going to marry Jared Goff, you got to do certain things. That leads me to number 2. Okay, we're going to look at everything. Cool. It's maybe 2 new coordinators. There is no question you need an offensive coordinator. Dan Campbell gave it his best effort. Not good enough. And when people cry about injuries or they cry about a couple people being hurt on the O-line, I'll tell them go turn on San Francisco and Chicago last night. I'll tell them turn on Charger games. There are plenty of teams with plenty of injuries up front, and they're humming. You know why? Elite play callers. Dan Campbell's not one of those. Appreciate his effort. Did the best he could in a tough spot. He knew he was in trouble with John Morton. He pushed the button. Not easy. But here's the other side, too. Got to have a conversation about Kelvin Shepherd. And this isn't an attack on Kelvin Shepherd. I think it was a yeoman's effort. Did the best he could. But do you know who doesn't have a contract next year? There's an elite defensive coordinator who's got head coaching experience, who would bring a new voice, new eyes, new approach. And he happens to be in your division. And he happens to just have put you over a chair and put a baby inside of you. Brian Flores is available. You want big boy things? You got to do big boy stuff. Make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in the league and hire him. And I'm sorry, Kelvin, you can keep the 313 decorative play sheet as a memento. You're not the DC anymore. Oh, we're going to look at everything. This is what everything looks like. Okay? This is what everything looks like. Here's the other side of it, too. Brad Holmes got to change who he is. Can't be who you were. If you want what you've never had, do what you've never done. Brad has to have a long look in the mirror. Getting cute with project players in the middle rounds, done. Being kind of pedestrian in free agency, done. Falling in love with your own players, also done. And that brings me to, we're going to look at everything. Here's what everything looks like. David Montgomery's never taken a snap here again. Not because I don't like Demo, but because he's the number 7 highest paid running back in football, and he is a clear backup. Gone. Aleem McNeil was garbage this year. I know the big fella was off an injury. Not my problem. They brought you back. We heard how ahead of schedule you were. Aleem McNeil was garbage. I would trade him for pennies on the dollar. Why? Simple. $24 million in savings. Everything means everything. And I do think it means, look, that Jared Goff point I'm making to you, it's focused on the offensive line. Right now, if I had to bet money, I'd say Taylor Decker retires. I'd say Graham Glasgow retires. And you already have holes to fill up front. Don't sell me on Mahogany as this sure thing. And Sewell will create another hole because he either stays at right tackle and you need a left tackle or vice versa. Are you sure you can rebuild that offensive line and the defensive line? You sure you can rebuild those to be a Super Bowl team next year? I'm not. Because that's what it means. Everything means everything. And it means you take a real look, not in the way you want it to be, but the way it is. The way it is this. This team's nowhere close to where they were 2 years ago. Nowhere. Not from a quality standpoint in coaching, not in a talent standpoint on the field, not in a coordinator standpoint, none of it. The super weapon of the last 2 years is dead. It is not coming back. Your O-line, at best, could be good. It's nowhere near great. So if you can't rebuild that O-line, what do you think Jared Goff's going to give you? And let's be clear about something. I'll say it again for the people in the back. I don't have a problem with Jared Goff, other than his idiocy talking about fans. But I don't have a problem. You can win with him. But I know the 10 turnovers to finish the last 2 years. And I understand you have to live in reality. The Rams added a first-round pick so you would take him. That's how bad they wanted him gone. It was a 1 and a 3 for Stafford. They said, if you take this dead body, we'll give you another first-round pick. Guys, if you can't give him what he needs, then he can't be your quarterback the next 4 years. And my concern is very high to panic. Your O-line is not going to be anywhere near good enough to ever unlock the Goff you had 2 years ago. So, you know what else I'll tell you? Here, let me show you what everything means. Everything means looking at that first-round pick when you're sitting at 13, 14, 15, 16, and maybe you take a page out of the Packers book. Maybe you draft a quarterback, and you put him on ice. That you don't get rid of Jared Goff right now. No way. But I also don't know that I restructure and get stuck with him for 4 more years. That if Brad Holmes is this evil genius or villain or whatever dress up he's playing this year, okay, this is one of the deepest quarterback drafts you're going to have. Do you dare take a page out of the Packer playbook when they drafted Rodgers behind Favre and Love behind Rodgers? Everything means everything. That if winning the Super Bowl is truly the goal, everything must be in play. There are no sacred cows. So as I zoom back out from the disaster that was Christmas, and I don't think I need to talk about that particular game because it's been talked to death. I think if you listen to the show, you know some of the things I was going to say anyways. They need an attitudinal reset. I think they need a reset in how they do business. They got to ditch the arrogance and the Hollywood crap. And they have to now start the process of probably a gap year in 2026. Do you realize it may be totally out of your control that no matter what you do, you might be the fourth best team in this division next year? Everything means everything. So can you do all of these things to become a Super Bowl team again? Can you hire an elite OC and DC? Can you rebuild both lines of scrimmage to where at least the O-line is elite? Can you rebuild the secondary again because Reed stinks, Arnold can't be counted on, and Rakestraw's a myth? And by the way, I don't know if Kirby Joseph plays football again, and if so, how effective. And we know Brian Branch blew his Achilles, which means he's missing a portion or maybe all of next year. And what will he return as? Now, if you can accomplish all of that, then you get to run around the grocery store chanting Jared Goff and talking about how we're a Super Bowl team. But I don't think we are. We're not anymore. How many weeks and months have I sat here and said, guys, you're not who you were. Stop acting like it. So now it's time for the people that run the organization, not some dopey radio host, to have the same approach. And if you truly are going to make changes, everything has to be on the board. I'm not pounding the desk for all. I'm not pounding the desk for one. I am simply pointing to when you make these comments at a podium and you say the words, you can talk it, but walking it is entirely different. To walk the path, you then have to have legitimate, difficult, painful conversations, uncomfortable conversations about what you're willing to do to get back what you lost. And if you're not willing to do those things, then let me just tell you what the plan is. The plan will be to reach in your pocket, take your money, and feed you good under the hope that it'll someday be great. And that's just not what I'd be interested in if I'm you. If the franchise wants what it's never had, this is the absolute fork in the road offseason for this regime. So I'll throw the number up. Let's get into it. 248-539-9797. We'll take any and all of your calls. And again, if you want to bitch about the game, I'm here for it too. I just thought we could do a little better than that today. 97.1. All right, we'll go right to the people. And I just want to remind you, I laid out questions, examples. I'm not pounding the desk on any of these. It's way too early in the offseason. I'm making a point to you. If the old ball coach is going to say, we're going to look at everything, then don't BS yourself, much less us. Go look at everything. Because I don't know that you're going to be anywhere close next year. Corbin, go ahead, buddy.
I just think it's very interesting because I have been saying for a very long time that there is an arrogance within this team, and obviously it has shown itself preferably this season, and I just feel like that's the first thing they kind of have to just get over yourself in that way.
Yes.
Enough of the whole, we love our own people. Eventually, to make the killer instincts, you got to make the killer moves. You got to be serious.
Yeah, no, and listen, did this year feel different? It did. It's why, even though to my own peril, I pointed it out 2 months ago. And we highlighted Dan Campbell's words, Jared Goff's words, the way that this team wasn't the tougher team. They didn't play harder than their opponents. Grit was nothing more than a cheap marketing slogan for this team. They got Hollywood. And that's where I think the injuries is the most dishonest thing in the world. If you want to say that the injuries kept you from winning a Super Bowl, we can have that conversation. You can't say it had you finish last in the NFC North. And look, I don't want to do this Lions-Vikings redux, but injuries didn't make your quarterback go to the line of scrimmage and not kill basic plays that had no chances of working, acting like he was a rookie and didn't understand that 50-year-old Harrison Smith was going to kill him. Check to a slant, check to a screen, kill, kill, kill. Like, that's not injuries. That's brain function. That's play calling. That's your quarterback and head coach. That's not injuries.
Mike, I don't think your idea is entirely wrong or even mostly wrong. I just wonder that, is this, I mean, we talk about it with basically every team in this town at this point, but what is the idea that the stubbornness, as Corbin said, of this front office, what is the idea that they could possibly, course correct a little bit and change their mindset? Because at this point, seeing what we've seen and the rhetoric they've used up to this point, what's the belief that that's actually a possible thing that they could do internally as an organization?
Here's how I'll put it, Kenny. I have to offer them the same grace that I offered the Tigers before the Tigers showed us who they were. What did we say? Hey, I got to let the Scooble thing play out. I got to let them have this offseason. If they go piecemeal, if they talk about prospects, if they don't sign them or trade them, then we'll talk about it, right? I have to do the same thing here. And it's much like the Red Wing thing. We talked about this. Look, if the Wings are in the position they're in now at the trade deadline and they don't do anything, we can talk about that then. Kenny, you're not wrong for saying it. And I don't have a big briefcase of evidence I can offer you. But as I sit here today on December 29th, I'm just setting this all up of this is what it takes. And if people disagree with certain points I've brought up, we can talk about that. But Kenny, I don't have a way to argue a hypothetical like you're saying. I don't.
I know that. And that's my point is, I think this is where me and you may differ a little bit, is that I think I've already reached the point where they've shown me who they are. The same way that Steve has shown me who the Wings are, is a team that's unserious about winning right now, and that we will be stubborn and rigid to our plan. And if it doesn't work, then we'll still try to do it our way for some reason.
Well, if they do that, they will have eroded and lost all the goodwill that they brokered over the past 3 years plus. Because I think the fans are starting to wake up. Oh, well, it's not the bad men on 97.1. No, because we were right.
Since it's Can We Say That Monday?
Yes.
Can we say that a lot of the teams in this city have lost the touch that sports is a business at the end of the day? It's not hey, gee, we have a great culture. We have grit. We have this, that. You have to act like you're an adult. You got to make those, like I said earlier, those killer moves. You got to be serious about things, even if it is letting go of someone that you truly enjoy having on your team.
Corbin, I think you got to rephrase it. I think they're too concerned about it being a business. I don't think there's this lust for glory. I don't think there's a lust for championships in this town. You want to blame ownership, you can do that. You want to blame the GMs, who you can blame them. I think at a certain point we've lost a connection of what it's all about. It's not just about reaching in people's pocket. It's about winning the ultimate prize, period. You know, being competitive and having a social event, leave that for San Diego and LA. That's not here. So that's where I would differ. Let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Danny's batting leadoff today. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Merry Christmas, Mike. How are we
Merry
doing?
Christmas, Daniel. What's going on, bud?
I couldn't agree with you more. And also, I couldn't agree with Kenny more as well, in the sense of I have zero faith for them to show their cards of doing something uncomfortable when they've never made uncomfortable decisions, in my opinion. They need to basically, Brad Holmes needs to show us something that he's never done, which is do something active in free agency and trade players that are the ones he drafted, quite frankly. And ideally what they need, in my opinion, which you kind of already laid out, I could care less if they get anybody, whether it's free agency or in the draft in secondary or wide receiver, anything. We need bare minimum to be competitive, to not be in fourth place in division, is 3 starting O linemen and 3 defensive linemen, including an edge. That's bare minimum. Yeah. You do that, and an offensive coordinator nonetheless as well. That's a very, very, very long grocery list of
Correct.
an offseason, and I have zero faith that Brad Holmes has the aggression to do that, has the gusto to do that, and all he's shown us so far is to draft and produce players in time, where Chicago Bears have just shown us what 1 year can do. Now, I get it. It's their first year. They've had a easier schedule, so to speak, and you know, they got now obviously with the players that they have being developed the right way. But it goes to show you the NFL is not it's not what it used to be, where it takes a few years to get back going. This can be done in a year where you can compete, not maybe be a Super Bowl contender, but compete for sure and have a retooling year.
Yes.
But to say, okay, we got to just do this to the draft, and you're operating in the 90s still, where, okay, we're going to be competitive for the Super Bowl in another 5 years, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
And I just have very little faith that Brad Holmes can do that.
You're not wrong. I mean, even if he could do it, Danny, when you know, and you heard the presentation I offered, it's similar to yours. There's just a long shopping list to get Super Bowl good. That's how that Goff thing came up. I don't have an animus towards him. I don't think he's bad. I know the deal I've signed, that if I can't provide one of the 5 best offensive lines in the league, and if that's not commiserate with a top 5 running game, then I'm never going to get out of him what I need to win a Super Bowl. So look, take a page from the Packers. You don't plan on being this bad again? Maybe it is the time you draft a quarterback and start the clock. Because if you restructure Goff in the name of $30 million in cap space, he's going to be yours for 4 more years. You won't be able to get out.
To me, I 100% agree with you, and to me, that's unacceptable. Jared Goff I'm not going to slander Goff. I think you laid it out perfectly. He's a great quarterback. And just, it's very easy for a fan to say that, if you have an elite offensive line, anybody can be a good quarterback. No, you got to make good decisions and make good throws, in which he can do that. Now, the elite quarterbacks, that is not Goff. He's a good quarterback, not an elite quarterback. It's a big difference. But I think that conversation should be had. I don't know if they'll do it. I don't think they have the stomach for it. But what they should be turning in their stomach is, shout out TJ Lang. He was not wrong. And if you just took care of your business, guess what? This weekend would have potentially been a divisional title game.
Correct.
And that's what's the hardest thing to swallow, in my opinion, as I watched the Packers unravel. The Bears obviously lose a close one last night. But the fact that you potentially could be having – that game would have been flexed for all the marbles for the NFC North, and if you guys didn't crap the bed. And that's what they did. And I don't care, injuries aside, your job is to win. You're the back-to-back division titles, and you're finished 4th. Unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
No, Danny, I'm with you completely. And again, for the Goff thing, I want you to just understand something. You got to look at it both ways. If the Goff you fell in love with was clearly built upon the best O-line in the league and maybe the best play caller in the league, well, in the absence of both of those things, he's not the same guy. Then it's okay to have a conversation. And that's all I brought up. I don't want you to forget the other things I said. I know the Goff thing will end up being this lightning rod thing, and I pray it's not clipped by John out in L.A. And John, I love you. Don't screw me on this. Like John does all our clips, and it's like, don't make this look like this was some ad hominem thing. It's not. I am fine with Jared Goff, but I'm offering you reality here. Because if you can't offer him an elite offensive scheme to operate in, well, his numbers were good this year. Yeah, against garbage. I mean, again, guys, when you look at it, you got beat by the Vikings twice. You should have got beat by the Giants. You got beat by the Steelers. You got beat by the Pack twice. You got beat by the Chiefs, not a playoff team. You got beat by the Eagles. You didn't score 20 points. Like, you got to own it and go, you know what? Yeah, we scored a lot of points. A lot of them are meaningless. Look at the Ram game. Last 14 points in that game were meaningless, but it makes you feel better, doesn't it? It's empty calories. It's a couple extra chips. But you weren't running a meaningful offense because in big spots, you couldn't do it. Yes, Kenny, you look like you're about to yell at me.
I think people get addicted to the counting stats, and I think that's a problem in this town is they see, oh, we put up this amount of points, we put up this amount of yards. And,
right.
I mean, do you remember, we can go back to the Stat Padford days of radio, and we talk about those. And by the way, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl, give him his flowers. That's not what I'm saying. No. I'm saying that there's meaningless calories, as you said, that these fans, I don't know what it is, but they get addicted to this stuff.
They do, because it makes them feel better. But when I say you need an offensive coordinator, it has as much to do with returning Dan Campbell to being the CEO and leader of this team as it does schematically. By the way, Kenny, behind you, it looks like you're in the Wizard of Oz and you're about to blow away. There's like a cascade.
It took me like an extra 35 minutes to drive into work today.
Settle in. We'll be with you till 6. We'll get more of your phone calls next. 97.1. right to the people. We go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, how you doing, pal?
Hey, good, Mike. Hey, thanks for letting me on. And here's the reason why. Your topic today is the same topic I had with my friends and family 4 weeks ago. And guess what? When I called them to wish them Merry Christmas, nobody answered the phone.
Oh, boy.
So, Mike, we are absolutely at a crossroads. And this is my point. I'm in for Trade McNeil, 100%. But the one thing that he has to do first, before he does anything, go get Lindenbaum. That center, it's a free agent from Baltimore. Give this guy his $20 million.
There's your problem.
6 years, because you cannot do anything without a strong center.
All right, you're not wrong in principle, but here's your problem, Ron. You're paying your quarterback $69 million next year. You're paying Aiden what you're paying him. You're paying Penei Sewell. You're paying Amon-Ra, Kirby Joseph. You can't just go out and keep having the highest paid guy at every position. And look, Linderbaum is going to be coveted. You can't do it.
But, Mike, let me ask you.
Sure.
We know that Decker's going to retire.
That's my belief.
Okay? And if we get rid of McNeil, I don't care what you get for him. Just get him off the payroll. That gets me my money for him.
Yeah, you can. Ron, listen, the point I want to make is this. You're not wrong, but it comes with a cost. The cost is no permutation of what you do is going to make you a Super Bowl team next year, right?
Right.
So do you at least understand the conversation that comes along with that, which is, are we sure we want to restructure the QB who in the last 2 seasons, the season has ended with him having half a dozen turnovers? That's the whole thing I'm trying to bring up here.
Mike, I already know where I want to send Goff.
Oh, boy.
I'm all set. Let's send him to Indianapolis.
They
got a
they
good
wouldn't do it.
offensive line.
They wouldn't do it.
You don't think so?
No, Ron, this is okay. I want to explain this too. And I knew what I was doing, Ronnie, when I made this a part of it, because this is the only thing people are going to call about. They're not going to talk about the Brian Flores thing that I brought up. They're not going to talk. Fine. Understand, he's valuable to you. He's not valuable to anybody else. And that's not a shot. But his value was established here under what is now a dead pretense, a dead reality. Goff became grocery store chant Jared Goff with the best O-line and Ben Johnson. Both those things are gone. And while he had a nice year numbers-wise, it didn't impact winning. And in big spots, he crumbled. Because again, did not have the running game, did not have the O-line, doesn't have Ben Johnson. So you have to understand, no one is going to take that contract. That's why the Rams at that time had a Jared Goff who had brought them to the Super Bowl and had to attach a first-round pick to get you to take him. He is here. I don't want him gone. What I'm saying is maybe it's time to plan for a future that doesn't include him, whether it's 2027 or 28. That's all I've said. We're not getting rid of him. You're not bailing on him. It's so financially injurious, it doesn't even make sense. I'm just saying, if it's good for a team who's won multiple Super Bowls and who has owned this division for 30 years, they drafted Rodgers when they had Favre, they drafted Love when they had Rodgers, and you're picking high in the draft out of nowhere in a deep year. Dan Campbell said everything's on the table. I'm making a point. Everything should be in consideration. That's all. I don't want him gone. I'm not going to do trade scenarios. You guys got to stop with that. Also, address the other stuff. Please, I never should have brought up the Goff thing. Too provocative. People are going to go dog on a whistle with this.
Well, in fairness, on the text, people are taking it farther than you are. People are saying cut Jared Goff. People are saying trade Jared Goff. You're just suggesting maybe it's possible we draft his replacement. People on the text are absolutely unhinged with the Goff stuff.
I'm not going there. I think that's emotional, and I don't want it. That's no. Look, the Kelvin Shepard thing is the other thing I brought up. I don't have anything against Kelvin Shepard. I don't think Kelvin Shepard was some terrible guy. But it's pretty clear Dan Campbell needs really good coordinators. All right? And to me, if Brian Flores doesn't have a contract for next year, that's the first phone call I make because I not only help myself, I hurt my rival.
You know
and
what's
I
funny
hire
about
Brian
the
Flores.
You know what's funny about that whole thing, though, is that at the beginning of the year, we were like, oh, we're mean, bad people for saying losing both coordinators is going to make us a sub-10 or a 10-win team. You're awful as a human being.
I said they were going to go 11-6, and oh, you're a hater. Okay. You know what's one thing, though? I'm going to go dig a hole in the back of the corporate complex here, and I want to bury the phrase, let Brad cook, and throw it right in that hole.
Are there still those people out there? Because I haven't seen many.
No, that's my point. It's gone. There's a headstone, let Brad cook, R.I.P. It's dead. It died Christmas Day. Because now we've got everyone's attention. Now people will want to talk real. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. What's up, Albert?
What's going on, Mike? Hope you had a great Christmas with your family.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Same to you.
Thanks. I think the first thing that needs to be said is that this team doesn't need a culture reset, but I think it needs a culture retool in the sense that this team, the whole year, whether it was players or even just management, became entitled and arrogant. Mm-hmm. And I think that we're shifting away from what originally this culture was grit and blue collar, like Detroit likes to say, whatever. I think that needs to be changed. But in terms of personnel, I think Taylor Decker's retirement is inevitable. I think it's coming within either this offseason or the next. And I don't want this team to make the same mistake that they did with Ragnow and not have somebody at least have depth pieces behind him, because Brad has ultimately foregone depth on the O-line, and look what's happened. I think this team's first change that needs to be made is the offensive line, and then we can start shifting our focus to the defensive line, because Jared Goff needs protection, and it's no secret.
But let's look at what fixing that offensive line looks like. Now, again, if you believe I'm under a false pretense, that's fine. It is my belief Decker and Glasgow are retiring, meaning I've got Sewell ... Now, if you want to slot Ratledge in at right guard and say, okay, he's going to be really good, cool. But center, left guard, left tackle, all question marks. How do I fix that in one off season and I don't have $100 million in cap space? How do I do that?
To be honest with you, that's the tough part. And I think next year might have to become a mulligan. And I don't know if fans are going to be okay with that or be able to tolerate that. But if you can go find a guy like Joe Tooney that the Bears got for a fourth round or whatever they got him for, do it. Because ultimately that's what this team needs if they want to keep Goff. And I don't really know how many teams can afford Goff's $70 million payroll next year.
You can. That's it. Goff is here. Like, Albert, there's just no – and I don't think it's the smartest thing to even say he's not here. All I've said is – Albert, there's a very real shot they could be picking 13 or 14 after this weekend in a deep QB draft. Meaning, maybe I take that opportunity. We go down the road with Jared for 1 or 2 more years, and then I'm able to just turn it loose, have a rookie scale contract, have a loaded roster, and we get after it again. I just – look, Albert, I didn't think they were a Super Bowl team this year before it played out. I said, okay, maybe they can make the playoffs. Albert, there's a very real possibility they get out of bed next year and they're the 4th best team in this division. I'm trying to live in reality. What are you going to do? So now you'll know they're not serious if the first thing they go do is make Sam Laporta the highest paid tight end in football or something ridiculous. Because this is my whole point. You've made your bed. You got to lie in it. The core is the core. Well, now the problem is I got to rebuild both lines of scrimmage, and I probably need 2 new coordinators. That's a lot when I don't have a lot of money. And while the salary cap isn't real, let's be clear. Part of the cap being fake is the restructuring of existing deals and being willing to live with the players I've restructured. Are you certain you want Jared Goff for 4 more seasons? Are you certain? I'm not certain. And I like him. But I don't know if I love him. Not after the way the last 2 seasons have ended where he's had 10 turnovers. All right, David Femininio, the guy to call if you're in an accident. But what if you didn't have to make that call? You hear the commercials. David's driving Edge. It's about safety, preventing crashes. Go to getpaid.com/driving edge. It's be rather poignant today with these driving conditions. But because accidents do happen, you know where to go. You know who to call. It's David Femininio. Get David. Getpaid.com. That's Get David. Getpaid.com. Get back to the Lions in just a second, but because it is a Monday, Can We Say That? Kenny has things from around the world of football, including some college stuff. So we'll do that 6-7 minutes. Get back to the calls. Kenny, go ahead, buddy. Yeah, I thought about a couple of things watching that guy's football team last night, live the blessed life that they live.
We will get to that eventually.
Carry on.
But we're going to start in the realm of college football. So this is actually based on the man you just heard, Rico Beard. Take the money and take the Rico TV markets man out of it. Can we say that this round of games should be played in home venues? Forget the neutral site. Let's have everybody this round be played in their home venue.
The playoff games?
Yes.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. If you strip away the money and you strip away all of that, and you talk about what's good for the sport, what's more intriguing, what's more exciting. Yes.
Home crowds adds to this immensely, in my view. What do you think?
100%. And I would like to see more of SEC team go to cold places. That's interesting to me.
I actually would like to see that too, so I can stop hearing about how we can't travel north.
I do believe that the round of games coming up should be not at neutral stadiums. And I even look at it from the sense of it kind of weakens some of these bowl games. Like the Rose Bowl doesn't really mean anything anymore.
None of it means anything.
And I agree with that. But I think if you save those bigger bowl games for the Final Four, and then, if you get bounced out or whatever, you get like the Cotton Bowl or whatever. But yeah, no, I agree with that.
Don't worry. When they expand, Kenny, we'll have multiple rounds of home venues.
Oh, great.
You know what they're going to do.
Thank God. So that actually brings me to the next question is, can we say that bowl season has never meant less? I was watching the Bowls this weekend, and I got to tell you, I was actually starting to get borderline angry at how much I didn't care about them.
Yeah, they're spring games now. It's a joke. And I'll tell you the worst part is the useful idiots that these companies hire to call these games handed their talking points. I had to listen about what a good teammate player X was or player Y. Look at them, how involved they are on the sidelines. Cutscene. They opted out. They didn't play. And you want to tell me what a good teammate they are? Nothing topped the list of insanity as the Fenway Bowl, where Skylar Bell, who's the best receiver for UConn, begged all his teammates to play, did this big hullabaloo. I'm going to play. You should play. He played one series. Then he disappeared. Then he comes back on the sidelines with a Jesus piece bigger than the actual cross Jesus was crucified on. Street clothes. He opted out. He played one series, and he had a wardrobe change ready like he's Aretha F. and Franklin.
He went through a full Lady Gaga wardrobe change.
Yeah, he's Taylor Swift on the Eras Tour.
Nothing matters anymore. And to go, because obviously I worked the show a couple weeks back about the Lane Kiffin thing. I love when Lane Kiffin was in the booth and he was talking about how great the Ole Miss win was. I bet it was, because you're making, $1 million off that win for doing nothing, wearing a brown leather jacket.
Yeah, while calling all those players and seducing them.
So on FanDuel, the two top favorites are Big Ten teams to win the national championship. Can we say that the Big Ten has finally passed the SEC?
No, because the rest of the conference sucks. It's just a top-heavy conference. It's no different than when USC was the kings of the Pac-12 and won national championships. The rest of the conference wasn't any good. Okay, so you have Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, right? What else you got? The whole principle of when you want to talk about the conference, then put middle class versus middle class, bottom rung versus bottom rung. The Big Ten schedules, Ohio State played nobody all year. Indiana, they played one team all year. Now, flip it, go play an SEC schedule. What's it look like? You can't say that.
No, I agree with that. It is, you said it best, Mike. It is way too top heavy. Now, add in Iowa making the playoffs, MSU being relevant again, then I feel like the conversation could change. But as of right now, no.
No. A middle-class team in the SEC is still a team like an Auburn, still a team like a Vanderbilt. These are teams that are capable, where it's not a cupcake festival. Look at the Big Ten. Yeah, great. It's 18 teams. 15 of them stink.
Well, you've fallen right into my trap because I didn't have to say it as an SEC honk. You have said it for me. That's exactly what I was angling for.
The truth is the truth, no matter, I'm sorry.
And real quick, one last one here. In that same vein, how many teams that are around right now in this playoff picture actually have legitimate natty hopes?
I mean, Indiana, OSU, Georgia. Those would be my three.
So you got three.
Yeah, I
so
don't...
so you're telling me that a 4-team playoff was not such a bad idea after all?
It was never a bad idea. It was actually quite awesome. But yeah, Kenny, this is where we are, pal. It's all filler. That's all it is.
And that's why they even, if they were to expand, I know everyone kind of said it to begin with, just do the 8-team. Because you'll have some of the fringe teams that might put up a good fight in that first round, but then afterwards you're down to your best Final Four.
I totally agree. And especially if you're going to go to 12 and 2 of them are poverty teams, what's the point?
And we have one more, actually. What can we say? Can we say what is the solution for the transfer portal dilemma that's becoming the bane of my existence in college football?
Well, I'll tell you the first thing we should do. Stop making announcements that players have come to terms and re-signed with given team. Like, this is such a farce. It's either college football or it's not. Now pick. My misgivings with the sport is when you were a little kid, Kenny, what'd you do? You dress up as Dan Marino for Halloween one year. You bought the little play set. You put on the plastic helmet, but you weren't Dan Marino. You did not play for the Dolphins. You're just Kenny.
That is factually correct.
That's what these players are. All these players are now is they're Kenny on Halloween. Oh, well, they've re-signed. Oh, we've inked him to a new deal. It's like, all right, you know what? We're done here.
Give everyone lobotomies. Maybe we'll forget about the transfer and we can all start back from the BCS days.
Corbin, you've nailed it. If you want to fix it, well, for one, the portal shouldn't take place until after the playoff. 2, there should be contracts that have definable terms, both in financials and in years. Then we can begin to rebuild the trust amongst fans of knowing who our players are, how long or how short we have them, and how much we want to invest. Currently, I don't know, and I'm not making fun of you, Kenny. Take whatever joy you want. I don't know how anybody takes it serious.
And that is, can we say that?
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The NBA has released their first results of fan voting for the All-Star Game. Pistons star Kate Cunningham ranks 4th, collecting just over 1 million votes. Lions coach Dan Campbell was asked if some of the younger pieces will get a chance, given playoffs are no longer on the line this week. He followed that up later, saying St. Brown is day-to-day, but he has improved. He also does not see Tate Ratledge getting in reps at center this week, even if Graham Glasgow can't go. Chiefs coach Andy Reid says he plans to return next season. Pete Thamel says Michigan quarterback Davis Warren is expected to test the transfer portal waters. He is expected to have 2 years remaining as well. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman had his deal restructured today and announced he's staying. Sports Illustrated is reporting that he turned down 2 NFL franchises today as well. Michigan State and Michigan Hoops both have home games tipping off at 7 tonight. State entertains Cornell, who sits right at 500 this year, while MSU has McNeese, of course, a tournament team from last year as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you with us. We've taken a little bit of a different approach today on a snowy Monday. Everyone has talked the Viking game to death. There's nothing I'm going to add to it that would be new, so I wanted to approach it differently. We're going to get to the phones in a second. It's simple. Dan Campbell has said, we're going to look at everything. All right, well, here's what everything looks like. Like, you probably need to seriously consider hiring 2 new coordinators. One is Dan Campbell's not capable of calling the plays. And before you call up and do the laziest thing in the world, which is, but we scored points. Guys, if you can't see the difference in your offense, if you can't see the difference on third down, if you can't see the difference in the run game, if you can't see the difference of what it looks like against good teams, then why don't you turn on what it looks like when the Bears and the Niners play? And, for instance, the Niners, who are their wide receivers? Did Trent Williams play last night? That offensive line was a mash unit. Didn't matter. Damn near put up 50 on the Bears. Why? Because Kyle Shanahan is a G. Ben Johnson, you beat Minnesota. Like, injuries didn't do that to you. The fact that Dan Campbell and his quarterback couldn't figure out Brian Flores to wear a screen or a slant, some check with me's. Guys, Dan needs to be the CEO. He's not a play caller, okay? Second of all, Kelvin Shepard. I don't have anything to disparage the man. I think he did the best he could. But when someone like, say, Brian Flores doesn't have a contract next year, if everything's really on the table, that should be on the table. Then you get into the quarterback discussion. Before everybody runs to the altar to restructure Jared Goff's contract to create a bunch of cap space, I want you to think about something. Are you sure you want him to be your quarterback for the next 3 to 4 years? Are you sure? Because your last 2 years ended primarily because of him. That as good as he had been, 5 turnovers against the Commanders, 5 turnovers against the Vikings. You sure? Because remember, when you're chanting his name at your barbershop, Jared Goff was made by the best offensive line, arguably in football, and by what is now proving to be a certified offensive genius in Ben Johnson. Neither of those things are here anymore. So you have 2 choices. You can either try to replicate those things as best as possible, which most assuredly is spending a ton of money on an OC, but also, how do I rebuild this offensive line? It's my belief Glasgow and Decker are retiring. I'm not viewing Mahogany as a sure thing. If you want to say it about Ratledge, you're welcome to. The point I'm making is that line has to be rebuilt. Well, you can try to rebuild it, but you don't have a lot of cap space. If you want to double, triple, quadruple down on Jared Goff, you restructure his deal, take his cap hit from $69 million to like $20, and you spend all the money on offensive linemen, and you pray you can replicate it. But just remember, you're never going to duplicate what you had. Ever. It'll never happen. You're never finding another Ben Johnson, and you're never going to be able to have that group of 5 guys. That was the best line in the league. So I offered something that if you're going to talk about everything's on the table, one of them should be drafting Goff's replacement. And you can laugh at that. Don't. Green Bay did it twice, and it worked twice. If you truly have concerns about Goff winning you a Super Bowl, it should be discussed. Then you get to the defensive side of the ball. You got to rebuild that D-line. Aleem McNeil was terrible. And I can't pay him $30 million to be terrible. And if that means you got to trade him pennies on the dollar just to save $24 million off the cap, maybe you do it. But that D-line has to be remade. And before you laugh, I want to remind you, that front seven was healthy. I don't want to hear about injuries. Oh, by the way, the secondary, that's got to get rebuilt again. DJ Reed stinks. I told you guys not to go, you guys were all chafed touching your chandelier when you signed him. I said, guys, he might be a little bit better than Carlton Davis at best. He was the best according to Pete Prisco's free agency. Cool. He stinks. Terrion Arnold stinks. Rakestraw doesn't stink because he's not alive. Like 2 years of nothing. Oh, by the way, Kirby Joseph, are we sure he's going to play football again? Do we know that Brian Branch is going to play next year, much less be the same guy? That's a lot of work in one season. So here's my point. If you don't think you can flip the switch to be a Super Bowl team next year, maybe you do what the Niners did. You take a gap year. Maybe you do what the Rams did, and you have a gap year. That you're not tanking anything out, and you might be able to compete and make the playoffs, but you're not a Super Bowl team. But don't put yourself in a position where you end up in that mushy middle, that you end up on the treadmill of good without ever being able to get off of that thing and become great. So if you're not sure about Jared Goff 2, 3, 4 years down the line, don't restructure that deal. Take the medicine. You're going to have a very uncomfortable cap number next year with him. Save your money in other places, and we move forward. Don't want to use your first-round pick on a QB? I'm not mad. I'm not demanding it. I'm making you understand when a coach or a GM or a president say everything has to be looked at, I'm showing you what everything is. It's not supposed to be comfortable. So that's the conversation we're having. And I do. I think it's very plausible that no matter what you do, you'll be no better than third best in the division next year or fourth best. If Minnesota goes out and figures the quarterback thing out, you're in real trouble. Because the Bears and Packers aren't waiting around for you. So that's kind of what we're rapping about. If you just want to do your Festivus grievances about the game, that's fine too. But I wanted to offer you something different. You've probably heard every take there is to have about Lions-Vikings. Kenny, can we check ticket text for the first time today, please?
Ticket text, a lot of this coming through besides the trade Goff or cut Goff, which I find to be patently absurd.
That's such an insane comment.
Can we say that SOL is either back or on the verge of coming back?
No, I think that's lazy.
I agree.
I think you can just say their best chances behind them, and they have to now begin creating a new window, that the window's closed. And can we say that we should have an anger towards Brad Holmes and his arrogance for not going all in? For having this false belief that the window stays open longer than reality suggests? Sure.
And that actually brings me naturally into the next. Can we say that this gap year would not be necessary had Brad Holmes not been so arrogant?
Yeah, probably. But it still stems back into the following. Kenny, it happened to the Cowboys. It happens to any team that has an elite O-line. It erodes quickly. And it's very hard to put it together again. Now, look, the Cowboys took 2 years and fixed it after Travis Frederick shockingly retired because he had some kind of, I don't know if it was an autoimmune disease or whatever it was. And Tyron Smith got old overnight. And then they started to rebuild it to where they could run the football again. They still can't pass protect. Kenny, It's just reality. They're men, they're not machines. And there's a very real possibility Glasgow, Decker, Ragnow, all gone. Ragnow already gone. I think Decker and Glasgow are retiring. That means you have one member of that old offensive line. It's gone. And by the way, the guy who coordinated that offense is gone. So what do you want me to say?
And the things that we've been talking about too is that, like, do you expect either the fan base, or B, Brad Holmes' management, whoever you want to call it, do you expect them to be able to, accept that next year might have to be a gap year? Or do you think, again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but is there too much of an arrogance to Brad Holmes? And is there too much of an unwillingness from fans to accept that as their reality, as their new thing?
Look, I would like to think this year represented a reality check for the same fans who yelled at me all summer because I talked about coordinators, offensive line erosion, and, guys, it's okay. Like, these things are real. You're going to miss Ben Johnson. But we scored points, right? 50 against the Bears and the Browns in September. But in all the big spots, what did it really look like? We talked about, look, this show was ahead of every other show at this place, talking about third down conversion rates, talking about the fourth down issues, talking about the running game eroding, talking about reality. Kenny, if they don't want to accept that and they think they can be a Super Bowl team again next year, I'm not mad at anybody, but you need to light that path for me. They don't have $100 million in cap space, right? They don't have 800 draft picks. Like, it's not like we're the Rams sitting with Atlanta's pick, and now I'm going to have a pick in the top 10. I got my own pick. I can F them picks. I can juggle with the picks. I can do whatever I want. I'm living in reality that your best effort is probably not getting you to Super Bowl good next year. So you're forced to take a little bit longer term approach. No? And by the way, it's early in the offseason. If we're sitting here in 6 weeks and we're watching videos of Kirby Joseph running a 10-4 100-meter dash, and Brian Branch is on a tricycle, and Taylor Decker is coming back and he's Mr. Olympia, we can have different conversations. But in the here and now, look at what they're facing.
I guess the last can we say that from me is, can we say that maybe a lot of our fan base, myself included, are allowing the Wings approach and the Tigers approach to affect the way we view the Lions approach?
Yeah.
Because it feels like they're one and the same with various degrees of success.
I think, there's an element of that. But we'll see what the people have to say. We'll continue with Ticket Text. And again, I don't want you to think you can't call in about the game itself. You can. I just thought there was more interesting stuff to talk about. 97.1. Right to the people. Aaron's up next, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on, pal?
Hey, man. I first of all, I love your show.
Thank you.
Second of all, I think that Jared Goff is going to get restructured because this team loves themselves some their own players.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, I'm not arguing in the least, Aaron, that is certainly more likely than the situation I'm painting. I was just, you understand what I was doing. I'm trying to illustrate, if everything's on the table, everything should be on the table.
Yes, and I believe that, and I think that Goff is going to be restructured. So that means that Goff is going to be the quarterback. St. Brown, Sewell, and Hutchinson are all going to be on the teat, right? We can talk about Laporta or Branch, but I believe that every player outside of that, if they are not on the table for trades or replacement or anything else, if that's not what the Lions do, then they're not serious. And I want to go back to something you've said for months too, that the Philadelphia Eagles have 17 defensive linemen, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there are players that we have already signed, if it's JMO, if it's Davenport, if it's whoever that might be, if you can go out and get draft picks or other players for the other 17 players that I just didn't list in your starting lineup, then you're really not doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, look, it's every team, the situation's a little bit different. I don't think you're going to get a lot for what you have. I mean, I'll give you an example. David Montgomery is the 7th highest paid running back in football. Who the hell's going to pay a lot to take that contract? And I like David Montgomery. I'm fine with David Montgomery. But I didn't need to run out and sign him the way they did. They did it. They extended him in October of last year. Why? This is the crap they do. Well, now, I got to be honest, David Montgomery's got to go. It's clear he's the backup. It's clear he's not happy. And Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy. Got to go. Now, is that going to make you better? No. But the money that you create can help patch another hole. But you know what you're going to have now? Now you're going to have no depth at running back. So then you go, okay, we'll get rid of Aleem McNeil. We could save $24 million there. Right? You're not going to get anything for him. I have to now essentially be the Rams when they wanted you to take off. Now I have Aleem McNeil off of 2 catastrophic injuries who put god-awful tape out there, and I got to ask you to take that player so I can save money. Now that's a pick probably going the other way, or I get a very bad pick. Anzalone, gone. Maybe Derek Barnes after signing that deal, gone. You start to look around, and it's like, guys, you can make changes, but you don't have 8-9 guys you can sell and get picks. That's not what we're talking about. The changes you have to make are going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul financially. What am I going to do with my quarterback? Meaning, I know Jared Goff is here for the next 2 years. But if I restructure that deal, he's here for 4 or 5. I don't know that I want to do that. I'd rather have the high cap hit this year, and it goes down. It's 69 this upcoming year. It'll be like 50 the year after. Then it drops off the table. Then it goes down to like 24 dead cap. I could get rid of them, save some money, move on. That's the point I'm making about, hey, if you want to really look at long-term, how do we get back to being Super Bowl good? A rookie scale quarterback contract in 2 years is probably it. Meaning, bring him in, do exactly what the Packers did, and then you get to unwrap that present in 2027 or 28. And then you get to backfill the roster the way you want to because your quarterback makes no money. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. But you know the covenant you signed with Goff, and you're seeing what it's like when you don't offer it. He has to have an elite O-line. He has to have an elite running game. And you have to be able to play action pass 35% of the time. And it probably helps to have an offensive genius backing him, a.k.a. Ben Johnson. Now, outside of that, so if you can't create that, then how can you marry him? I'm making a point. I don't know what else to say. Go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for taking the call.
What's going on?
I wanted to ask how big of a net do you think they actually cast on these coordinator hires? Because I'm convinced that both of them were fails, and I know John Morton has obviously taken the brunt of it. But you were just bringing up Calvin Shepard. Like, he's not doing anything. Is he doing? I guess the question is, how many other of the 32 teams would hire Calvin Shepard? Zero.
Yeah, the way it finished, yeah, you're right. The last 6 weeks really took him from being a high riser to this was a complete disaster. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Well, it didn't help that Aaron Glenn looks like poop. Also, I mean, no offense, but I mean, like, all of a sudden it's coming back to Ben Johnson. Like, all of a sudden, you could make those connections that Lions were propped up by Ben Johnson.
Well, it's factual now. Like, we've seen it. Like, Justin, if you have Ben Johnson, you don't lose that game this week. You don't. Because there were things that were so obvious, even the doorknobs like us. What Brian Flores does, it's up to the quarterback who's not young, who's not inexperienced. There are things you do at the line of scrimmage.
Number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, you know what's happening. You know what Harrison Smith is there to do. You know when they mug the line of scrimmage what your counters are. And they weren't doing any of it. So whether it was Dan Campbell on the initial call or for Jared Goff not to kill it at the line of scrimmage and alter, I'm sorry. And also, too, Justin, here's the thing. How the hell was Graham Glasgow healthy enough to enter the game, but you started Kenny at center in a winner-take-all game? Now, how the hell did that happen? Someone needs to explain that to me with your effing season on the line, and we're starting Cesar Millan, the dog trainer, at center, and then all of a sudden here comes Glasgow, and you're like, wait, what? How?
Yeah, and like I said, I can't believe that ended up being the thing, but we didn't look – how extensive of a coordinator search did you think we actually did? Because I mean, it's rearing its ugly head.
No, you did
Very
zero.
bad.
You did zero. You promoted from within. You got comfortable. We like our guys. That's why I'm suggesting, okay, we're going to do it a different way now. Now I see that, okay, Minnesota screwed around and they don't have Flores hasn't signed an extension. Okay. I'm going to take them from you now. Offensive coordinator,
somebody that
it
will
has to be
actually
league-wide.
add something, right?
Yeah.
They'll actually add something. Not just someone that who's going to just spew the same things as you've been hearing for the last 5 years. Like, someone who's going to add something different. And I think that's what they failed with the coordinators. And I think that's what the Eagles did. And everyone keeps using the Eagles because they fired both coordinators. But, like, when you actually bring people in that bring a different perspective and actually, bring some innovativeness to your – that's something the Lions don't do.
No, and it's part of the learning curve, right? So Dan Campbell's the CEO of this thing, and it's part of the curve. Now it's like, okay, you have to do that stuff. Because look, from my perspective, who the hell am I? But I think your Super Bowl window's closed, and now we got to get to work on opening the next one. And part of that, obviously, it's players, not plays, but clear schematically, you're busted. And I am fine saying injuries keep you from winning a Super Bowl. They do not keep you from beating the Minnesota Vikings or the Pittsburgh Steelers. Or why are you needing a 60-yard field goal against the New York Giants? Your systems failed you. The staffing failed you. And if you had Ben Johnson, you win that Vikings game. Period. There are a lot of things. I guarantee you, I will make a wager for limitless lunches for TJ that when he's here Friday, he'll back that point. There's no world that if I watch that game with TJ, he doesn't see what I see or I don't see what he sees. Line of scrimmage, Jared Goff failed you. And by way of association, Dan Campbell failed you. That was embarrassing. Quarterback who's been in the league that long getting hit in the kidneys and acting surprised where the pressure's coming from. Come on, man. That's basics. It's not exactly exotic. We know what Flores is going to do. It's a matter of whether you can hold up to it. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls next. 97.1. Rick's up next, 97.1. Rick, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, the picture is bleak. The picture that you paint is bleak, and I agree with you virtually completely, except, and don't get mad about this, I think they're a little closer to SOL than we think, and they're not there, and they're not necessarily next to being there. But when you think about all the mistakes they made since last season ended, which was not replacing their coordinators with people, they were a Super Bowl contender at the end of last season, and you would think that excellence would demand that you would go get excellent coordinators.
Yeah.
And they obviously didn't. That's where I went, there's a problem. The draft didn't net what it should have, and the trade to get Tesla, silly, waste of, even if he's talented, it was a waste of resources or assets. I didn't like the Derek Barnes resigning, didn't like the JMO resigning when they did. They do a lot of unforced errors, and then you go through all the litany of all the things that you've seen this season, the things that you recited so eloquently today. If someone were to be doing an audit and ask, well, how could you manage to do all these things wrong that you could have done, should have done, could have avoided? You and I are outsiders, but we still saw it coming. So how come these guys didn't see it coming? And this is where I have concerns going forward, because if they didn't see it coming, can they navigate going forward? And then I have one other split, and then I want to hear what you've got to say about it. But right now, at least in the beginning days, it seemed like Campbell and Holmes were in lockstep. But what happens when it starts to be discussions with management and, well, he didn't get me the players I wanted. Oh, he's not running the scheme I wanted. Dan, why did you pick those coordinators instead of these? There might be an unraveling between the two of them. And then on top of that, what happens when Dan Campbell, who was a humble, tough, smart, gritty guy who's now gone Hollywood, and he's not getting the results because he's not a game manager the way he had his coordinators before? Are the players going to start to tune him out? Like, this thing could really unravel if they don't fix things going into next year, not to be a Super Bowl contender, but to even be a playoff contender. I think they've got real problems.
Yeah,
and
all
I'm
right.
wondering what you're thinking.
Let's unpack it. I know, Rick, I appreciate it. Look, you've gone kind of far down the line on some stuff, so let's bring it back. If some of the things you described happen, that's an easy answer. It all falls apart. We don't have evidence of that happening. So let's just kind of put that to the side. When you look, we've been talking on this show for, damn near 2 months. It felt different this year. There was an arrogance about them. No, like, I'll give you an example. No, the only thing that angered me more than this was Jared Goff when he went at the fans. But Aiden Hutchinson's postgame after the Steelers is 1A, like with a bullet, everything wrong with this team. Instead of Aiden Hutchinson coming out and saying, it's not good enough. We're not playing good enough. I'm not playing good enough. It's unacceptable. Embarrassing for us to give up 230 yards rushing today. We got to be better. We will be better. Instead of doing that, what did he do? Well, there's multiple perspectives and, the intervention of the official. And I'm like, are you effing kidding me, Boondele Save? Are you kidding me? You're the highest paid guy in the defense. You just gave up 230 yards to a team that can't crush a grape in a food fight with a third-string left tackle and a fourth-string guard. And I got to listen to you cry about officiating? How about Kelvin Shepard? Well, if you take away all the team's good plays, we played great on defense. Kelvin, no, you didn't. 15 of the Rams' 29 carries went for at least 6 yards. How about Dan Campbell? Well, it was a good thing today, and we got to look at the best in the NFC. Or how many times did you hear Dan Campbell go and say, no, we're close. We're close. We need to do this. We can do this. We're close. No level of this felt like humility. No level of this season felt like, hey, the standard is the standard. It was always wish it away, blame something else, not living in reality. So that to me is the biggest change. And maybe part of it is when Dan Campbell took all the additional responsibility, there's not enough bandwidth to just be the CEO. The difference between being a play caller and then a coach who's watching the plays being called, when Dan Campbell is sitting there and I think Dan Campbell's a very smart man. When you're watching the plays being called, you're able to go on the headset to your OC, hey, last red zone, second and third down, this is what they did to us. Let's hit them with X. But when you're in the mud, when you're in the trenches calling plays, you're too close to it. And it takes somebody very special to be able to be the play caller and the head coach. I don't think Dan's capable of it. That's not a shot. I'm not capable of juggling and doing radio. I don't think that makes me bad. It's really difficult. They need an OC. And look, the DC thing, if you said to me, hey, we want to run it back with Kelvin, we think he's young, talented, we'll get him some pieces, not mad at you. I'm making a point. If the goal is the Super Bowl, then do Super Bowl things. If Brian Flores is available, you're tired of him kicking your ass, go hire him. Hurt the Vikings, help you. And by the way, even though it's illegal to retaliate against somebody who has sued you, like Brian Flores is suing teams, you're not one of the teams he sued. So you're even clear of that. Go hire the guy. Go hire the guy before the Cowboys do. Because that's exactly, you know what Jerry Jones is going to do. And you can laugh, you can make fun of that. I'll be damned, they're trying. So, yeah, there's a lot to unpack in his call. We'll go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Happy holidays.
Same to you, John.
Thank you. This is a monster offseason. It probably is the most important one we've had since the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell era. And I'm stacking everything up in my mind here, thinking what's more probable, that we could retool our offensive line, defensive line, or, plan for the future and have to stop the gap here that you referred to. And, let's just play best case scenario. Frank Ragnow comes back and he's good, and Taylor Decker is going to stay another year. That is fool's gold right there, and so improbable that I think we got to plan for the future. And I think the most sensible way to do is what you referred to, is draft a quarterback, because we do have the financial problem. And how else are we going to build this team? We need to get cheap. We need to get new pieces. We need to set up that launch pad or that window again. And, financially it's not going to work out in any other way. And I also agree, get Brian Flores, because if we're going to do this retooling, we need the system in place, the coaches in place ahead of time, so we can plug and play and look attractive to maybe sign some free agents. And guess what? Coaches don't count towards the salary cap.
Correct.
And for anyone who thinks that we can retool so quick, look at the Chiefs. They have a better quarterback, coaching staff, defense. They can retool. We can't.
Yeah, Johnny, that is part of the thing is, look, even the Chiefs have to probably have a gap here. Like I brought this up with Cookies on our Sunday Night Football show. Johnny, if I'm Andy Reid, I'm 67, 68 years old. I've done it all. I've won the Super Bowl, multiply. I've been to a dozen NFC and AFC title games. I'm already one of the 5 most influential coaches maybe in the history of the NFL. I'm not going to sit around for a year or two to retool. Are the Chiefs never going to be Super Bowl good again? No. That's not the comment. The comment is it might take an off season or two to get that thing refreshed. In the very same way, it might take that for you. Look, none of us know about Kirby Joseph, but talk to enough people. I don't know anyone who's going on record confidently saying he's going to be the same player he was and he'll play week 1 next year. There's a bit of a mystery there. How a bruised knee turned into a 13-week IR, not going to play again, surgery won't fix it, and he'll have to deal with it the rest of his career thing. Brian Branch blowing his Achilles, it's the worst injury you can have. Okay, from a technical standpoint, it would be spinal or neck, etc. The worst injury you can have is a torn Achilles. History will tell you players don't come back the same way. And that's when he comes back. So, you're dealing with so many things. I don't think it's wrong to say, you know what, next year's probably a little bit of a retool. That's the conversation. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people coming up next. David Femininio, every lawyer says the same damn thing. Talk about experience and verdicts and the rest. With David, a little bit different. Yes, the track record's there, but it's personal. Like when you call, he answers, and when you call, he reps you, not some junior associate. Your experience matters to David. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to it. Can we say that top of the hour? We're going to get back to you guys. If you're just joining, try to take a little bit of a different approach today, which is I'd like to believe you've formed your opinions and heard as much as you care to hear about Lions and Vikings. So I tried to take Dan Campbell's words and kind of turn it over to you guys, which is we're going to look at everything. All right. So I kind of picked 4, 5, 6 different things. This is what everything means. Are we hiring 1 or 2 coordinators? Are we rebuilding 1 or both lines of scrimmage? Are we going to look at our quarterback differently after what we just witnessed? And again, I think it's incredibly lazy if you're just blathering on about injuries as this easy silver bullet. Did you watch the Niners last night? Injuries galore. George Kittle didn't even play. Brandon Ayuk's in space. The offensive line is down multiple starters, including Trent Williams, who's their version of Penei Sewell. Guess what? Damn near put a 50 burger on the Bears. You're kidding yourself if you let the team off the hook. Yes, the injuries might keep you from winning a Super Bowl the same way they might keep the Niners from winning a Super Bowl. It doesn't give you an excuse for what took place Christmas Day, for what really took place this season. So, to the people we go. Caitlin has been very patient, 97.1. Caitlin, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm good. So, I think it's really the inability to adjust. We were at the Christmas game. We went. The people in the stands. Oh, yeah, it was great. It was, you know what? The fans were great. The stadium's really nice. They have a great atmosphere. The people, they didn't think they were going to win. They had Bosner in there. They were laughing. They were like, oh, this will be fun. We'll watch you guys have fun. It was embarrassing. And when the people in the stands are calling the plays better than they're doing on the field, that's the problem. When we know, stop running the ball down the gut because it's not been working since the Giants, the
right, and the Giants have the worst rush defense in football, giving up 5.5 yards a carry. So you're right. Like, everyone will trumpet that as, the running. You played an incapable team. It's like, no, why did Jahmyr Gibbs finish the season, Caitlin, with 6 games above 68 yards? Running game was not where it needed to be.
Because it's like everybody's been saying, their arrogance is getting in their way of moving this team forward. It's like when you go to the casino and you win big on a slot machine and you keep going back and you never win again. Adjust what you're doing.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Therefore, we're not getting our season tickets again. The people behind us were like, we've got season tickets. Let's trade games. Sounds great, but we're not doing it again. Because until we got our hopes up that things were going to be different, things were going to change, they're just kind of like stuck somewhere that's not fun to watch. It's fun to watch, but not fun to pay for. I'd rather just do it in my living room.
Well, and listen, look, Caitlin, everybody makes that choice. I made it 10 years ago with Michigan State. It's the same thing. Like, you enjoyed it. Maybe you don't get as much out of it. God bless. Do whatever you want. But Caitlin, the reality too is, look, everybody knew this was kind of a special moment in time. Dan Campbell's words have proven to be very prophetic. We may never get back here again. His message after that Niners game, where, by the way, he stupidly didn't kick the field goal. I will go to my grave with that. But look, last year you ran it back and you go 15-2. And then you saw what you saw in the playoff game. And Goff's a big part of that. Hate to break it to you. So, okay, the injuries took it away. We're going to run it back again. This time without Ben Johnson. It didn't look anything like the year prior, much less 2 years ago. Yet, the way your season ended looked exactly like it. An inexplicable, turnover-ridden, D- performance from your quarterback and offense at large. How many times is your franchise QB allowed to end a season that way before you have a conversation? That's a part of this. The season ticket thing, I leave. Listen, you guys make whatever decisions you want. The Lions didn't do themselves any favor. But if you go to cancel, Caitlin, I'll tell you what they're going to tell you. Oh, that's too bad. We got a waiting list of 20,000 people. You're not going to get them back. Even they're arrogant in ticketing. Because that list ain't going to be there very long when you're home for the holidays. Be careful. Both sides need to be careful on this. Don't overreact. Take some time, process it. You'll figure it out. Go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy? Mikey. That looks like Mike's taking a nap. Okay, we'll go to Rich, 97.1. Rich, what's good?
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good, Rich. What's up?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to reset. Been a little bit of a wait, but it's all good. Love the show.
Thank you.
So my primary question is this: is the pocket quarterback dead? What I mean by that, Mike, is that is that something that's not like progressing? Is it sustainable? Is the main thing? Because, and I'm not talking about somebody that has availability to run for first downs and has mad legs, but just the sheer evidence of being able to do something outside of crumbling like a turtle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can do this with a basic exercise. If we agree that Matt Stafford's going to be the MVP, but Matt Stafford is in his Jared Goff moment, meaning good O-line, great run game, maybe the best play caller in the sport in McVay. Stafford is kind of that unicorn, right? Outside of Stafford, all right, Drake May, he can move, extend plays. Josh Allen, forget it. Guy's a space alien, all right?
Correct.
Trevor Lawrence, he can move. 2 more rushing touchdowns yesterday. Jordan Love can move. Herbert can move. Bo Nix can move.
Mike, go down the line.
Caleb, Purdy, we watched that game last night. Jalen Hurts. You know what? I think there's a middle ground between, quote, mobile QB and then statue. Can you extend the play? Can you move a little bit in the pocket? Can I use you on a bootleg?
Mike, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking, Mike.
Well, and again, it's not going to get better as Goff goes into his 30s here, where he's going to be 32 next season. So if you have concerns about that, it ain't going to get better.
Yep, and I know obviously the primary thing is it's all about the offensive line, which obviously makes sense. But why are all other teams, Mike, going in a different direction?
What do you mean?
All other teams are going in a different direction.
A direction of what? I don't understand.
A non-pocket passer.
Okay. Well, part of that is this. Listen, part of that is a lot of the quarterbacks we're naming are drafted recently, but no, there's certain guys where, look, Pat Mahomes was drafted in the rearview mirror, Justin Herbert. The new wave of quarterbacks coming out of college have the ability to move. The NFL adapts to the quarterbacks that are presented to them. It's almost like a job application pool, Rich. Like the NFL, well, these are the only guys that are up for the gig. We got to alter what we do. Well, colleges have gone more RPO, more throws at the line of scrimmage, more quarterback run. That's what becomes available. Now you have a dying breed. Outside of Stafford, Rodgers, and Goff, what other immobile quarterbacks exist that are good? Go ahead. Tell me who. So you have a covenant you sign when you have one of those guys. Elite O-line, elite run game, heavy play action. If you can't do that, you can't have those guys as your quarterback. That's what the organization has to look at this offseason. Can we give Goff what we need to give him in order for him to be good for us? 97.1.
The first NBA All-Star voting returns has been released. Cade Cunningham comes in fourth behind Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey, and Giannis. Luka Doncic and Jokic are 1 and 2 in the West. Pistons back on the floor tomorrow against the Lakers. Michigan State basketball checks into play 11 and 1 before their 7 p.m. home tilt against Cornell tonight. Michigan will also host McNeese at 7, a tournament team from last season. They ranked 46th in the rankings today. Tom Izzo spoke out a few days back about former NBA draft pick James Najee enrolling at Baylor and receiving 4 years of eligibility. Bears coach Scott Drew said he had a good chat with Izzo. Michigan quarterback Davis Warren, who has missed the entire season with an injury, confirmed to the media today, plans to enter the transfer portal. Marcus Freeman is staying at Notre Dame after a restructured deal has him with some of the highest paid coaches in the country. He informed multiple NFL teams of his intent today, per Sports Illustrated. Topgolf in Auburn Hill is currently closed after their netting was ripped down by the winter storm. They say the site has been secured. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get right back to your phone calls in a second. I know Lions are obviously story 1, 2, 3, and 4 today, but a brief, can we say that? Kenny? Yes.
Now, Mike, typically I would have a can we say that, or Rico would have a can we say that. Today, just an insight to everybody listening. When I walked into the office, I saw Mike, and he just started yelling at me about the Giants. So, I mean,
that did not happen.
Can we say that for this? I just wanted your opinion.
Can we say the Giants are abhorrent bleep holes? Yes. Can we say the entire franchise should be relocated out of my life, possibly to another galaxy? Yes. There's nothing else I can say. I hate them. I absolutely hate them.
Is that how you really feel?
Yeah.
I walked in and I just got assaulted by Lions.
I said nothing of the sort.
Vitriol.
I complimented your hat. Factually. Next.
So this one is for both of you. If you want to jump in, you can. I'm exhausted by this NFL season. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but all of these games, can we say that, I mean, money aside, because that's clearly what this has always been about, can we say that this season is way too damn long?
Are we talking NFL?
NFL.
Yeah, but just wait till they go to 18 games. And they give you a second bye week. And the Super Bowl will be the last day of February.
And more players get injured too, but they don't care.
No, but they're going to end, instead of a 53-man roster, it'll be 63. Corbin, I'm telling, none of the decisions being made have anything to do with the quality of the sport, the long-term interest, what's best for all. It's simply money.
Oh, 100%. And I love football as a sport. The NFL as a product, as I've gotten older, I'm beginning to hate it more and more as each season passes. And it's for these reasons. It's egregious that Goodell and his goons will come out and say, hey, injuries are bad, CT, we're putting money into it. And then 2 weeks later, we're going to have a little press conference. We might be thinking about a 20-game season. It's a joke.
Well, it is. And also to factor along is, do you know how many different applications you needed to watch football over Christmas week?
It was like 7 or something.
Yeah,
it was
7.
insane.
ESPN, CBS, NBC, Fox, Peacock, or what is it, Netflix, Amazon Prime. They may as well put a game on QVC and your Nona could buy some fake jewelry. It's welcome. Oh, and by the way, Corbin, they're going to expand the playoffs too. Hope everybody's ready.
And that actually leads perfectly into the next can we say that I have we gone too far with, and I know you're going to say yes, but have we gone too far with these streaming platforms? Because I feel like America got introduced to it around Christmas time when they realized, oh, my favorite team is on which streaming platform? Is it Peacock? Is it Netflix?
It's all gone too far. Listen, it'll end up going full circle the same way that cutting the cord did. Now everyone's coming back to cable. It's just, it's too much of too much. And again, there's really not much up for grabs the last 2 weeks of the season when you look at it. The whole NFC playoff picture finalized. You get a winner-take-all, Baltimore-Pittsburgh. You get a winner-take-all over here in the NFC in a division nobody cares about, Carolina-Tampa Bay. Other than that, well, what happens when it goes to 8? I mean, that's the problem.
It's a joke because with the streaming thing is what I'm getting to, because when you look at some of the games, especially the Thursday night, and obviously that is its own topic, but the product might not be as good, but sometimes you get matchups where it's like, this is the only game on, this is the only thing I have to pay attention to. I mean, I can speak from it just by being there. I was at the Broncos-Colts game on Thursday night a couple years ago in Denver, and I'm like, this is what they're putting out. This is their best, prime time spot. It's a joke.
Completely.
You know what's funny is I was during the holidays, I was going back and I was switching from platform to platform to platform to watch different game, and I was like, maybe they should make it so that I can just switch between and then I was like, I think I just reinvented television.
You just reinvented cable. Welcome, Kenny.
All right, so the MVP conversation is heating up a lot in the media. Drake May, can we say that he is a legitimate MVP candidate and he might win the MVP?
Do you know Drake May's middle name?
Drake May? Drake
Isn't
May?
it,
Surprised you guys don't know this.
Isn't it like Julio or something?
Jesus? Is it Jesus?
It's God. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it's God. No, he's fabulous, but it's Matt Stafford's award to lose. Who are we kidding? Matthew Stafford has had comprehensively the best season. Drake May's making a run at it, but no, again, you play the Jets, the stats don't even count. It's Stafford to me.
I agree, and I'm not even saying that because obviously the Rams are my team and I am currently wearing a Stafford jersey on my body right now, but you summed it up best, Mike. He's having the best season. It is what it is, and I will say just from a nostalgia standpoint, throwback to when there was 10 quarterbacks having the season that Stafford did about 10 years ago. Now compare the stats, it's abysmal.
It is. No, to me it's his. But Drake May, he'll get one before it's all over. He's a stud.
Well, Corbin's jersey is stupid, and so is he. The Eagles' offense, can we say, will keep them out of a Super Bowl?
Oh, who is this?
The Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Wait, how about this? Second game this season. Jalen Hurts does not complete a pass in the second half, and they win. He was 0 of 7 yesterday in the second half, and they win. The offense is going to catch up.
The Eagles reminded me kind of like the Lions this year, especially from an offensive standpoint from time to time, where just something seemed off. And more so the Eagles long-term wise, because obviously the Lions have somewhat of stats to back it up. But, the Eagles, I don't trust it at all. I think they get bounced out first round.
Can we say no Lamar, no problem versus the Steelers? We saw the Derrick Henry show. Where are you on with that?
I'm not ready to say that.
A lot of people are, which is a little alarming.
A lot of people.
Maybe too many people.
It's still Mike Tomlin at home as an underdog. And I would imagine the reinforcements are about to hit, whether it's a TJ Watt, otherwise. I'm not ready to trust the Baltimore Ravens. They've had 17 weeks to build trust. I have none of it. And you took on a Packer team that had clinched, that didn't have a zillion pieces of their own. You know what? Okay, show me another 36 carries. Go ahead.
I agree with you on that. And to even further add to the Packers' point, they're coming off a Christmas Day game where the Lions lose, so they know, all right, we're in the playoffs, kind of kicking your feet up a little bit.
Next one here. How close can we say we are to the conclusion of the Mahomes era? I'm not sounding the alarm bells. I'm just asking questions.
Well, when you say how about this? Their window is closed like the Lions. Now it's about how you reopen the next window. It's going to take an off season or two. I think Mahomes has plenty of good football left, but if I'm the Chiefs, I'm not playing him next year. And no, I'm not tanking like it's the NBA. I'm just making a point. I want him right. He'll have 4 to 5 really good years left before you start questioning things. I think the Chiefs, as long as you have him, they'll be back. But it's going to take time. And look, the Lions could be back, but not without serious retooling.
I agree. They also have a lot just to figure out with those, like you said, Mike, those next steps. And their main common denominator is they'll have Mahomes. He'll be fine. Rest up all of next season. Like hearing these reports that he wants to be ready by week 1 or even beginning of October, it's ridiculous. And even for his sake, you got the 3 rings. And I mean, look at Tom Brady, for crying out loud. He won the rings, kind of had a little bit of a break towards the back end of his career, won all the other ones. So yeah, they'll be fine.
Now, after watching the Battle of Two Contenders, Chicago, San Fran, can we say that either of these teams represent an actual Super Bowl threat?
No. The Bears can't exist without turnovers, and the Niners don't stop anybody. They just bump around, and you're not going to outscore everyone on your way to a Super Bowl. The offensive line is not great. The running game's not great. They just hand it to McCaffrey 800 times. So, no, I think they're fun. That was a hell of a good game. Both quarterbacks can extend plays, which makes it even more enjoyable. But no, I don't think either's a real Super Bowl contender. I think they both would get dusted by the Rams.
I agree with that. You kind of summed up everything
Sorry
up
about
perfectly.
that.
No, you're good.
My bad.
And the last one here, Aaron Rodgers done after this year. Or can we say that we are just resigned to another faux retirement tour like Aaron Rodgers likes to do?
He's officially done. No, he looks more disgusted at his job than the average American is at theirs. He looks like he hates reporting for duty. He's done. He looks miserable on the field.
Time for a WWE promo. We are free of the drug man after next week.
Yes.
It's over. And he's looked checked out for years now. He just kind of, today we're talking about arrogance within the Lions. He has arrogance, and it's going to die out.
Do we not say that every offseason with this guy? It feels like we have this same conversation every single year.
I know. Well, hold on. Here's another conversation we're starting to have. Let me offer you this just so people don't think I'm making it up. Jared Goff in his last 2 elimination games. You ready for this? 2 touchdowns, 5 picks, 4 fumbles, and 7 sacks taken. That's how your last 2 seasons have ended.
I don't know, man. He's addicted to it. He can't stop, won't stop. That's how I view this guy.
No,
Until
I'm talking
I
about
see
Goff.
him retire.
I'm not talking about Rodgers. I'm talking about Goff in elimination games. Rodgers is eternal. I don't know. I just think he's done.
I mean, look what Goff did in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. Nothing. Dial tone.
It's almost, you start to wonder, is history repeating itself a little bit?
And that, my friends, is Can We Say That NFL edition.
All right, we get right to the Lions here in a second. I wanted to offer a word. I know, during our update, the story came up with a guy who got drafted in the NBA 4 years ago, but didn't play in college, went to Europe, so he still technically is eligible. I just give me 2 minutes on this, and then we'll get to the Lions, okay? I ask it again, is how does anyone take college basketball or college football seriously at this current state of time? Now, mind you, I mean, Diego Pavia, his behavior has been a joke. The fact that kid is even still in school is a joke. The fact that he may sue to have another year is a joke. But think about this. A guy who was drafted into the National Basketball Association and has played professionally in Europe is able to now come back here, be paid more here than he'd make in Europe, and have 4 years of eligibility and join a team midstream. What are we doing? And for anyone to talk about, well, we need to get to collective bargaining, it is the classic case of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. And look, flip the coin and go to the other side. Like, I have applauded what Michigan did. They knew what Landeborg was going to get in the NBA, and they said, we'll beat that offer. Come back to school for 1 year. I have no problem with it. I don't. There's no salary cap. That kid is probably the difference between being good and great, and Michigan is great, and they were aggressive, right? We talk about the Lions do Super Bowl things. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. What's happening here with this other player and now going to Baylor? No, that because you can doesn't mean that you do. This is so out of bounds. It's so absurd. Hey, you can do it. I don't have to respect it. And it just makes me laugh at the entirety of college sports. It's a complete absurdity. The only thing worse is when you read an article now of how a player has re-signed with their school. What? Re-signed what? A napkin? There are no contracts. And even if there are, you don't have any rights. I'm sorry, I know. And we'll do ticket text. We'll get to the callers. I can't take it anymore. It's so dumb. All of it is dumb. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, it's funny. It's just like, are you enjoying your monster, Dr. Frankenstein? This is exactly what college football is set up to do. And like you said, they're allowed. You don't have to respect it, but they're simply allowed to do this type of thing.
Yeah, but that's where I just don't understand where it ends, where we get back to what it needs to be. Look, I have no problem with players making money. I have a problem when there's none of this is actually college sports. None of it.
Well, we talk about a lack of a governing body, and we talk about a lack of maybe contracts. I think this is all a result of that. Is there's no governing body. The NCAA has no teeth.
No.
And this is what happens when your governing body has no teeth.
It's a joke.
Maybe I'm an idiot real quick, but I had always thought eligibility or not, if you left or whatever after like 1 year, I thought once you get to the pros, no matter what it is, it's over.
But it's
done.
Europe. It's Europe, so it's different.
So that's the loophole right there.
Yeah. But the fact is, the kid was drafted in 2021. What are you kidding me?
I think by the Pistons as well.
Yes. He made a wise move. Kenny, ticket text, and we'll get to the callers.
Just recovering from all of that. I know I'm in the minority here. I would be completely up for a rebuild, keeping only 5 or 6 key players and probably getting rid of Goff. Now, everybody's on the opposite side of this one.
You have to stop. There is no getting rid of Goff. You guys, there is no financial tool for you to get rid of Goff. It is also silly to get rid of Goff. You can talk about drafting his replacement, doing what the Packers did. Drafted Love when they had Rodgers. Drafted Rodgers when they had Favre. You can do that. You can't get rid of him. Not in practice, not financially. You have him the next 2 years. After 2027, you could get rid of him and save money and be okay. If you restructure, the likelihood is you're stuck with him through 2028.
You know what's funny is nobody on the text can seem to agree on much of anything. Everybody's either saying, oh, it's injury year, and that's the reason why that we can't be a Super Bowl team, or it's we need to trade Goff and throw him down the well.
There is no trading Goff.
I agree. I'm with you. That's just what the people are saying.
Oh, my God.
Don't hate me for this.
I'm
what
not.
I'd like to see happen is trade Goff. Like
Okay.
every other text is trade Goff.
I'm going to go to Sal because I don't want to hear any more what you're saying. Hello, Sal.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Sal. What's up?
First off, you did this to yourself with the golf stuff. I'm going to be honest.
No,
I feel bad for you, but
no, but it's like Sal. It was one part of like 6 things I brought up, and you're right. You know what? I shouldn't have even bothered.
So I got a question, and then I got a can we say that branching off that question. So my question is, I know a lot of people didn't make a lot of the Ben Johnson leaving thing early on in the season, and now those people kind of have egg in their face. And I feel like we still haven't gone far enough with like how big of the loss Ben Johnson was, because I hear a lot of people talking about how, oh, even if we would have had a good play caller like a Ben Johnson, we still would have played bad because our O-line was bad. But I'll counter that by saying, an offensive coordinator doesn't just call plays. They're the CEO of the offense. So they're there in the, preseason. They're there in the offseason telling you, like, hey, I need offensive linemen. I need the interior of this line to be beefed up a little bit more. So this kind of branches into my question of the, can we say that is, do the Lions have an acquisition problem when it comes to coaching and also player personnel? Because if they didn't see that this line was going to be a problem preseason or even week 1 when they walked out there and they looked like they had a full diaper on, then don't we have a problem with, getting coaches and getting players? Like, how do they not recognize that?
Yeah. No, and Sal, listen, I think if you're allowed to go out and hire a couple bad coordinators, or you're allowed to have a bad offseason if you course correct. But I think the problem they have, Sal, is they enjoyed their own scent. They were arrogant, delusional. And the idea that you were just going to bring in a guy who's never finished a year as an OC to replace Ben Johnson, the idea that you would just promote from within on the defensive side, you would go in with 2 subpar coordinators where, look, I could live with Kelvin Shepard, but no one's going to mistake him for Bill Belichick. Like, yeah, Sal, it's a problem. And the player acquisition stuff, yeah. But meanwhile, Sal, 90% of the fan base was yelling, let Brad cook. All right, well, here's the meal he cooked.
Well, that kind of branches into another thing where, like, I don't even think we can talk rebuild or, off-season needs until we talk expectations or we're on the same page. I don't think a lot of people are on the same page when it comes to expectations. Another thing that I would branch off of that with sort of the coordinator thing, if you go back and you listen to John Morton's introductory press conference, when they asked him what his offensive philosophy is going to be coming in, he said, well, we're going to try to do much of the same thing. We're not going to try to change much. I think that kind of speaks to the arrogance that him, for sure, he thought he was going to probably replace Ben Johnson, but maybe more so even Dan Campbell maybe thought like, hey, we're just going to get this guy to come in, do the same thing, and we're going to have a Ben Johnson light maybe. I think that speaks to the arrogance, and I think that stems into a bigger problem of, did you really think you were going to replace Ben Johnson? Because no one really thought that. No one with a functioning brain, at least.
Yeah, and that's, look, they made the mistake. Now fix it, right? Like, we can beat them up for the mistake, but now do me a solid. Let's go get Dan Campbell some elite coordinators. Let's let him return to being the CEO of the team. And that's a big step in the right direction, because the scheme, you can kind of cheat the system. You're seeing what Kyle Shanahan does. Or you were able to see what a Sean McVay does, what an Andy Reid has done. The elite play callers, the elite scheme guys. You can, look, Vic Fangio, what he's done in Philly. Do you think it's accidental that Zach Baum goes from a special teamer to an all-pro guy? No, I mean, look, that's what you need here. I think they've gotten too comfortable with their own people, and they do. They need a refresh. The salary cap stuff, this is where it's on Brad Holmes. That we know Brad Holmes primarily has done a good job drafting. I think the middle rounds have been a bit disastrous, but primarily done a good job. Well, now you need to show you're good at the rest of the job. Cap manipulation, free agency, trades, etc. Can they create cap space? Yes. I don't know that every move is a good move, though. And I only brought up the Goff thing just to show you some of the things that you can have conversations about, meaning, look, I like Jared Goff, but I like him for 2 years, not 4. Well, here's what happens if you restructure. Now, you could get creative, I'm sure, and find a way to cheat the system. The cap isn't real. But, yeah, they're not in a good cap spot. Even if they create, call it 40 million, I think they're like 15 under the cap. You want to add 40, you want to say the cap goes up a little bit, all right. But remember, some of your extensions hit. And then we're going to re-sign some players. But you're going to lose a lot of identity players here. You're going to lose guys. I still believe Decker and Glasgow are retiring. I'd rather have Taylor Decker than the money. Let's say you save $17 million by Decker retiring. You're not replacing him. Not effectively, at least. That's the problem here. That's why I look at next year and I go, you know what? Maybe they take a step back, retool it, compete for the playoffs, but it'll be 2027. We can get back to a Super Bowl conversation. I think there's just too much to do. 2 coordinators, rebuild both lines of scrimmage, all with limited cap space. I don't know, man. If Brad Holmes pulls that off, put a statue of him up, because that's what it looks like. And by the way, we built this thing on a false premise, meaning, well, we were just really, really good, right, with Ben Johnson, with the best O-line in football. And if neither of those things are here, how am I going to be the best? How am I going to be that version of the team? That's problematic, to say the least. But this is, hey, guess what? Their ass is in the jackpot, not ours. Like, whatever, go fix it. That's what you get paid to do. 97.1. We'll get right back to the people. Lions, obviously, the conversation, just different way. If you want to vent about the Viking game, you can, but we've talked about some of the other stuff. And one thing I wanted to recenter some of the conversation because people are obsessed about the Goff thing, and that's fine. I mean, you make $50-60 million a year. You're the quarterback. You probably get too much of the credit. You often get too much of the blame. I still think Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl, but it's very specific what you have to do for him to make that a reality. And right now, you're not close. And how do you remedy that? Well, one of the things we brought up was also from a coordinator level, you went from having 2 head coaches as your coordinators to John Morton and then a very green rookie coordinator in Kelvin Shepard. Now, Shepard may develop into something. I don't have a huge issue. Let me be clear. This isn't trying to denigrate Kelvin Shepard, but I brought up if this team really wants to kickstart this thing, if they really want to try to get back to competing for a Super Bowl, well, it's not just in players, it's also staffing. And this time of year, you see it with these teams that go on these runs, elite coordinators, elite staffs. Well, an example, the guy who just kicked your ass doesn't have a contract next year. Brian Flores is going to be a free agent. Until I see he is signed with the Minnesota Vikings, he is going to be available, right? And his head coaching candidacy is complex, meaning while you can't legally retaliate against someone who is suing you, like for instance, I think the Giants are getting sued by Brian Flores, the Texans, some other teams. The Lions aren't. And you could hurt your enemy while helping yourself. You want to show me you're serious? Go hire Brian Flores. You want to show me you're serious? Go hire a big-time offensive coordinator. Because that is one place that I don't think fans fully appreciated last summer, and I would assume most have gotten the reality check, which is, yeah, man, we lost a lot of talent in that coaching room. We lost a lot of talent on both sides of the ball with Aaron Glenn and with Ben Johnson. Now, yes, we need better players. Like I'll continue to say it. You need to rebuild that defensive line. That D-line, I mean, Aleem was awful. Second catastrophic leg injury. Will he ever be the old Aleem McNeil? I don't know. I just know this one was terrible. DJ Reader's gone. Onwuzurike's gone. Pascal's gone. Davenport's gone. It's Aiden and Tyleik Williams and minty fresh Bob Muhammad. Guys, you got to rebuild your D-line. So you got to rebuild the O and D lines in one offseason. Not easy. You don't have a bevy of picks. Not easy. You don't have a ton of cap space. Also, not easy. That's where I'm saying, hey, better coordinators, they need to go outside the family. You tried the in-house stuff, the familiarity stuff. Well, John Morton was here in 22. Goodbye. And Shepard was next in line. All right, well, you want to keep him, you can keep him. I'm not mad about it. But I'd be looking for upgrades. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing, Mike?
Good, B. What's on your mind?
Pretty hot take. I just don't think the Lions will ever win with Jared Goff. And this has nothing to do with what you've said. I've been watching him over the years. And I just think that, he relies heavily on play action and elite protection, right? And having so many holes on this roster, and I agree with you on everything. We need to revamp both lines, and we're going to need a new secondary. I just don't see it happening. And like you or anybody else, you don't want to extend Goff longer than what he already has, when that time comes to possibly get a new quarterback.
Well, and again, when I say restructuring, it's just generally when you restructure a contract, you make it impossible to get rid of a player for longer while you've made the cap hold friendlier. So that's my point. Right. I would be careful. I think it's okay to ask the question. This is back-to-back seasons. He has tanked in the penultimate game.
And I guess the thing that bothers me the most is, you hear the Jared Goff chants, and Jared Goff is never getting blamed. But when Stafford was here, he was always getting blamed, and he never had an elite line. but he was still keeping the team in the games, and it's I feel Goff is going to cost. He's going to get a lot of people fired, I think.
Well, listen, his cap number the next 3 years is
$69.6 million next year.
Yeah. Well, 69. Then it's like 61, 58. Brandon, they've got a massive franchise-defining decision to make. They could tinker with his contract, but you know what it's going to be. Or you let it roll. You could draft his replacement and try to get the money from other places. I
think that
I don't know what's right. I'm just saying that is possible.
I think the best thing to do would be to address the areas of need first in the draft, and maybe go and dabble in free agency and see what you look like there. But then we just have to go back to the idea that what the trade was in the beginning, and that was that Goff is a bridge quarterback, and that's what we would have to look at until the 2028 draft class. See what we can do with him with these new players.
Yeah, if you don't touch the contract, you have an out after 28 scot-free, and you save all the money. Yes, Brandon. I'm just making a point. Are we sure we want to be in business through 2028? I don't know. Game happened the other day. I don't know. I haven't arrived at a conclusion. I still think he's good enough to win, but man, you better upgrade what's around him. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, Mike.
This is what I would do if I was Brad Holmes, if he have any sense. I would take Sue, put him in his natural position, left tackle.
Okay.
Draft me a right tackle or address that in free agency. Tell Decker, if you can retire or you play left guard, and we replace him with somebody else. And I would retire Gruden as my offensive coordinator and Flores as my defensive coordinator.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you kind of went off the deep end at the end there. But John Gruden hasn't run an offense in 20-plus years. If you go back and watch the offense he ran, you don't want that. A West Coast offense? Come on.
Lions offense. You got to give him a chance.
Look, you can hire someone who's currently in the NFL, who understands the state of the league, who understands how offenses are run. Mike, I like the creativity. I'm not mad at you. The Decker thing, let me address this. It's very easy. If you offered a veteran, a proud veteran, and in my mind, I'm going to be honest with you, the average fan doesn't realize Decker was better than Sewell this year. Sewell did not have a good year. You go to a guy like that who gutted it out for you, and you say, hey, by the way, you're losing your spot at left tackle. We're going to move you to guard. He'll go, great. I'm moving to the golf course. That's not happening. And this isn't Madden. Tackles aren't guards and guards aren't tackles. It's just not how it works.
Also, I'm glad you shut the Gruden thing down, because I feel like outside of the get rid of Goff text that we get, it's always hire John Gruden to do X job or Y job.
No. My answer is no.
It's just very frustrating to see it frequently.
Just no. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people coming up. Kenny, a couple of ticket texts, please.
This organization's arrogance is the reason for this gap year. Without that, there would be no gap year. That's from Phil in Detroit.
Okay.
I don't like the Brad Holmes approach, but I do like his confidence in it. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
So you don't like the way he does things. You just like that he confidently goes about things
believes it
in a way that you don't like. Got it.
Why are Bryans always such scam artists? I don't know what that could be.
I don't know. What is that?
Detroit Lions need to go and get Malik Willis out of Green Bay.
All right, we're done here. I can't do this.
These are the weeded out ones. Do you want me to read the ones that I have not weeded out? It's nobody knows which way to go between this is an injury year and between this is a Jared Goff problem.
No, it's not. It's not any one problem. When you're trying to do this very simplistic, I blame you thing, you're going to fail. The Lions comprehensively failed from an organizational level, a coaching level, a player level. Goff being one of those players. The O-line, another collection of players. A front seven that was primarily healthy that got gutted the last 4, 5, 6 weeks of the year on the ground. You can't pin the failures on one thing. That's like me saying it all happened because of Ben Johnson. No, that's not true. I understand emotions are raw and this just happened. you can say, I need more from my quarterback without wanting to irrationally throw them in the garbage. You can win with Jared Goff, but this team is going to have to put more around him. And for a lot of people, they're going to say, well, why if I pay you $50, $60 million, do I have to do more for you? Because that's the deal you made with this quarterback. It is the covenant you signed with him. If you don't like the deal you made, then you can arrive at something different, which is maybe we draft his replacement and we start the clock and we look at moving on in the next year or two. That's up to you guys. 97.1.
Yeah, I thought about a couple of things watching that guy's football team last night live the blessed life that they live.
We will get to that eventually.
Carry on.
But we're going to start in the realm of college football. So this is actually based on the man you just heard, Rico Beard. Take the money and take the Rico TV markets man out of it. Can we say that this round of games should be played in home venues? Forget the neutral site. Let's have everybody this round be played in their home venue.
The playoff games?
Yes.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. If you strip away the money and you strip away all of that, and you talk about what's good for the sport, what's more intriguing, what's more exciting, yes.
Home crowds adds to this immensely, in my opinion. What do you think?
100%. And I would like to see more of SEC team go to cold places. That's interesting to me.
I actually would like to see that too, so I can stop hearing about how we can't travel north.
I do believe that the round of games coming up should be not at neutral stadiums. And I even look at it from the sense of it kind of weakens some of these bowl games. Like the Rose Bowl doesn't really mean anything anymore.
None of it means anything.
And I agree with that, but I think if you save those bigger bowl games for the Final Four, and then if you get bounced out or whatever, you get like the Cotton Bowl or whatever. But yeah, no, I agree with that.
Don't worry, when they expand, Kenny, we'll have multiple rounds of home venues.
Oh, great!
You know what they're going to do.
Thank God. So that actually brings me to the next question: is can we say that bowl season has never meant less? I was watching the bowls this weekend, and I got to tell you, I was actually starting to get borderline angry at how much I didn't care about them.
Yeah, they're spring games now. It's a joke. And I'll tell you the worst part is the useful idiots that these companies hire to call these games handed their talking points. I had to listen about what a good teammate player X was or player Y. Look at them, how involved they are on the sidelines. Cutscene. They opted out. They didn't play. And you want to tell me what a good teammate they are? Nothing topped the list of insanity as the Fenway Bowl, where Skylar Bell, who's the best receiver for UConn, begged all his teammates to play, did this big hullabaloo. I'm going to play. You should play. He played one series. Then he disappeared. Then he comes back on the sidelines with a Jesus piece bigger than the actual cross Jesus was crucified on. Street clothes. He opted out. He played one series, and he had a wardrobe change ready like he's Aretha F. and Franklin.
He went through a full Lady Gaga wardrobe change.
Yeah, he's Taylor Swift on the Eras Tour.
Nothing matters anymore. And to go, because obviously I worked the show a couple weeks back about the Lane Kiffin thing. I love when Lane Kiffin was in the booth and he was talking about how great the Ole Miss win was. I bet it was, because you're making, $1 million off that win for doing nothing, wearing a brown leather jacket.
Yeah, while calling all those players and seducing them.
So on FanDuel, the two top favorites are Big Ten teams to win the national championship. Can we say that the Big Ten has finally passed the SEC?
No, because the rest of the conference sucks. It's just a top-heavy conference. It's no different than when USC was the kings of the Pac-12 and won national championships. The rest of the conference wasn't any good. Okay, so you have Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, right? What else you got? The whole principle of when you want to talk about the conference, then put middle class versus middle class, bottom rung versus bottom rung. The Big Ten schedules, Ohio State played nobody all year. Indiana, they played one team all year. Now, flip it, go play an SEC schedule. What's it look like? You can't say that.
No, I agree with that. It is, you said it best, Mike. It is way too top heavy. Now, add in Iowa making the playoffs, MSU being relevant again, then I feel like the conversation could change. But as of right now, no.
No. A middle-class team in the SEC is still a team like an Auburn, still a team like a Vanderbilt. These are teams that are capable, where it's not a cupcake festival. Look at the Big Ten. Yeah, great. It's 18 teams. 15 of them stink.
Well, you've fallen right into my trap because I didn't have to say it as an SEC honk. You have said it for me. That's exactly what I was angling for.
The truth is the truth, no matter, I'm sorry.
And real quick, one last one here. In that same vein, how many teams that are around right now in this playoff picture actually have legitimate natty hopes?
Indiana, OSU, Georgia. Those be my three.
So you got three.
Yeah, I
So
don't.
so you're telling me that a 4-team playoff was not such a bad idea after all?
It was never a bad idea. It was actually quite awesome. But yeah, Kenny, this is where we are, pal. It's all filler. That's all it is.
And that's why they even, if they were to expand, I know everyone kind of said it to begin with, just do the 8-team. Because you'll have some of the fringe teams that might put up a good fight in that first round, but then afterwards you're down to your best Final Four.
I totally agree. And especially if you're going to go to 12 and 2 of them are poverty teams, what's the point?
And we have one more, actually. What can we say? Can we say what is the solution for the transfer portal dilemma that's becoming the bane of my existence in college football?
Well, I'll tell you the first thing we should do. Stop making announcements that players have come to terms and re-signed with given team. Like, this is such a farce. It's either college football or it's not. Now pick. My misgivings with the sport is when you were a little kid, Kenny, what'd you do? You dress up as Dan Marino for Halloween one year. You bought the little play set. You put on the plastic helmet, but you weren't Dan Marino. You did not play for the Dolphins. You're just Kenny.
That is factually correct.
That's what these players are. All these players are now is they're Kenny on Halloween. Oh, well, they've re-signed. Oh, we've inked him to a new deal. It's like, all right, you know what? We're done here.
Give everyone lobotomies. Maybe we'll forget about the transfer and we can all start back from the BCS days.
Corbin, you've nailed it. If you want to fix it, well, for one, the portal shouldn't take place until after the playoff. 2, there should be contracts that have definable terms, both in financials and in years. Then we can begin to rebuild the trust amongst fans of knowing who our players are, how long or how short we have them, and how much we want to invest. Currently, I don't know, and I'm not making fun of you, Kenny. Take whatever joy you want. I don't know how anybody takes it serious.
And that is, can we say that?
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The NBA has released their first results in fan voting for the All-Star Game. Pistons star Kate Cunningham ranks 4th on the East Side, collecting just over 1 million votes. Lions coach Dan Campbell was asked if some of the younger pieces will get a chance, given the playoffs are no longer on the line this week. He followed that up later, saying St. Brown is day-to-day, but he has improved. He also did not see Tate Ratledge getting any reps at center this week, even if Graham Glasgow can't go. The Chargers are resting QB Justin Herbert this week. Pete Thamel says Michigan quarterback Davis Warren is expected to test the transfer portal. He's also expected to have 2 years remaining. Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman had his deal restructured and announced he's staying. Sports Illustrated is reporting that he turned down 2 NFL franchises today. Is that including the Giants? I don't know. Michigan State and Michigan Hoops both have home games tipping at 7 tonight. State entertains Cornell, who sits at 500 this year. MSU has McNeese, and the latest coaches poll revealed today Michigan remained the number 1 team. MSU stood pat at number 9. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you with us. Hope everybody had a good holiday. I know this weather. Good God. Look, here's how we tried to do the Lions thing. You are free to call in whatever you like. As Doug likes to say, it's an open line format. But I think I just turned Doug into Harvey Dent, by the way. But the point I'm making is we've tried to do it a little differently. There's nothing to talk about for me with the Lions-Vikings. We all watched it. It's been talked to death. Lord knows your group chat is probably nuts. I've offered you what Dan Campbell said and then a window into what that really means. And we're going to get to your phone calls in a second. We're going to look at everything this offseason. Okay. Here's what everything looks like. Ask yourself these following questions if you're a Lions fan, and you can come to whatever conclusions you want. Here are mine. Okay. We got to this point, we were a Super Bowl contender. Now the road back is twice as hard. That's how this works. Can we provide an elite offensive line and scheme needed for Jared Goff not to be good, but to win us a Super Bowl? I question that because you had the line and you had the scheme and you fell short. Do we need 1 new coordinator or 2 new coordinators? I think it's something you need to look at. And this isn't friend business, it's show business. I don't have much bad to say about Kelvin Shepard, but he's young. He's a far cry from a Hall of Famer, a Vic Fangio. If Brian Flores is truly available, which he is, he does not have a contract next year. Isn't that the type of move you make if you're serious? Like the Eagles made when they blew out everybody and hired Vic Fangio? I'd say so. Offensively, it's clear. You need an offensive coordinator. Dan Campbell did the best that he could. He's not a play caller. He's not built for that. Because I think Dan's best role, he's an outstanding CEO. And do you know when the quality started to slip? Do you know when this team, the focus started to slip, the effort started to slip, and the arrogance became so pervasive? Took over to play calling. He just doesn't have enough bandwidth to do it all. Ask yourself this question. Do you need to rebuild both lines of scrimmage? My answer is yes. I'm of the belief Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow are retiring, and that O-line is in need of a complete restructure. Defensive line, before you scoff at that, I want you to think about this. Aleem McNeil stunk. Guys like Davenport, gone. Pascal, gone. Onzarike never was here, but gone. DJ Reader, gone. You'll have Tyleek, and you'll have Aiden. And if you want, Bob Muhammad. You got to rebuild that whole front four. Why? You got gutted against the run the last 6 weeks of the season. You got to rebuild it. Okay. So do we need a change in attitude from Brad Holmes? We're going to look at everything. The ideology, the modus operandi of your franchise has to be a part of that. Yes. Brad Holmes has shown he can draft. But what he hasn't shown is Is he good at free agency? Is he good at trades? Is he good? He hasn't shown those things. It's time to show you're good at the other stuff. And look, my gut feeling on all of these things is as you stack the things they have to do this offseason, I don't think you can be a Super Bowl contender in a year. They don't have a ton of cap space. They can create some, but they're not in a good cap position. Is the cap real? No. But be careful what you restructure because you will be stuck with it forever. So that brought me to the Goff thing. Look, if you're unsure about your level as a Super Bowl contender and you like your quarterback but you don't love him, if you doubt you'll be able to give him a top 5 O-line, a top 5 running game, and 35 to 37% play action, then you're never going to get out of Jared Goff what you need to win a Super Bowl. You could be picking as high as 13 or 14 in the NFL draft in April. Do you draft his replacement and take a page out of the Packer playbook? They did it with Rodgers when they had Favre, and they've done it with Love when they had Rodgers. Would you dare? Because here's the way you can truly hyper-insulate yourself is not in 2026 and probably not 27. You could turn over a rookie scale contract in 2028, be in an unbelievable salary cap position, have a couple of drafts and a couple of off seasons to restock the shelves and, quote, let Brad cook, and then go on a Super Bowl run. Look, I'm not pounding the desk on any of these, but I'm trying to show you that if your coach is going to get up at a podium and say, we're going to look at everything, here's what everything looks like. Everything doesn't mean just the comfortable conversations. Everything doesn't mean we're only going to talk about easy stuff. Look, I could tell you right now, you could trade Aleem McNeil and save $24 million. Could do it. Am I going to be thrilled? No, because when Aleem's healthy and playing well, a really good football player, but he was garbage this year. He was terrible. How else do you put it? Aleem was terrible. And before you scoff at the Goff thing, answer my questions. The Goff you loved and you chanted, while you were in mid-coitus with your wife, oh, honey, we're going to make a baby and name it Jared. It was built with Ben Johnson and the best O-line in the league. Okay? So when Kenny is screaming Jared Goff's name in his bedroom tonight, understand it was achieved with Ben Johnson and the best O-line in football. If I can't reproduce those things, then was that version of Goff my reality? This is what real organizations talk about. This is what they do. Look, does it always work? No. Look at Minnesota. They made a decision they didn't want to be in the Sam Darnold business. They're missing the playoffs because of it. Now, can they get that right with a retool? Maybe signing Mac Jones? Maybe JJ stays healthy? Yes. The point I'm making is this. The Lions they're like a fantasy team where you spent all your budget on 4 players, studs and duds. Well, now, here's your reality. It's plausible you wake up this offseason as the 4th best team in the NFC North. What moves can I make, both on and off the field, that can get me back into a Super Bowl conversation? I don't know. I don't know if you can do it all. You don't have a bevy of picks. You don't have a bevy of cap space. And you got a quarterback whose cap number is about to be $70 million. You got Brian Branch, who may never be the same. You got Kirby Joseph, who may never play again. Ask anybody to go on record and tell you with mortal certainty Kirby Joseph's going to be 100% week 1 and be the guy that everyone loves. They can't. Brian Branch, it's just factually blew his Achilles. So look, I think you need veteran assistants. I think you need high-level coordinators. Dan needs to be the CEO. We're going to put the readers away. And we need to get back to business. That's the last part of this, too. This team needs a little bit of a come-to-Jesus offseason. Hope everybody enjoyed their Hollywood phase. All the podcasts and the commercials and their commentary after games. look at it all. Now that you zoom out, and you guys could call me whatever names you wanted. I said it 6-7 weeks ago, whether it was Dan Campbell, Aiden Hutchinson, Kelvin Shepard, Jared Goff, what came out of that locker room, those press engagements, was delusion and arrogance. They got to have a come to Jesus offseason. It's time to get back to work. Less sizzle, more steak. And you know what? You need your leaders to lead. You know what I don't need? A guy I'm paying $45 million a year to come out and blame the refs like Aiden did. No, Aiden. You know what you say? The standard's the standard and we're not living up to it. Unacceptable. And it's on me. That's what leaders do. They don't get up there and pretend to be intellectuals. Well, you know, there's two pathways that you could react to the intervention of the official. Aiden, stop, okay? You're not a rocket scientist. Cut it out. You're a football player. Go play football.
For me, step one of knowing that maybe the arrogance is dying and they're turning the page is if in the war room during the draft, they're not wearing each other's jerseys, each other's face on the shirts, some stupid stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's step one.
Up. What about a villain sweatshirt? 248. It's all got to stop.
All of that looks less and less cute the further we go down this road. The St. Brown podcast, the Hutch interviews where he's, kibitzing about exactly what you just said. It becomes, as a fan base, I mean, you're going to accept it for 1 year. You might accept it for 2.
And that's the job of Dan Campbell, to reestablish the culture, the messaging, what's acceptable. And, I think it does begin with coordinators. Big time. We'll get to your phone calls next. All right. Stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup for you. Make sure it's running properly. And Lord knows it has to be this time of year. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget Mastercraft. Plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted pricing. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Yeah, okay, that's enough. Goodbye. Or you gave up 250 yards rushing. And give everybody a promo code to the House of Hutch while you're at it, okay? Enough. Make it $40+ million a year. I got to listen to you talk about the intervention of the officials. Cut it out. Takes the Steelers a month to get 250 rushing yards. It took them an afternoon with you. Stop. That is emblematic of what this season was for them. Own it. You have a strong culture. Get back to it. Stop blaming others. Stop crying.
Use promo code GRIT.
Yeah, what was that, House of Hutch? Is that what you called it?
Whatever the hell it is. Here. Talk about a look at me guy. He goes to a Michigan game and does a TV hit. He's not wearing any Michigan gear. He's head to toe in his own brand. I'm telling you, man.
Well, how are people supposed to know what's at the House of Hutch, Mike?
No one cares. Show me the sales figures. 24853. Like who said, please God, put this under my Christmas tree this year? Who? Ridiculous. All right, to the people, shall we? Because you baited me into that. And you're not a very nice person, Kenneth. I want to go to T, 97.1. T, what's good, buddy?
What's good? Happy New Year, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I'm so happy I stirred you up before you went on vacation. I've been waiting on you to go in for the longest, man. Keep shaking, dude. Because I'm going to tell you, the Lions got that balloon busted so hard that you couldn't put duct tape back together to put that thing back up in there and let it inflate. And I think that's the best thing to happen. Now, here's the thing. How do we really rehabilitate ourselves? You know, I have this saying that, you take your favorite cheese, right?
Mm-hmm.
You eat Swiss, Parmesan, or whatever it is. And then you look in the mirror, and this is what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and all the rest of those trusty little micey lions that think they're all that. You say, am I a man or am I a mouse? And you say it 3 times. And if you eat the cheese, you know what you are. And they ate a lot of cheese this season. A lot of cheese.
So what's the fix?
Blow up the D-line. Okay, I'm going to say this. I don't want them to draft any more linemen. Go out and get you some veteran goons on both sides of the ball. I would say don't draft any wide receivers. You need another tight end because Laporta is probably a little broken up and probably will be broken up from now on. And I probably would, try to find me a linebacker, a young one, and another young DN and build like that. We don't need any more receivers. We don't need any more running backs. We can get a free agent running back or maybe apologize to, David Montgomery about that.
I'll tell you one thing, T, here's another one. When they say everything's on the table, you could at least discuss it. Do you try to gauge the value of Jamison Williams? Elevate Tesla opposite Amon-Ra. You get Laporta back. What if J-Mo could get you a first-round pick? Do you entertain that?
Ooh. You know what? We need that blow the top off.
I agree. T, I know, but you know what I know. You can't have it all the time. Right. I'm asking.
If I can get a first round for J-Mo, I cut him loose. Let me say this to you, and I'll let you go. So I've been playing around with this in my head. What would it take to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati? What would you give up?
Everything. But the problem is this. From a cap standpoint, you can't get rid of Jared Goff. It is no different than the Tua situation. You can't certain contracts, you can't move off of it. Look, I think I know. I think with Burrow, he's going to get Zach Taylor fired. He's going to demand they hire Joe Brady. They'll give it another year.
Yeah.
I think after 26,
right.
If it doesn't work in Cincy, he'll be the story of the offseason. But you can't financially. You just don't have a choice.
Yeah, if we could just dream for a minute, I'd give up.
I'd give up the Gordie Howe Bridge. I don't care.
Yeah, I would.
Here, take the ambassador with it. Everybody. I'll never go to Canada again. I do whatever it takes. Whoa. But that's not the conversation we're having. Like if you're the Vegas Raiders and you have the number 1 overall pick in the draft and you can offer a gazillion things and I got $100 million in cap space, then you can have different conversations. The Lions have a quarterback. You don't have to love him. Do you like him? And it's very true. Joe Burrow does that. But like with Goff, it's about what you put around him. You know the deal you made. Now you got to live up to it. I'll tell you one guy who ain't going to be around. Like I brought up the J-Mo thing. I'm not yelling about it. I'm not even telling you to do it. I'm asking, is that something you consider to get added draft capital? David Montgomery's good as gone. Can't have the 7th highest paid running back on your roster, and he's your backup. Can't happen. Gone. Also doesn't help. He doesn't seem to be happy. We'll go to Antonio, 97.1. Antonio, what's good?
Hey, Mike.
What's up?
Man, I'm not going to say the window is closed, but if the Lions was in the burning building, that particular exit for safety has been compromised. Now, like any good building, there's other escape routes. So we have to take another escape route for safety. The only thing is, I don't believe if everything's on the table, like you say, then Brad Holmes need to be on the table. We need to have that discussion.
Sure. I don't care. You're never going to offend me with that. Antonio, I think all these guys should be evaluated every damn year.
I mean, he traded a 3rd-round pick for Carlton Davis, and he only got one season out of him. He traded a 3rd-round pick for Zadarius Smith and let him walk out the door. That's draft capital. He traded draft capital.
But the Carlton Davis thing, let's be fair. With Carlton Davis, you will get a compensatory pick that can make up for that. But I hear what you're saying. I think the bigger point in it is when you look at the last 2 draft classes, they are either largely or entirely useless. That's a problem.
His biggest sin is he should be judged like every general manager who drafts a franchise quarterback or who looks up into one like Brock Purdy. When you have that 5-year window to build around him prior to having to pay him. Now, although our situation isn't a franchise quarterback, but his penalty for drafting such good players was you have a window before you have to pay them.
I agree.
And he and we had all this great salary cap situation, and instead of adding on to that quality talent that he drafted, he decided to just pay the players that he drafted.
I'll give an example.
Adding on.
Antonio, I said it the day the guy signed. They didn't need to do this Kirby Joseph thing. There's something in the NFL called the transition tag, okay? The transition tag basically allows the player to go out, shop their own deal, but you get first right of refusal. They could have easily done that. They didn't have to sign Kirby. Now, again, I had no idea Kirby was going to die. The point I'm making is they've done that Kirby thing every time. They didn't have to sign J-Mo. Why did they sign J-Mo? Why did they run to the altar to sign him? In the same offseason, you gave up 3 third-round picks to take what seemingly was J-Mo's replacement in Isaac Tesla. That is something they have to sit in a room and really reevaluate, is this idea of being seduced by their own players and running to the altar to sign them all. Because you know what's going to happen next. This will be the offseason of, what do we do with Laporta? Oh, what do we do with Jameer? Here's my answer. Nothing. There's my answer. Nothing. One guy's coming off a back surgery. The other guy's a running back. We don't pay running backs. And you guys get as mad as you want to. Did Jahmyr Gibbs affect winning this year? Nope. You win with the tip of the sword. Running backs are fun, but they're you can replace them. I love Jahmyr, and I'm going to love him for 6 years. 5 on base deal, 1 on franchise. And then guess where he goes? Shipping container to a different team. I'm not doing it. 6 years, over 1,800 touches. I got the best of you. Now somebody else can pay for the reputation. Or, if Brad Holmes doesn't change, Jahmyr Gibbs, highest paid back in the history of the league, downloading. Do whatever you like. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. Lots left to do. I know Rieger, I saw him waddling around. He's here, right? I wasn't hallucinating? Okay. 97.1.
Now, Mike, typically I would have a can we say that, or Rico would have a can we say that. Today, just an insight to everybody listening. When I walked into the office, I saw Mike, and he just started yelling at me about the Giants. So, I mean,
that did not happen.
There is no can we say that for this. I just wanted your opinion.
Can we say the Giants are abhorrent bleep holes? Yes. Can we say the entire franchise should be relocated out of my life, possibly to another galaxy? Yes. There's nothing else I can say. I hate them. I absolutely hate them.
Is that how you really feel?
It's, yeah.
I walked in and I just got assaulted by Lions.
I said
or
nothing
Giants
of the sort.
vitriol.
I complimented your hat. Factually. Next.
So this one is for both of you. If you want to jump in, you can. I'm exhausted by this NFL season. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but all of these games, can we say that, I mean, money aside, because that's clearly what this has always been about, can we say that this season is way too damn long?
Are we talking NFL?
NFL.
Yeah, but just wait till they go to 18 games. And they give you a second bye week. And the Super Bowl will be the last day of February.
And more players get injured too, but they don't care.
But they're going to end, instead of a 53-man roster, it'll be 63. Corbin, I'm telling, none of the decisions being made have anything to do with the quality of the sport, the long-term interest, what's best for all. It's simply money.
Oh, 100%. And I love football as a sport. The NFL as a product, as I've gotten older, I'm beginning to hate it more and more as each season passes. And it's for these reasons. It's egregious that Goodell and his goons will come out and say, hey, injuries are bad, CT, we're putting money into it. And then 2 weeks later, we're going to have a little press conference. We might be thinking about a 20-game season. It's a joke.
Well, it is. And also to factor along is, do you know how many different applications you needed to watch football over Christmas
week? It was
week?
like 7 or something.
Yeah,
it was
7.
Insane.
ESPN, CBS, NBC, Fox, Peacock, or what is it, Netflix, Amazon Prime. They may as well put a game on QVC and your Nona could buy some fake jewelry. It's welcome. Oh, and by the way, Corbin, they're going to expand the playoffs too. Hope everybody's ready.
And that actually leads perfectly into the next can we say that I have we gone too far with, and I know you're going to say yes, but have we gone too far with these streaming platforms? Because I feel like America got introduced to it around Christmas time when they realized, oh, my favorite team is on which streaming platform? Is it Peacock? Is it Netflix?
It's all gone too far. Listen, it'll end up going full circle the same way that cutting the cord did. Now everyone's coming back to cable. It's just, it's too much of too much. And again, there's really not much up for grabs the last 2 weeks of the season when you look at it. The whole NFC playoff picture finalized. You get a winner-take-all, Baltimore-Pittsburgh. You get a winner-take-all over here in the NFC in a division nobody cares about, Carolina-Tampa Bay. Other than that, well, what happens when it goes to 8? I mean, that's the problem.
It's a joke because with the streaming thing is what I'm getting to, because when you look at some of the games, especially the Thursday night, and obviously that is its own topic, but the product might not be as good, but sometimes you get matchups where it's like, this is the only game on, this is the only thing I have to pay attention to. I mean, I can speak from it just by being there. I was at the Broncos-Colts game on Thursday night a couple of years ago in Denver, and I'm like, this is what they're putting out. This is their best, primetime spot. It's a joke.
Completely.
What's funny is I was during the holidays, I was going back and I was switching from platform to platform to platform to watch different game, and I was like, maybe they should make it so that I can just switch between and then I was like, I think I just reinvented television.
You just reinvented cable. Welcome, Kenny.
All right, so the MVP conversation is heating up a lot in the media. Drake May, can we say that he is a legitimate MVP candidate and he might win the MVP?
Do you know Drake May's middle name?
Drake May? Drake
Isn't
May?
it,
surprised you guys don't know this.
Isn't it like Julio or something?
Jesus? Is it Jesus?
It's God. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it's God. No, he's fabulous, but it's Matt Stafford's award to lose. Who are we kidding? Matthew Stafford has had comprehensively the best season. Drake May's making a run at it, but no, again, you play the Jets, the stats don't even count. It's Stafford to me.
I agree, and I'm not even saying that because obviously the Rams are my team and I am currently wearing a Stafford jersey on my body right now, but you summed it up best, Mike. He's having the best season. It is what it is, and I will say just from a nostalgia standpoint, throwback to when there was 10 quarterbacks having the season that Stafford did about 10 years ago. Now compare the stats, it's abysmal.
It is. No, to me it's his. But Drake May, he'll get one before it's all over. He's a stud.
Well, Corbin's jersey is stupid, and so is he. The Eagles' offense, can we say, will keep them out of a Super Bowl?
Who is this?
The Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Wait, how about this? Second game this season, Jalen Hurts does not complete a pass in the second half, and they win. He was 0 of 7 yesterday in the second half, and they win. The offense is going to catch up.
The Eagles reminded me kind of like the Lions this year, especially from an offensive standpoint from time to time, where just something seemed off. And more so the Eagles long-term wise, because obviously the Lions have somewhat of stats to back it up. But, the Eagles, I don't trust it at all. I think they get bounced out first round.
Can we say no Lamar, no problem versus the Steelers? We saw the Derrick Henry show. Where are you on with that?
I'm not ready to say that.
A lot of people are, which is a little alarming.
A lot of people.
Maybe too many people.
It's still Mike Tomlin at home as an underdog. And I would imagine the reinforcements are about to hit, whether it's a TJ Watt, otherwise. I'm not ready to trust the Baltimore Ravens. They've had 17 weeks to build trust. I have none of it. And you took on a Packer team that had clinched, that didn't have a zillion pieces of their own. You know what? Okay, show me another 36 carries. Go ahead.
I agree with you on that. And to even further add to the Packers' point, they're coming off a Christmas Day game where the Lions lose, so they know, all right, we're in the playoffs, kind of kicking your feet up a little bit.
Next one here, Ken. How close can we say we are to the conclusion of the Mahomes era? I'm not sounding the alarm bells. I'm just asking questions.
Well, when you say how about this? Their window is closed like the Lions. Now it's about how you reopen the next window. It's going to take an off season or two. I think Mahomes has plenty of good football left, but if I'm the Chiefs, I'm not playing him next year. And no, I'm not tanking like it's the NBA. I'm just making a point. I want him right. He'll have 4 to 5 really good years left before you start questioning things. I think the Chiefs, as long as you have him, they'll be back. But it's going to take time. And look, the Lions could be back, but not without serious retooling.
I agree. They also have a lot just to figure out with those, like you said, Mike, those next steps. And their main common denominator is they'll have Mahomes. He'll be fine. Rest up all of next season. Like hearing these reports that he wants to be ready by week 1 or even beginning of October, it's ridiculous. And even for his sake, you got the 3 rings. And I mean, look at Tom Brady, for crying out loud. He won the rings, kind of had a little bit of a break towards the back end of his career, won all the other ones. So yeah, they'll be fine.
Now, after watching the Battle of Two Contenders, Chicago, San Fran, can we say that either of these teams represent an actual Super Bowl threat?
No. The Bears can't exist without turnovers, and the Niners don't stop anybody. They just bump around, and you're not going to outscore everyone on your way to a Super Bowl. The offensive line is not great. The running game's not great. They just hand it to McCaffrey 800 times. So, no, I think they're fun. That was a hell of a good game. Both quarterbacks can extend plays, which makes it even more enjoyable. But no, I don't think either's a real Super Bowl contender. I think they both would get dusted by the Rams.
I agree with that. You kind of summed up everything up perfectly. No, you're good.
My bad.
And the last one here, Aaron Rodgers done after this year. Or can we say that we are just resigned to another faux retirement tour like Aaron Rodgers likes to do?
He's officially done. No, he looks more disgusted at his job than the average American is at theirs. He looks like he hates reporting for duty. He's done. He looks miserable on the field.
Time for a WWE promo. We are free of the drug man after next week.
Yes.
It's over. And he's looked checked out for years now. He just kind of, today we're talking about arrogance within the Lions. He has arrogance, and it's going to die out.
Do we not say that every offseason with this guy? It feels like we have this same conversation every single year.
I know. Well, hold on. Here's another conversation we're starting to have. Let me offer you this, just so people don't think I'm making it up. Jared Goff in his last 2 elimination games. You ready for this? 2 touchdowns, 5 picks, 4 fumbles, and 7 sacks taken. That's how your last 2 seasons have ended.
I don't know, man. He's addicted to it. He can't stop, won't stop. That's how I view this guy.
No,
Until
I'm talking
I
about
see
Goff.
him retire.
I'm not talking about Rodgers. I'm talking about Goff in elimination games. Rodgers is eternal. I don't know. I just think he's done.
I mean, look what Goff did in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. Nothing. Dial tone.
It's almost, you start to wonder, is history repeating itself a little bit?
And that, my friends, is Can We Say That NFL edition.
Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Rieger is here. You want to air your grievances? I know I've probably given you plenty of ammunition. I just welcome.
What's going on, Michael? I got to tell you.
You're all hopped up.
Every now and then you come in early, you're feeling pretty good about life, and then you hear a nugget of information that just makes you laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh.
Okay.
You provide me
I try.
with such humor at times.
I try. Thank you.
It's very nice of you.
Okay, I presented this a different way than the other shows. I think that the Viking game is like, that's been talked to death. It was played Thursday. Everybody knows what they watched. Friday, all the shows were on. You got all weekend to read all about that. Dan Campbell saying we're going to look at everything. Okay, here's what everything looks like. Of the things I presented, and look, some of these, I'm not pounding the desk for all of them. I'm saying you have to have difficult conversations or you're not talking at all. Which of those do you feel the strongest about?
So there's a bunch, right? And I think they're all pretty truthful. In fact, I was going to do something similar with the three men that are going to run this organization. And do you expect them to win a Super Bowl? Talking about, obviously, Jared and Dan and Brad. But the one thing that kills me the most, okay? I know most people are going to say Brad and his arrogance and how he built this team. But for me, it's Dan. It's Dan and the coordinators. It's the fact that you know what was walking out that door. The brains of the operation was going bye-bye. And you did not do an extensive search to replace him. Instead, you hire a guy that was disliked in New York, that rubbed players the wrong way. You bring him on in, and shockingly enough, the same exact thing happened. And then Kelvin Shepard, like, whatever, fine. You're probably going to have to fire him too, because the worst thing in the world would be next year to realize, our defense is better, but our DC's not. So I can't believe that Dan did business that way and then add on to it. Like the last three games, I know people might disagree, but he got out-coached in 3 must-win games, whether it be by Sean McVay or Mike Tomlin or Kevin O'Connell. Like those last 3 games were a train wreck. So I kind of got a big issue with Dan, and I'm left wondering. I watched that game yesterday, as I'm sure you did too. The Niners and the Bears and all those elite offensive play calls. I kind of was left wondering, like, is this guy just a rah-rah culture builder, or is he actually have that tactical edge to him? And I don't know that he does.
No, he's not a play caller, and that's okay. I think he's an excellent CEO. I think he's absolutely a culture builder. And look, a lot of people could say Mike Tomlin is that. And Mike Tomlin is a Super Bowl. And Mike Tomlin's been a very impactful coach in this league. The point I'm making is when you're calling plays, there's slippage. It takes a very special person to be able to be a head coach and be the play caller. And look, Kyle Shanahan is very unique. But do I think there are things that Kyle Shanahan has done in certain games that if he wasn't the head coach and the OC, that as the standing head coach, he could have gotten the OC to do things differently that would help? Yes. Look, you went from having 2 head coaches as your coordinators to 2 guys who are unproven at best.
Well, you know what you also went to, and I agree, but like the details slipped, obviously. When you got Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, I mean, those are 2 great run units. So your details slipped, more penalties. But overall, you lost your grit. Like, you lost the last 2 games to the Steelers. You gave up 230 on the ground to Max Brosmer and the Vikings, which is, I still can't believe it, right? But in those 2 games, Campbell's never lost those games over the course of 2 years of a dominance. And now you're losing these games, and you lost to Minnesota earlier where all the trouble started. Like, everybody, he doesn't lose 2 in a row. If he loses the Ben on Sunday, that's 4 in a row.
Well, the other thing I would do if I were them, I'm not playing any of my starters. I'm not playing. I'm not playing.
He disagrees with you. He already said he's going to.
Well, good. He can do whatever he wants. So you know what? Maybe he'll have another star blow his Achilles out. All this pride crap, let it go. You know what I want now? The highest pick I can get. No, there's nothing to prove. Like, go ahead, put Amon-Ra out there on a nice cold day and have him blow out.
Yeah,
Tell me it was
questionable, by the way. Exactly.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't play Goff. I wouldn't play. Look, you have plenty of reason not to play these guys. A lot of these guys are already scheduled for surgical procedures in the offseason. Are you kidding me? Ask any former player. There's the offseason and surgery season. I'm not playing any of these guys. They should go, get drilled, and let's get on with it. And then hope the right teams win, and maybe we move up as high as pick 12 or 13 in the draft. What? I'm being deathly serious.
No, but obviously the Bears have motivation because if they win, they get the Packers. and no Micah Parsons. If they lose somehow, if the Lions go in there and somehow win, then it's the Rams that come to town.
Right. I'm just making a point to you.
I hear you.
And again, like the Goff stuff, I'm not pounding the desk. I'm trying to explain to people like a real conversation is you saw how the Packers handled things. Why would you not handle it the same way? It's very simple. If you have the opportunity to take a quarterback, don't restructure Goff and give yourself, as the Tigers like to say, optionality.
Yes.
Why not do it?
Yeah.
Like these are they're going to have a very difficult offseason. And I think there's going to be certain people in the media in this town that are going to have a very difficult offseason because this is not going to be slap and tickle.
Now, every day there's going to be another question about what can they do, what should they do. But the other thing is how much money do they actually have to do anything?
Well,
because Brad, of course, signed all his own guys. And then there's a problem there, too. You have your core, but your core was very less effective than it was the year before. I heard you make a great point. Great point, Michael. Best point of the day. You said, to the people that don't realize, Taylor Decker had a much better season than Panay. So I agree with you. I agree. Panay was not Panay. Now, was that injury ankle related?
A lot.
Or was that just, I don't know.
The point is, Taylor Decker, it's my belief Taylor Decker's going to retire. That's what I believe. Glasgow, going to retire. You got to rebuild both lines of scrimmage. You don't have a ton of cap space. You don't have a ton of picks. And you got to rebuild both lines of scrimmage and probably hire 2 new coordinators. That's why I've sold you on next year being a little bit of a pivot year.
And your boy Bob Muhammad is a free agent. That's going to get paid by somebody. Is it going to be you?
Honestly, the way Brad does business, he'll probably make more money than Micah Parsons. Minty fresh Bob Muhammad, 46 a year. The way this team operates. So what's your angle? What's the hook?
I got the 3 leaders. Would you agree with this? I have Brad. I have Dan. I have Jared. I'm going to go over the things they failed at. I mean, flat out. The things they failed at. And then I'm curious, are you convinced as a Lions fan that these 3 men can win you a Super Bowl? Or no? Because at this point, it seems very hard to believe that they're going to be able to get this thing back on track anytime soon. And whether it's, as you guys talk about, just a throwaway year to try to figure things out.
Not a throwaway year, just a year that you have to reset some things. They could still be a playoff team next year.
They could, but you have to see what's going to be the toughest thing. The offensive line. Where's your center coming from? Okay.
Yeah,
where's your left tackle coming from?
I had a guy call in earlier and go, it's simple. We'll just sign Tyler Linderbaum. And I'm going, okay, so you're going to pay a center $20 million a year.
Where's that money coming from?
I hear you. Well, if Decker retires, that's probably 17 off the books. But I get what you're saying. You can't just have the highest paid player at every position all the time.
Well, the other thing, too, when Brad talks next week, I can't wait to ask him.
I wonder, are we going to be playing